As we're playing Full House, this map on a possible difficulty, really the draw with this map is that it is a XL map, 6 players, but truly it comes down to everybody has 5 castles. It's denoted as being an easy difficulty map. You start with 5 castles. How could you lose? Oh yeah, everyone else starts with 5 castles too. And so that's kind of unique. You get to have some strategy as far as what castle do I pick? What castle do I take? Maybe what castle do I really focus my efforts on? And what do I just kind of let fall by the wayside? We're going to have to figure out what we have to figure out if it's going to be necessary for us to spread our resources very thin, if that's going to be the best strategy to win, or if it'll be best just to focus on one castle. We shall see. We could play as blue, green, red, yellow, orange, or purple. I don't think it matters to me. Let's just let the dice roll decide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The dice roll are going to indicate to us that we're going to pick 2. So we are going to go into this green position. Again, impossible difficulty, and we're just going to get started. Okay. So I don't know. Steeson says Full House is insane if you start in the wrong spot. This bottom left corner seems pretty okay to me. We do start off essentially as this knight player in the upper left corner, but we have Pinehurst, we have Fenton, we have Blackwind, we have Zanzibar, and we have Lakeside. Tell you what, if we had both a wizard and a warlock castle, Steeson, I think that we would be maybe in the best possible position, but we have 2 early game castles, 2 mid game castles, and the late game power from the Titans not too far away. And Steeson says, the Sorc town. Tell you what, Steeson, just because you're here, for you, my sir, we are going to use these. We're going to use these sorceresses as much as we possibly can. You got it. Hello, Chris. Chris is in the chat. Nice to have you here. Real Phixfox. What have I missed? Life's happening, and yeah, just having a little bit of a struggle day, and that's okay. We're gonna move forward, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. I need to have fun right now, and so that's my hope, is to have fun here. Also, Chopper noted that it was a banger track in the pregame. Yep, the Sorc Town or the Night Town theme, I forget which one it is, but all of the old Heroes tracks are all absolutely classical and wonderful. So I'm happy to have you here, Chopper. Welcome, it's a pleasure. Also, they say, as long as you have fun, that's all that matters. You do what feels right for you. Also, Sorceress Supremacy. Absolutely. We're going to have as much Sorceress Supremacy as possible. Sol Invictus says, afternoon. Afternoon there, Sol Invictus. Nice to have you here. Okay, so as cool as it is to start off with Gwenneth the Knight, I don't like her troops. Let's just use her as a scout for now. There's no faster troops we can pick up. I'm probably going to maybe try and get a boar, a 6-speed boar from Lakeside for my other hero, just so I can get some really fast 6-speed creatures out on the map. Somebody's gonna have to go through these zombies. I don't want it to be me, not if possible. Let's see what we have opportunistically for us. Tyro the Knight, who's got the peasants and the archers, and then Atlas the Barbarian. Here's my thought process. If you're going to be mixing troops from 5 different castles, leadership is going to be critically important. So tell you what, let's plan on taking some leadership. Let's, as soon as we can, hire Tyro the Knight. Let's hire him out of the Lakeside, so that way we can get a pen maybe. Yeah, get those 6-speed creatures, get a little bit faster on the map, and let's stick with the Knights because of the leadership ability, so that way we can spread our influence around as fast as possible. Oh, look at this. By the way, we started off with no gold. We now have 5,000 gold. Why is that? 5 castles, 1,000 gold apiece. Gold generation's not going to be too big of a problem. So I don't think I want the experience still on Gwenneth. I think I would still prefer, I guess it doesn't matter. Whichever knight it is, it doesn't really matter. Tell you what, Gwenneth is who we started off with. Gwenneth is who we're going to keep. We're immediately going to pick up this advanced leadership, and we're going to feel great for it. Picking up Crystal, I'm going to try and path down and then to the left and to the right. That's going to help us avoid some movement point issues. I'm just trying to save whatever we possibly can. I do want to pick up, I think I do still want to pick up different dwellings in different castles as much as possible. You never know when those troops are going to come in handy. And so, I mean, is it better to have another hero right now? 2,700 gold left. Tell you what, we're going to hire a barbarian, Atlas. We're going to leave these slow troops behind. We did just purchase these boars, 150 gold. That's enough for one. We have 50 gold left. We could have messed that up. I'm glad that we did not. But we're going to pick up this windmill and avoid things like these slow orcs in this watchtower. Worth noting, I don't know if there's free things that we can pick up. or if we're going to have to go through orcs and zombies. It would make sense, but I haven't played this map in forever. It would make sense that these troops are guarding the way out, because getting forces shouldn't be too big of an issue. And so the game doesn't want to make it too easy on you. That makes sense to me anyway. Steeson does say, be wary of enemies. If they see you, they will find you and then they will kill you. Yeah. That, I mean, that's always the case, but that's especially true here. That's especially true here. Steeson, of course, mentioning that while in Heroes of Might and Magic 2, the original version, that the AI was omniscient, here in FHeroes2, you do have a little bit of a better opportunity to deny vision for your enemies. And if you do deny vision, then you have the ability to prevent them from causing you any issues. If they scout you, they're going to come and kill you. But if they don't scout you, you don't ever have that problem. So maybe starting off in the very bottom left of this map, in the, call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, let's call it the 6 o'clock position, 7 o'clock position. Maybe that's going to be fairly useful for us. We will see. I'm spending 500 gold in each of my castles on the well. That seems like a no-brainer. You're going to want the well at some point. You might as well pick it up now. We do see a gold mine, by the way. I don't know how useful that's going to be. How useful is a gold mine at this point? I do not know. I cannot say. I stepped a little bit too far with my friend here. I'm going to have Atlas try and get these boars on over to my primary hero so they can move a little bit further, do some more fun stuff. That seems like Gwenneth is going to want to be as fast as she can. It looks like she has some room to run over in this direction. Over here, we're going to have to defeat some orcs to get out. We're probably going to do that pretty soon. Really, I think that the strategy early game is going to come down to, how do you build up your castles? I think that that's truly going to be the defining feature in the way that playthroughs can differ. And so right now, I'm trying to spend gold only because I don't know how likely it is I'm going to get resources like wood or ore or anything like that. We do have about 30 units of ore, but 0 wood. And so wolves, that the den is only going to cost us gold. The graveyard only costs us gold. Archery range, it only cost us gold. You see what I'm doing? I'm trying to do the buildings that only cost gold. And so far it's going pretty well for us. But I'll tell you what, this wizard area is going to be a little bit tough to deal with. Here's an opportunity. We have all this ore. Is it worth it to spend all this ore to get statues? Or is it better to rely on just the gold generation from the castles? I think that gold generation from the castles is going to be fine, especially since there is a gold mine right here. I think that this will offset the need to pick up a statue and waste 25 ore. So we're just going to consider ourselves lucky with what we have and go from there. Yeah, I'm going to do this full swap like so. Atlas is going to be the slow one. Gwenneth is going to be the fast one. Just so that way if she needs to run home to get more troops, or if she needs to run and get some more experience, she can do that. For now, I think that it is time for her to head back and probably go with, just go with whatever troops we have available. Again, advanced leadership, that helps us mix troops. That's going to be the plan. Let's see, Bearded Man, the gold mine will be very useful considering that you have to take care of 5 entire castles. That is very, very true. And so really the question is like, okay, so which faction should we upgrade the least, right? I think that because it's an XL map, it probably makes sense that we could upgrade one of these early game castles with the Knights and the Barbarians, maybe focus our efforts here, and then do a slow burn, a slow sort of build up process of Lakeside. Maybe as we get closer to 20 gems, then we really make a push to get Lakeside up and going. That seems like a strategy that sounds good. I don't know if it'll work, but it sounds good. So yeah, Bearded Man, you're definitely identifying some real priorities there. I agree with that. We are picking up, by the way, 2 ore per day, 1 sulfur, 1 crystal. I'm going to pick up this blacksmith. Yeah, they're good troops. They're good troops. We're going to pick up the blacksmith at a little bit of cost there. Might as well pick up the pyramid. I can't think of any other major buildings that cost ore. The sorceresses don't really have any. Probably not going to go into the adobe and the stick hut just because it costs so much wood, and I haven't seen any wood yet. Nothing here. A little bit of wood, a little bit of ore. 5 wood would be wonderful here. And then we do need wood for the cottage. The Stonehenge we're going to pick up as quickly as we can, but we need at least 10 wood. No, more. We need 15 wood in order to get the Sorceress Castle upgraded, because you got to pick up the tavern. Tavern for the cottage. Cottage, well, no, never mind. You can bypass that entirely. We just need 5 wood and 15 ore for the Stonehenge, but I think I'm going to go in that direction. Maybe I'm not going to take that little detour for the cottage. Yeah, perhaps not. Maybe the pikemen will fill that role just as well or better. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Steeson says capitalistic approach is the way to go in this map. I hope that that's the case. Here's the final question for you though. It is currently month 1, week 1, day 5. Ought we, and this is the question, ought we to get another hero and maybe start to go in this direction? I feel like I ought to. I feel like I would like to. There should be enough forces here. We're going to leave these forces here, leave these forces here. I think that with boars, goblins, and orcs, and then these orcs here, I think we're going to be fine. So let's actually purchase a hero here. One more hero. Let's make it, sure. Let's make it Vitania. No, the knights are too good with the leadership. The leadership is just that good. Leadership is just that good when mixing so many troops. And so we're going to still pick up these boars. Probably we're going to leave the peasants behind in just a moment. So that way we have room for at least sprites up here. Yeah, this seems like a pretty okay fighting force. This is at least enough to take out a pack of orcs. So that's what we're going to do for now. Okay, moving on to a new day. Bigger, better, brighter tomorrows. Rice Druin says, morning, Fix and chat. I remember playing a map like this, and my strat was to build up barbarians and rush my neighbor's castle. Haha, excited to see how you'll play it. Yeah, I think that that's a strategy I hadn't really considered, and so I really appreciate that idea, because if you're able to get 10 castles instead of just 5, then you're probably doing really pretty good. We're currently on month 1, week 1, day 6. And we're only just kind of getting out into this area through these orcs. That's going to be an additional, call it 8 orcs that we just picked up there. But I'm sure that that this kind of area that we're expanding into, I don't think that that's really the very best place that we could be. I think that we really kind of need to press our advantage. Picking up 5 additional castles, that really would be a good idea. I agree with that. By the way, it is day 6, and so other purchases to make. I don't think anything else in the Night Castle for now. I don't think anything else in the Necromancer Castle. I do think that the wood requirement's too high for the barbarians. I would love to put my wood towards this crystal or this cliff nest. Nothing here. Yeah, and wood is just the limiting factor. So, can I get a sawmill? Anybody, please, please. Steeson does say, gotta rush your neighbor for sure, at least one of them. Yeah, there's probably one to the north, there's probably one to the south. Maybe at this point, with all this gold, maybe it wouldn't be a terrible idea to focus on getting multiple heroes, just so that way we get the troops as a resource from these heroes. You know, I mean, what else you gotta spend your money on, sort of a deal? Anyway, we'll think about that. For now, I'm gonna pick up the creature dwelling options here and here. I think that any amount of troops we can get for the low price of 1,000 gold. No. For the low price of 1,000 gold, do we want an additional 8 peasants a week? No. I submit to you that there is no worse pickup in the entire game than the farm. The farm is the worst possible building you can take, because it's 1,000 gold for the luxury of 8 additional peasants. Yeah, if you ever see me purchase the farm, it's probably like the last purchase, just so that way everything can be golden shiny in this castle. So if you see me do it and nothing else is golden shiny, you know that Phixfox has made a mistake. Trust me, trust me. Skull pile though, that'll work. And is there one more here? Yeah, you might as well get the garbage heap. Okay, so again, we've decided not to get all of the statues for gold generation. We've decided to pick up all of our tier 1 creatures. We're about to have a whole bunch. I don't think I'm gonna get any heroes just yet. We've got 3. We can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more if we wanted to. And then maybe we'll set off. But for now, I think that we're in a good spot. And I do like my strategy of using the knights in this way. So let's go. Bearded Man does say you can't make any lemonade out of 8 peasants. That's the harsh truth. Could not agree any more with you. Yeah, there's nothing good about it. It is what it is, and it's not great. So, someday, I do like Heroes 5. I've been playing that a little bit recently, and I really do like that there's a little bit of a difference in the way that the peasants work. Of course, the peasants, it's a little bit easier to justify their presence because they do get you some amount of gold. I like that. From Heroes 4 and Heroes 5, I do like that mechanic, but again, you can't really plan on it, and in general, peasants are just bad. Yeah, they're just bad. What can I say? It's not my fault that you're just bad. You're just bad. Boreaster says, hello, Phixfox. Hello, all. Nice to have you there, Boreaster. Welcome into the chat. It's a pleasure to have you here today. Rise to Ruin says, they should pay 1,000 gold to you to build the farm. What happened to good old tax? Hey, wait a second. Yeah, what happened to good old taxes? That just makes too much sense now that you bring it up there, Rise to Ruin. Yeah, I don't know why I'm paying them to exist on my land in my castle. No, you owe me. Huh. Thank you for that. I had never considered that, but I think that we should make a change. When modding support for FHeroes2 comes online, we should make a change, and it should be wonderful and lovely, just like that. I do see these rogues, by the way. H. Imbarok in the chat says, yo, what's up, man? How you doing? Lots of rogues here. I think that we know that we're in negative morale. If I get rid of these sprites, then we're actually going to go back into positive morale. I don't think that 3 sprites is good enough to justify being down morale. We did see that it kind of hurt us in that previous battle. I think it's best for me to actually split my forces like this. Put the orcs at the top because they're kind of like the primary stack. I'll put boars and boars. These rogues, I think we can beat them. There's no retaliation, lots of rogues. 2 HP each. Yeah, we can beat them. Glorious victory. This is the problem when you're going back and forth between different games and Heroes of Might and Magic. You tend to have to double check and question yourself. Be like, hey, hold on, wait 1 second. Is this accurate or not? And it took me a second there to realize that, dude, rogues have 2 HP. There's lots of them. You're going to be fine. Trust me. We're going to blast this front rogue down with our stack of 11 orcs, and then this closest stack here, it looks like because we were able to close up the orcs, that these rogues did path down towards the next closest creature that could do them harm from range, but they've, unfortunately for them, put themselves in a pretty precarious situation. Precarious for them, good for me. I'm fine for that, but sometimes the rogues need to remember, look, it's my world and you're just living in it. And with that, I say salutations and good day. Tyro, by the way, is going to be very, very slow. I do want him to keep these forces alive. I'm going to have him travel by road rather than go north. The gazebo, somebody else can grab that. Maybe I actually spend the gold to purchase a hero here on day 7 out of the Necromancer Castle just to go scout. It sounds good. I say it out loud. It sounds good, and so I'm going to do it. And we're going to have Falagar, who's going to have the scouting. Sure, why not? Let's make it Falagar. And that's going to eat up one more of our hero slots, but it won't feel too bad for me. Do I keep the centaurs with me? I think so. We don't have a warlock castle, so there's no hope in getting these forces replenished over time. He is just going to be a scout, and that's fine for me. Archery? He's probably going to make better use of wisdom at this point than archery. If he's just a throwaway hero or a scout hero, he's not meant to do damage. He's not going to have forces on him. But if we can get him up to expert wisdom and then he gets Armageddon, then he is a little ticking time bomb and any enemy that attacks him is going to have a real bad time. So these are the things that I think about, just in case you're wondering. Oh my gosh. Folks. No way. I got to share something with you. Okay, so I need to share with you that my setup at home, I literally drilled a hole through my desk so that way I would have a place to mount this makeshift microphone holder that I've made for myself. Here at the library, of course, I'm not drilling holes into the desk. I've got like a little bit of a spidery kind of apparatus system set up, and it works out just fine. It's pretty darn stable. But at home, I use a screw that will go through the desk and it screws into the thing and it's rock solid, won't go anywhere. It's wonderful. I lost one of the bolts a couple of weeks ago or months ago. It's been a while. I haven't seen this thing in months, but I just found it and it was here. Somebody left it for me here at the library. Huh, there are good people out there. It's wonderful. And I hope I get to be counted among them. That's my goal in life. Okay, moving on. Let's see, Manny MM. Oh no, I'm missing the live stream because of a Grundok tour. I don't know what that is. Is that music? What is that? I guess only Germans would know. Hope you all have really much fun. Hope I can watch this later on YouTube. I loved this map when I was 12 or 13 years old. Manny MM, always a pleasure to have you here. Whatever your tour is, please go have so very, very much fun. Yeah, I will plan on uploading this to YouTube. Maybe I'm going to edit the beginning, but yes, I'll tell you what, I'll plan on you being able to view this on YouTube later. Thank you so much. I'll look forward to seeing you there. And then Steeson says, get Bone Dragons, Phoenixes, and Crusaders. Forget about those Titans until you're going great. Yeah, that's a good idea, Steeson. That's a really good idea. And I can't fault you for that at all. And in fact, I mean, the further I stray away from early game domination, the worse off I'm going to be. But the problem is that I haven't played this map in so long that I don't know where my opponents are. And so I don't really know where I ought to go or what I ought to do. And so I do still need to get some good scouting out there. I do still need to figure out what's what and what's where and how things are going. But we'll figure it out sooner rather than later, I do hope. Looks like we're going to be able to get by these Guardians here. These zombies here with our friend Falagar. I think that we're going to have Gwenneth head in that direction in just 1 second. But before I do so, we have 4 heroes. We can purchase 1, 2, 3, 4 more. And I think I'm going to bring everybody except for the undead. That's going to be too much of a morale penalty. I think that the rest of these forces can all come from here. So let's pick up Troyan because I do like the sprites. That's going to be a welcome addition to a quality army, including elves in here. We're going to leave the dwarves. No, she's going to be able to have 1 dwarf left over as she makes her way over here. Do I purchase a hero in Blackwind? I think so. Let's have it be Myra. Myra's going to have a nice plethora of halflings and boars. That's going to be useful. Do we bring the barbarians? I think not. I think we're going to have plenty of other forces for now. And then we're going to be able to stop in at Pinehurst on the way up. Maybe archers, maybe not. Maybe archers, maybe not. Let's do this. Let's start moving over here just so that way I can keep track of where everything ought to go. And so for now, we're going to go just like this. And Myra's going to go down for the windmill, 2 extra ore. Probably the worst opportunity I could have taken, but we've got it, and we're fine for that. And then it's going to be 26 halflings, 8 more of the boars. We should be full movement points right now. And so far the army is going to look like this. 31 halflings, 10 of the elves, 33 of the sprites, 13 of the boars, and I think that we might as well pick up some archers, or rather pikemen up here in Pinehurst. We invested in the pikemen. They're going to be the highest tier of troops that we have available to us. I think that we ought to make that happen and just sally forth from there. If there's a knight in here, I will purchase 1 more hero. There's not. There's just necromancers. Sorry, buddy. That's not going to cut it. And then we will continue on. Oh. Rice Druin says, background music reminder. Thank you so much. Sometimes it turns off and I don't even notice. So thank you. I'm better off because you stopped me there. I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. Okay, I think that the archers for now we're going to leave behind. They're best off as rangers anyway. We're just going to roll with these lower level forces and take these 12 pikemen. So we have 2 shooters and then a very solid defensive troop. Sprites, yeah, we should be able to get down the battlefield and deal with ranged creatures or walking creatures, any kinds of creatures we should be able to deal with. Even these pack of magi, I'm guessing that we're tough enough to deal with them. I truly believe we are. What's this in the dark? Oh no. Does Phixfox have to go and check his corners? I think I do. I think I have to go check my corners. You know how much that is of great importance to me. I think we're going to plan on doing that in just a moment or two. How otherwise, in the meantime, happy to see gems, happy to see maybe some additional forces here. I think we're going to come back to this obelisk. Let's get out onto the map and pick up free resources before other enemies take those from us. The soldiers in the fort teach us a few new defensive tricks. That's going to be +1 to our defense skill. And then Atlas here is going to be picking up this artifact. Responding to the panicked cries of a damsel in distress, you discover a young woman fleeing from a hungry bear. You slay the beast in the nick of time, and the grateful sorceress weaves a magic cloak from the bear's hide. So, that bear is having a real bad time. I didn't know that bears were blue. From the bear's hide, you put together the ice cloak? I haven't seen a blue bear ever in my life. And polar bears are white. Grizzly bears are brown. Brown bears are brown. And black bears are black. Could you imagine, like, your whole personality, if you're a bear, is just based off of what color you are? Except if you're a polar bear or a grizzly bear. Oh, he's a brown bear, he's a black bear. Grizzly bears and polar bears, I guess that they have a little bit more clout, but the rest of them, nah. Sorry, man, you simply are whatever color you are. What a sad way of going through that. Anyway, okay, so we got tons of heroes, tons of stuff that we can do. For now, though, on this new day, I don't think I need to look at any purchases. It's not a big priority for me. We'll figure out what these purchases are going to be as we find more wood. Glorious victory here, 470 experience, no losses. And I do see not one, but 2 ruins here. I think it's worthwhile to actually go and grab these forces. Oh my gosh, there's a hill fort. That changes things. Does it change things? I think it does. The hill fort is good for dwarves. The hill fort is good for ogres. The hill fort is good for orcs. That is actually a big pickup and quite a bit of a difference. So we're going to be using that pretty heavily, I imagine. We're going to wait for now, but we're going to get there eventually. Chris, by the way, says, has anyone here, or you, Phixfox, played a game series called King's Bounty? I just bought the first 2 games for £2 on Good Old Games. Not really played it, but it looks interesting. You know, I've heard of King's Bounty, but I've never played it myself. Nope, never played it, but as Bearded Man says, it's the predecessor to the Heroes of Might and Magic series. Because it's, King's Bounty, it was the one that came before Heroes 1, if I recall right. I spoke about it briefly in my video, why FHeroes2 is a modern day classic. And more than that, I couldn't really tell you anything about it. I just know that it was the predecessor. I remember some footage where you're walking around in boats. You do have kind of top-down battles similar to this, but not a bunch. Really, it's about exploration, resource gathering, things like that. So, but as a predecessor, I've heard it's pretty good. I've heard it's pretty good. I don't really want Atlas to be a great hero. Don't really care. Earthquake spell. I've seen better 3rd level spells. Campfires, idols. Ooh, abandoned mine for another gold mine, perhaps. Snakes. A snake eating itself to make your bless spells be different. And yeah, we'll figure that out. Steeson does say hill fort your way to victory. Steeson, I got to know where my enemies are before I can hill fort my way to victory. We'll find them. We'll find them. As we pick up goblins here to get up to 58, as we pick up the 1,000 experience here at the gazebo, as we get the leadership, we are also going to get the opportunity to go to this oracle. That'll be a nice pickup just to see what else we have out there for us. Gems, crystal, folks, we are up to 4 wood, 2 mercury, 26 ore, 20 sulfur, 26 crystal, 11 gems. We need to find mercury. We need to find a sawmill. I cannot believe I haven't found a sawmill. Is it right here? Should I send Falagar in that direction, or should I send him somewhere else? Tell you what, for now, I'm going to send Falagar. Let's see. Tyro's kind of going north. I'm going to send Falagar up the road this direction, but somebody's got to go up there as soon as possible. Let's make it be Troyan, because if there is a sawmill to be had, oh boy, I need it. I need it. Steeson hasn't played King's Bounty either, by the way. Might as well pick up these orcs here. And, oh, let's just send another hero out to the east. And so, let's take a quick look. Knight Castle, I think I'm fine. Necromancer Castle, I mean, it's a maybe. Bone Dragons are pretty darn good. And you can get them pretty early because you don't need 20 of any resource. Wood is the limiting factor for the moment. If I'm to build a Mage Guild, I'm probably going to build it here and with the sorceresses, obviously, because of prerequisite abilities. I need to get up to this Adobe as soon as possible because ogres are just that good, and you might as well let them sit and get bigger. I think that I do want to pick up the Cloud Castle when I can, but that's way down my list of priorities. And unfortunately, if you've noticed, there's nothing I can really build. I've built everything that I can build at this current moment. If I need to make some upgrades, I could make some upgrades, but until I get some more wood, I can't even trade resources because I don't have a marketplace. So let's keep an eye out for a trading post. Let's keep an eye out for that sawmill, and let's go on from there. And then Chris says, I'm not sure, it appears to be fully 3D and came out in 2010. Maybe it's a remake, sorry, 2018? King's Bounty, hold on, I gotta do some Googling. King's Bounty 2008. King's Bounty, The Legend? Adventure game with tactical turn-based battles and role-playing elements in a fairy tale fantasy world of fearless knights. King's Bounty 2008 review. Because now I'm exceedingly interested. It got like an 8.1 on some of the reviews, 8 from GameSpot, 4.5 out of 5 from Games Radar. Then again, I don't believe a single games journalist out there. I believe in this Google reviewer score. 94% of people liked the game. Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, and it's in the King's Bounty series with Might and Magic. Huh. Some people have called it incredibly addicting, simply incredible. You're constantly finding new army units, finding gear to upgrade your stats, finding stat shrines, etc. So, Chris, it sounds like you really picked up a nice opportunity for yourself. That sounds great. So, yeah, I haven't played it myself, but hopefully it's wonderful for you, and let us know how it goes, because I'm always interested to find that out. Glorious victory here. Let's see if we can do this fight any better. I'm not too sure how well we're going to do, but we'll find out. Steeson does say the bad morale from the Necro troops. Steeson, that's why we've got knights leading our forces with the leadership. You're right. You're 100% right, and that has to be taken into account. But I think that that's a strategy that we're still going to go with. We are going to lose a bunch of forces here, though. There's not much I can do. The boars are going to step up into this position. Might as well kill this bottom stack of archers. And, maybe I keep the sprites alive. No, you got to take this full damage from this archer. The sprites are just going to have to eat the damage there. We did not lose an elf, which is fantastic. And the rangers are going to be gone. We're just going to do, for the first time in a while, hit Q and end the battle. Oh, it feels so nice to be able to just know that the fight is won and let it go. We have only seen dirt. And so with our defense skill +1 and the opportunity for logistics or pathfinding, I'm going to take logistics. I know logistics is always going to be good. Pathfinding, only good if there's poor terrain. There is this watchtower here. I don't want to deal with that, not at the moment. Fighting that fight against those rangers actually made me think that I shouldn't try and take on this pack of magi. I've got to go to the corner. I have to know what's down there. There's a sign. Folks, there's a sign. I need to know. I have to know. What is it? We're going to do it. We're going to do it. This might be a very ill-advised fight, but a pack of magi is less than 9, or it's up to 9. We can deal with at least that many. It's going to be not as fun of a fight as I would have liked, but we're going to make it work. We're going to pick up... Oh. We're in trouble. We come upon an ancient artifact. As we reach for it, a pack of rogues leap from the brush to guard their stolen loot. I don't know if we can make this fight go any better. In fact, I know that we can't. So, Odds in the chat. Hey all, good to be with you again. Watching you do your magic. Steeson came by, so getting a reasonable amount of whiskey cokes. Hope people are having a great day. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that. Yeah, hope that your Saturday is happy, healthy, well. I hope that all the people that you love are being very well taken care of. Because if they're not, then I would actually hope that you spend more time with them than with me. Although I love having you here, I always want people to spend time where it matters the most. We're gonna let our friend here go down. There was no sense in running. You might as well kill as many of these rogues as possible. And unfortunately, that can happen. And when it does happen, you feel bad. If you had known, of course, you never would have done it. But we're down 2,500 gold. We have 18,000 gold remaining. I think we're just going to immediately replace Atlas in just half of a moment. Steeson says the sign might be as useful as the one my son made for you from the map that your kids made for us. I remember the map was in the shape of like a guy with a hat. Oh, that's right. Oh, the sign, it was on the beach and you had to go through the trees and way out of your way. And then it was just a complete and utter trap, Steeson, because your kids are so funny. And it was like, haha, made you look or something like that. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, when your kids are rickrolling this guy playing their map, you know that you got some good kids there. So yeah, I'm thrilled for it. Thrilled for it. Chris does say, it sounds like I got a good deal for the 2 quid game. Got an expansion for it in the deal called King's Bounty Crossworlds. Cool, cool. And I'll let you all know what I think about it when I get around to playing it. Cool. I'm looking forward to that. Thank you so much. Pax or Mex Universalis. Hi, Phixfox. Hi, all. Nice to have you here. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat. And then we also have Zarfall in the chat. Night towns should have had rogues instead of peasants. You think so? Tell me more about that. Nestled among the trees sits a blind seer. After you explain the intent of your journey, the seer activates his crystal ball, allowing you to see the strengths and weaknesses of your opponents. So, we are currently the green player. This is where we're at. People have genies and hydras and rocks and magi. We have elves, but we knew that was going to be a problem. The blue player, it looks like, has found at least a couple more towns, or at least a couple more gold mines. We are at the very, very bottom in income. We're at the very, very bottom in total army strength. That's not great. Maybe we haven't even fought anybody. Jeez. And then artifacts, we're not doing too good on that. Obelisks, nobody's found anything. Nobody's prioritizing obelisks. How about that? We are #1 in gold, wood, and ore. I think that that probably means that the AI is using marketplaces to trade and to get buildings. That's probably an opportunity that I'm missing out on. By the way, I am also last in heroes. I'm guessing that the enemies all have 8 heroes each. I'll bet you that this map is crawling with heroes right now. We are one of 4 people that do not have a town. Blue has 2 towns. Very interesting. And then we all have the same number of castles. So a lot of interesting things going on here. Yeah, and thankfully no hero is too strong for me. I think I like my chances with this player here. With Gwenneth as a knight, I do think I like my chances. So I probably shouldn't lose these forces if I can help it, but I just really want to scout. And so we shall go to the observation tower. Ask, seek, and you shall find. And so we are finding everything we are looking for there. That's wonderful. Huh, great. I need 1 more unit of wood. If I don't get 1 more unit of wood soon, I am up the creek without a paddle. I'm blocked. I'm completely blocked. I never invested in a marketplace. I have no way to trade. I'm just stuck. But other things I can do. I can purchase another hero. Let's do that. Let's have it be Rialdo. 6 and 2, 7 and 3. Clearly Zom is better. And should we actually bring other forces from the rear? No, not here. Maybe I should bring forces from Blackwind. I don't even have the stick cutter or the adobe, so I mean, I don't even have dwarves here, so truly this hill fort isn't helping me out at all. Okay, in that case, Zom is just going to head north. He's going to try and find whatever he can. Alrighty. Actually, no, he's going to go pick up these Medusa and these ruins. His job is going to be to amass a force fearsome to behold as soon as possible. So we'll find that out as soon as possibly we can, what we can do. Let's see. And then, but yeah, Zarfal, I do want to hear your thoughts on the rogues, and because I think to myself that yes, as far as like the creature goes, like it would fit very, very well in the knight faction. It's a 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You lied to me. Was this not a pack? This was a pack. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You are kidding me. What a cruel trick. No, folks. No, it was a pack. My calculations were correct, but when you add an additional 3 of these Arc Magi, I did not know that that worked like that. In case you just missed it, this stack of Magi was listed as a pack, and there's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 Magi in the stack, but that does not apparently account for a stack of upgraded units. That's crazy talk. That's insane. Wait, I'm thinking of several, aren't I? It's been a long day. Several is up to 9. A pack is 9 to 20. I'm embarrassed, but we will continue on. Okay. You saw nothing. You saw nothing, but you are about to see me take an absolute beating. What is the best course of action? I think that we do want to send the boars up top. I think that we want to still send the pikemen straight across as well. So if we go to here and then there, I think that the sprites are going to get dead before they get a chance to go. Yeah, pikemen are going to have to do it. Yeah, and let's see. Sprites can attack without retaliation. I want the boars to sit right here, and so I don't want to attack right there. Very fast. Might as well start working on these Arc Magi. They're still going to do a little bit more damage because they've got 12 attack skill over 11. A little bit more defense, but this is free damage, so you might as well take it. So we're going to attack here. I feel like I actually need to focus my firepower at these bottom stacks because they're going to... Well, there's no melee penalty. There is no melee penalty. It's just going to be bad. So maybe I should actually focus on killing as many full creatures as I can. Let's do that. Let's focus on killing as many full creatures as I can. We have taken out one of the Arc Magi. Let's kill here so that way if there's a retaliation, we can retaliate and maybe kill one more. We do, which is good. The range creatures are dropping like flies. These pikemen really needed to be... Wait a second. No, we needed a Freeman's Foundry, not a, I was just thinking to myself, like, wait, did I miss an opportunity to upgrade these pikemen into veteran pikemen? No, 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 I needed the Freeman's Foundry in order to do that. So for a second, I thought I'd made a critical error. Is this not big enough of an error already for you? Or not? I am going to try and kill one more Archmagi. 2 shots here and then 1 shot here. Maybe it'll be close. 6 HP. Please kill one. Rats. That feels bad. We tried. We tried very, very hard. Okay, I think I'm just going to retaliate and do... There's no guarantee I'm going to kill this one mage one way or the other. Let's spend the time. Okay, we're going to kill him for sure here on this retaliation. That's actually good. I kind of planned for that. There's only 10 pikemen left. Let's start to work our way in this direction. Maybe we kill 2 Archmages. We do not. 9 HP left. Let's actually start working here. 8 and 8. Let's have the halflings try and kill these Archmagi here. Okay, there's the retaliation. Darn, that feels kind of bad. 5 of the boars. Oh, 5 of the boars. Is the ranged damage? Am I hurting myself just eating these retaliations, or should I just sit here? Is our 5 boars fodder? Or are 5 boars the opportunity to let the range damage come through? It's like, what, 10 damage from the elves? Like up to 9 for the halflings. Right now I can do 10 to 15, but then I'm going to lose 1 or 2 boars on this retaliation. There's still 9 pikemen. Do it like this. Oh no. I didn't think I would lose 5 boars. That's bad. That's what I call bad. 7 pikemen remaining. Let's still focus the damage where we can. 16 HP. We're going to focus there in just one moment. Did we kill one? 3 HP. You got to do 3 HP. They do. Pikemen, mages, 4 HP. 1 HP left. We're going to have the halflings work on that mage right there. And I do want the pikemen to sit here and attack rather than go up. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And so because it doesn't matter, you might as well try and kill 1 full mage as quickly as you can. The name of the game is not to spread around damage. The name of the game is to focus like a laser. And so unfortunately these halflings, I mean, they've felt a little bit like a waste, but they can do 1 point of damage. And now we're down to 3 mages left. This is going to be close. Oh boy, this is going to be close. It's more likely than not, with the damage range of 9 to 12, we have to do 10 points of damage to kill this mage. If we do the minimum damage here, I'm going to be so sad. You are kidding me. No. No. Did you see that? What did I just say? Minimum damage. If that happens and we're having a real bad time, it happened. I think we're still going to win this fight, but... I mean, maybe we're going to win this fight. I don't know if we're going to win this fight. I have no idea. Do I take the retaliation here on the pikemen? No, I think you kill where you can. I think you always have to kill where you can. 8. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Let's get caught up on chat, and then we'll go from there. Okay. Well, Steeson says, exactly, on the map mound made for you. We laughed so much when you found that sign. My wife even had fun. Good. I'm so glad. Your wife sounds like a really nice person, Steeson. I'm a big fan of her. And then Odds Kickoff, and she never has fun. Oh, I think that he says that she does have fun, but Heroes is not her thing. You know, Steeson and his wife, I get the vibe that they are wonderful people, fantastic people, but I also I believe, I don't know, but I believe that they also are different people because opposites attract, and that's not a bad thing. Let's see. And then Orange Warlock Castle might be a juicy snipe. I don't even know where the Orange Warlock Castle is, but oh, that's right. We saw in the Oracle Rise to Ruin that they have a Warlock leading their forces. Yeah, maybe we should try to find Orange. If we find Orange, we're going to change our strategy up very, very quickly because he is up to Hydras. Definitely. And we do have plenty of sulfur, by the way. Steeson does say loads of fun, but not watching Horse Game 2 or Twitch streaming. That's fair. That's fair. Zarfall, following up on that thought about rogues and peasants. Growing up, I thought that rogues and peasants have all the same sounds in game and combat. So I thought rogues were peasants that left the town. Haha, that makes sense. Okay. So the rogues and the peasants, same stats, but somehow you gain 3 speed. I just don't know if the Holy Paladins would ever be fine with rogues being in their town. I feel like they would round up the rascally bandits and take them to justice. So I would hate to say that, to see the rogues in the forces being driven from their homes, but I think that would happen. So yeah, maybe they should have stayed and just been good instead of bad. Steeson does say, idiot, get some sleep. You, Steeson? No, Steeson, we need you here. No, if you need to go get some sleep, go get some sleep. Vandelf is in the chat. Hello, Vandelf. Nice to have you here. Greetings and salutations. 8 p.m. in Poland. Hello. Nice to have you here. 8 to 10 p.m. Wonderful. Or 8:10 anyway. And then Chris says in the UK it's 1940, 1914. Okay. So let's see, 17, so 7 o'clock-ish. Okay. And then Odskakov says, wow, not looking too good. I agree. Steeson, if I had the anti-magic spell or the anti-mage spell, I would cast it. Christina Diamonds from Germany. Hello, Christina. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Odskakov says, do it now. And then Bearded Man says, this is tragic. I believe. Obsessive Repulsive is in the chat. Obsessive Repulsive, thank you so much for the time. I appreciate having you here. Welcome, welcome. I believe in you, the real Phixfox, but also, and the wonderful head shaking emoji. I'm always a fan of Obsessive Repulsive. If you don't know Obsessive Repulsive, he plays everything from Heroes of Might and Magic to old NES games. A big fan of him. He does some wonderful things here on Twitch, and he uploads a lot of those videos over to YouTube as well. So if you are not familiar with Obsessive Repulsive, please go give him a follow, go give him a look. I'm a big fan of him. I enjoy his unapologetic way of looking at things, and he always makes me laugh. So please feel free to go and check that out. Also, we had a gigantify an emote. Obsessive used the 30 bits to make that super awesome, huge emote, and I love it. Thank you so very, very much. Okay. Get to the chopper. Yeah, I think I need to get to the chopper because I don't think I can kill one more mage. At this point, even if I do kill one more, it's not worth the risk. It's not worth the risk. I think that we fought that fight worse. Look at this. 3, 3, 3, and 2. I think we actually fought that fight worse than the AI did. I don't remember. But we have to keep that primary hero. Folks, what have I said? For every win and every loss we've ever had, there's ups and there's downs, and some of my best wins have come when things looked bleak. And so we are going to soldier on. We're going to continue. As sad as I am with what's just happened, we're going to end up rehiring our hero, and we're going to fight for another day. Now the question is going to be, okay, what forces are left and what forces should we pick up? So let's go to the Kingdom Overview tab. We've got archers. We got 18 archers. We got some undead forces. We got goblins and wolves. That's pretty much it. So it looks like it's going to be all of these forces. The archers, undead, and the wolves. Probably going to leave the zombies at home. Everybody else is going to come with us. We're going to be really slow because of the 2-speed archers. And so does that change where I hire my hero from? Potentially. I think I want to go in this direction. There are goblin huts. There's like a lot of goblin huts up there. And so goblins are going to be in the army. We've got enough heroes. I could buy 2 heroes. So let's do it like this. Let's rehire Gwenneth here. Very sad. And then let's hire another hero up here. Very sad. And they're going to start bringing these forces to the front. So at this point, it's going to be 10 mummies. It's going to be 26 of the skeletons. It's a pretty big force. Like, all things considered, it's not nothing. Like, there's some power here. And then Gwenneth is going to make their way back to Pinehurst. I believe that Rialdo can actually catch us as we travel along this road. We can get up to right about, oh, not that far actually. Right there, that's it. Okay, so we're going to purchase these troops, leave the peasants, goblins, wolves, archers we're going to take, but we're only going to go to right about here is what we said. How far can Rialdo get? Oh, he can get up to there. Perfect. Perfect. We're going to go to right there then. All right. So what did we learn? Guess where I'm going, by the way. You magi left. How dare you embarrass me in front of my friends? You know what though? The error was mine, and the error was always mine, because in my mind, I was thinking several. I was thinking up to 9. I was thinking 5 to 9, because that's several. And really it was a pack, which is 10 to 19. And so that was just a miscalculation in my mind. I just mixed it up. I got it confused. And so then I felt like I was wronged. I was wronged when I made my error. But now that I've realized that it was my fault the entire time, I'm humbly ready to admit to you that I've made a mistake. And I will do better in the future. Thank you kindly. Okay. Falagar is going to actually go off-roading this way. The observation tower laid this path bare for me and let me know what was really there. I should have headed in that direction originally. We'll come back around. We'll make it. There is enough goblin huts here. It's going to be worth Troyan's time, I think, to help collect some goblins. That might be the difference between a win and a loss later. I'm still looking for that sawmill, but here's another ore mine. Maybe there's another stack of wood over here. Why is wood so hard to find? Why is wood so hard to find? I cannot say, but we have 4 wood. You can't do anything with 4 wood. We are on to a new day. And we see for the first time, Purple Player. Purple Player has cut a path through the very center of the map. It's going to be Zam with skeletons, zombies, and a pack of nomads. So he's picked up some forces there. We're going to be looking to kind of build in a good way towards him. Maybe we meet him. Maybe we just continue to explore and find wherever we can. Vandelf, by the way, says, what, 5 cities nearby each other? This is new. Yes, this is the full house scenario. Defeat all enemies, capture all towns, but really start with 5 castles. How could you lose? Oh yeah, everyone else starts with 5 too. So we have 5, everyone else has 5. That changes things an awful lot. Steeson does say, bring forth the phoenixes. If I can, I will bring them forth, especially because your son says so. I do believe after your son created that map, I think that tells me an awful lot about how much I should trust his opinion, especially after I just lost that previous fight. We are still last in army strength. This is not looking good. The enemy does start off with some advantages, but they're looking to be better and better all the time. I'm just going to path through the Oracle so that way I can get through here just a little bit quicker. And nothing doing there, nothing doing there. Let's head south now as Falagar heads back in this direction. There's no way through these griffins. Goblins, we might be picking those up to send those back to our primary hero in just a moment or two. Treasure chest, I don't need the gold. We're going to save that for experience. Wood. Mercury. Wood, mercury, crystal. If there's a sawmill right here, I'm going to be jumping for joy, leaping for joy. But we will see if we are lucky or not. Okay, and we have a hero chain set up here. It's not much, but it'll work. So skeletons and mummies are going to join the army, and we are going to stop off for these archers here in Pinehurst. That's going to be 18, 22 total. Yeah, 22 archers total. This should be enough to defeat the few magi, but it's still going to be heavier losses than I would like. The positioning of these wolves is going to be pretty important, I think, unfortunately. You know things are going bad when you have to rely on your wolves to really carry the day for you. But where, oh, where is my wood? Another purple hero. Purple is just really staying true to the center of the map, doing an awful lot there. I don't think that they're going to come through these iron golems to defeat me, so Tyro is going to feel fairly safe at the moment. Looks like we have gems, another gem mine. Remember, mercury and wood, that's what we're looking for at the moment. And Troyan's going to start picking up some additional forces. Let's have her go this way. 6 sulfur from the campfire there. And should we risk it? If we have another hero die to rogues, I'm going to be a little bit sad. This is not as bad. Tell you what though, this Medal of Courage is really good. If we're going to be mixing forces this much, that's actually a really nice pickup. So I'm very happy to pay the 3 sulfur there. You would like to have it for free, but you can't always get what you want, but sometimes you can get what you need. Might as well have Zom pick up this gazebo since he's right there, and then let's carry on and head off in this direction. Okay. And then let's see, Bearded Man says goblins are faster than halflings. That's true. And so we still are going to have the 2-speed archers that are very slow. That kind of feels bad, but we're going to be faster in general, especially once I can get them up to rangers. If I can get them up to rangers, I don't really know, Bearded Man, if that's going to be likely or not. Steeson does say, get the Hero S medal close to your eastern border. Oh yes, we were just discussing that medal right there. Very good choice. Exquisite, sire. Yes, quite. I'm with you on that. Let's send Rialdo not to go support the primary hero. Let's send him in this other direction. And again, we're short on wood. Until we can get wood, we can't do anything. What hero is that? We've just seen purple come to the center twice. I would have loved to have picked up that wood. I don't think Tyro's tough enough. 58 goblins? Is 58 goblins enough to take on a pack? You know, like 10 to 19 nomads? Especially if he's got spells, the answer is surely not. We do have the 11 orcs, so we're going to have ranged damage. The zombies are not much. The pack of skeletons is not much. Tell you what, I think we can actually beat Zam. If I lose, that sucks, but if I'm able to go pick up this wood, I mean, I need the wood that bad. I think it's worth the risk. I think it's worth the risk. So we're actually going to make this fight happen. Vandelf, when you play as Warlock, you need sulfur for painting tower, and you get the camp only for mercury and oil. Wait, what? when you play as Warlock, you need Sulfur for the Dragon Tower, I assume, and you get the camp only for Mercury and Oil. Oh yeah, I need the Sulfur, but my campfires keep giving me the stuff I don't need. I've got plenty of the other resources, crystal and such. Yeah, I need my campfires to do a little bit better for me. I really do. And then odds kick off. Would it make sense to buy a bunch of heroes and start chaining east? I guess rushing would be an option, given that he's highly unlikely to have a chain going. I think that that's a good strategy. I think that that's a good idea. And I think that it's actually more of a available strategy because we have that metal. If I can get Tyro, if I can pivot him into a primary hero and he's maybe at the head of that chain and we're able to take those castles to our east, because there has to be enemies to the east, then I think that that's a really good strategy. I really think that's a good strategy. And so that's really something worth planning on. You know what else is really nice, by the way? This terrain. This is wonderful. The only issue I have here is this. These nomads are going to come down the center here. And when they do, they have to go this direction or this direction because they can't get through this little section here. This terrain is wonderful for me. So I need to think about how I can use this to my best advantage. Maybe I just need the goblins to fight these nomads when they get into range, pour damage here, and then figure out what to do in a moment. I think that we just skip. Oh no. That's bad. Wait, but you did how much damage? Nomads only did 47 damage. 1 attack, 0 defense, 2 attack, 3 defense. All right. 8 attack versus my 4 defense. I've never really seen that before, but okay. I'm going to skip on these boars. The damage isn't going to be enough. It's really going to come down to goblins and orcs doing some damage. I need to keep these troops alive. I really need to keep these orcs alive. And so right now I could kill skeletons. I got another turn before they're going to be into my face. Let's do it like this. And actually, I think I want these archers to pick off single stacks, maybe? No, because the goblins can maybe kill... Oh, great. The goblins can maybe kill one more nomad in just a second. I think I'm going to sacrifice these 2 boars. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I'm just going to have them sit right here. We're going to die, but that's going to give the orcs another good shot. Let's see, boars out, 1, 2. So we're going to be fine here. Let's kill there. I'm going to anticipate that the goblins are going to do just fine. And then we can pour damage onto these fast skelly boys here. And let's kill this one here just in case. I don't think it's really going to matter, but maybe we kill on this retaliation. We don't. Goblins will clean that up. And ultimately, the AI is doing a pretty good job with the inherent haste ability that all necromancers start off with. We just have a little bit too much going on here. And I think that, let's see, 4-speed creatures. I don't think that the boars can kill these guys, but I don't know if he's going to want to run or not. Looks like the answer is no. Okay, glorious victory. 1 orc, 2 boars, 29 of the goblins. That goblin hut actually was kind of big for us, and this leadership is really big for us. And most importantly, this wood is exceedingly important for us. Darlena's behind with goblins, skeletons, zombies. We're going to have to take a look and see how that goes. We'll have to wait and see how tough she is. Another ore mine. Can I please get some wood? Okay. But yeah, odds kick off. Really, that strategy you're talking about there, I think that that's a really good opportunity. Let's see what happens here with Gwenneth when she's fighting in the bottom left corner. Let's try and get Myra where she ought to be sooner rather than later. Might as well pick up gold here. Not once, but twice. And then, yeah, let's actually get the wood for Tyro here and then head down this road to the east. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I like that. We are going to have, by the way, these 12 Medusa. That's going to be pretty useful as well. That's going to help kind of fill out our forces a little bit. I wish I'd picked up these standing stones at one point in Tyro. I just didn't anticipate that he would be that big of a deal, but it looks like he's going to be a little bit more important than I otherwise would have thought. The Magi, awed by the power of our forces. They want to scatter. They want to run. If you've played Warcraft 3, you know that at one point, Chandra's Feathermoon, she causes Arthas, the undead Arthas, a whole ton of grief. And when he finally has her in his grasp, she says, "Kill me. At least I deserve a clean death." And he says something to the effect of, "After all the hell you've given me, woman, I think not." So, glorious victory. You do not get to run. I will lose the wolf, but you will lose your lives. And that is Phixfox being just a little bit, what do you call it? What's the phrase? What's the term? Spiteful? Yeah, that's definitely the word. I'm being just a little bit spiteful. That's okay. Every now and then, we have to admit that we're human, and I sure am. You find a small tree that closely resembles the great warlock Carnoth with a ring around one of its twigs. Scraps of clothing and rotting leather lead you to suspect that it is Carnoth transformed. Since you can't help it, you take the magic ring. That's going to be +2 spell points per day. Not really good for our hero here, but this is all for the sign. I thought that there'd be something down here. There's nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing. I'm so sad. Okay. This sign better be worth it. That's all I can say. Steeson does say, how can you even get sulfur from a burning campfire? Wait, hold on. I never really thought to myself that like the gems were in the fire. Wait, is that what we're thinking? Like the gems are in the fire, so we pick up the camp. I thought that it was like around the campfire, although that is a little bit of an explosive sort of proposition, right? Explosive. Kaboom. Yes, Rico, kaboom. By the way, folks, it's a new week. Month of the dog, week of the dog. And it's going to be one more day before I can get this wood, but we're going to get it and we're going to start this big transfer out here. I have to know what this sign is before I do anything else. Steeson, did your kids design this map? Steeson, did your kids design this map? You can tell them I said that. There's got to be something buried here, right? Anything? Nothing? Nothing? Hurt and shocked. I'm hurt and shocked. I'm so sad. All those forces lost, and for what? Now I feel really bad about being spiteful for those 2 mages. That was just unnecessary. Somebody just opened my door. I'm going to need to close that real quick. Give me just half a second. Of course, I am at the library, and of course, these walls aren't really soundproof, but if the door is open, that definitely is a little bit more annoying for the nice people trying to enjoy the local library, which, by the way, I'm a big fan of. Go support your local library. I sure like it myself. We come upon an obelisk made from a type of stone we have never seen before. Staring at it intensely, the smooth surface suddenly changes to an inscription. The inscription is a piece of the lost and ancient map. Quickly, we copy down the piece, and the inscription vanishes as abruptly as it appeared. So, it looks like there's not going to be that many obelisks on the map. This is probably desert or snow. This is like maybe volcanic terrain. If we could find the ultimate artifact, if it spawned in a very favorable location, I would not be against that. So after we find that this no trespassing sign really just means no trespassing, yeah, I'm really not loving that. Anyway, okay. Chris can go take a shower. Rice says, would have been funny if you raised them as Skelly boys, true to what Arthas did to Feathermoon. Ha, yeah, if I had a necromancer, I would have absolutely raised those mages, and I would have turned them into the most foul creatures I could have imagined. Although, are skeletons really that foul? Really? Really? I don't think that they're that foul. So, Odzkakov says east it is. And Christina Diamonds, look in the corner, maybe something hidden there. Yeah, and so let's see, we went here, we went all through here, we just went there. I don't think I can get any further. Yeah, we went there. We even went right there. Maybe right there. At this point, it's worth doing our very best. Maybe I'm even going to go up to here. I'm going to go up to there, and then I'm going to circle back around, and then I'm going to go out. I doubt that we're going to find something nifty, but I'm going to do my due diligence. Please believe me. Trust me very much, Christina. We're going to make it happen. And then Vandelf89 says, it's just a campfire with some chests in which there are gems and other things like in Skyrim. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. And Bearded Man did say maybe the sulfur is placed near the fire, not in it. Yep, absolutely. And also, the sign could be useful for a sphinx or lore. Okay, it was absolutely useless. Odzkakov says, OMG, getting flashbacks? Yes, getting flashbacks. But let's be real, like, Steeson's kids are fun individuals. I enjoyed my time with them. yeah, yeah. So is it really a bad memory that I'm flashing back to? Not really. So it's fine. It'll be fine. But folks, what's not fine is that it's month 1, week 3, day 1. That feels really bad. That feels really bad. And 10 wood helps, but I don't know if that's going to save me at this point. I think that we really wanted to hero chain our forces a while ago and really get some push out on the enemies just with level 1 and level 2 creatures. I do believe I've really missed a lot of my opportunity here. And maybe there's some bad, I don't know, maybe there was bad RNG. Maybe there's all of these resources that have been placed around and maybe they were supposed to give you some amount of wood. I don't know. I cannot say. But whatever the case is, my hope is that we end up doing better and maybe get a little bit lucky as we head east and find something. The nice thing is that we haven't really had a lot of pressure from anybody just yet. And so there's some value there. We'll take what we can get anyway. Okay, that was a complete and utter dud, but that's okay. I'm glad that we checked. This is why we check. Because if it works out every time, if 100% of the time there's something buried there, that's not good. But if there's something buried there occasionally, then it's worth going to. And so that's where we're at. We finally have a decision before us. It's been a while since we had a decision in front of us. Oh man, we should have gotten the statues forever ago. Yeah, we're gonna wait on that for now. Okay, I could get 1 marketplace. And then that way I can actually trade resources. I think I'm obligated to get at least 1 marketplace. If I get 1 marketplace though, I can get 2 because I can get 1 marketplace and then trade for the other stuff. We got plenty of crystal, plenty of sulfur. I think that we have to, rather than just use 14 wood now, I think we need to get ourselves the opportunity to pick up lots of resources later. It sounds weird. It sounds crazy. But I think I need to give myself the opportunity to trade. And so I shall. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go here, here, and here because I don't think it really matters where I put the marketplaces. But we're going to go for 1. We're going to go for 2. We're going to trade for 1 wood with all this crystal we have. And then, oh yeah, let's make it be right here. And now we're going to be trading as if we have a trading post nearby. That feels bad to spend 15 wood like that, but now we can actually trade for some other niftier things. And so I don't think it's really going to go in this direction, although bone dragons look even more enticing than they ever have. Bone dragons look even more enticing than they ever have. If we're going to be trading for low amounts of resources, I don't know. Tough to say. The other alternative is that we've got plenty of gems and we've got 2 gem mines, and so going into titans and giants might be worthwhile. You would be trading nominal amounts of wood and ore. You would have to get a mage guild, more wood and ore for the ivory tower, plus the cliff nest. Oh, well, plus the foundry anyway. Do we put all of our eggs into one basket and go for titans, or do we go for the mid-game threat option for the laboratory? Tough to say. Cannot say. Vandal says, in my humble opinion, giants win with the dragons. That's true, because the giants eventually, so the giants are going to do better against green dragons than bone dragons. Let me think. Bone dragons have some of the highest base level attack damage in the game. They do fly, so there's also that other option there. But I think that we're going to have enough gems by the time we get there. I think that we're going to have enough gems that if we want to go to Titans, that we'll be able to. And then if we invest in Bone Dragons now, I know for sure that we're not going to be able to invest in Titans in just a little bit. You see kind of what the issue is with that? Will the Bone Dragons be enough of an opportunity to get you out onto the adventure map, maybe take some other castles, maybe make some noise right now? Or would it be better to try and build up to Titans so that way you have the long-term success? Vandalf does say the Titans require 1 upgrade. Wood for Bone Dragons. And Rice Ruin also says, I think Giants would be cheaper as well because of all the resources you'd have to trade for all the wood. Yeah, that's actually very true because you got, let's see, 5, 15, 25 wood. That's 25 wood right here just to get up to the Mausoleum, the Mage Guild, and then the Laboratory. 25 wood is a lot to trade for versus, let's see over here what it is, 5, 10, 15, 20. But wood is the limiting factor. And so if you need to spend just a little bit more wood, you might as well get the Cloud Castle. Tough to say. Tough to say. H. Mbrock says, by the way, nice timing on the stream today. I'm lacquering floors and I'm waiting on the first round to dry enough to do round 2. By the way, sanding floors is the absolute worst. Are you doing it by hand? Do you have like a belt sander? If you're doing it by hand, then it's the worst thing in the world. Even with a belt sander, you're on your hands and knees. Like your knees are probably hurting right now. You're feeling that kind of pinching motion. Even if you got the knee pads, yeah, you're bent over it. You're really having to put some muscle and some weight into the sander. Yeah, sanding floors is pretty bad. Pretty bad. Is it for your residence or somebody else's? That's always an interesting question. If you're doing your own home renovations, maybe you feel happier about it just because you know you're going to get to enjoy it. If it's for work, sometimes you feel less enthused about the work. And Mex does say Titans are the way because for Black Dragons, you should paint twice tower. That's true. True. Steeson says no towers, just rush, search and destroy. I tell you what, Steeson, I feel bad. Whenever I end up disagreeing with you, I always feel bad because you're always spitting wisdom. Here, I know what my preference always is. My preference is always to go for Titans if I can. And I think on this XL map, until I feel exceeding amounts of pressure from the enemies, I think I ought to do that. This could be useful. Magic Garden, that could actually be really useful, by the way. For 5 additional gems a day, we might need to have Tyro go out of his way for that. Anyway, okay. These are all the things I think about, folks. But we can't make any purchases today because we have already done that for our wizards. So let's consider real quick. 10, 29, 2, and 4. Is that enough to beat gargoyles? No. Is that enough to beat dwarves? No. I want it so bad. Gwenneth is going to start heading back home. And let's start making some purchases here. We're going to need this rock. We're going to start to go for the rocks right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 15 crystal. Feels pretty bad, man. But you know what feels really good? Having some high quality flyers. 7 attack, 7 defense, 400 gold. It's a really good pickup. I really enjoy the Rocs. So I wish I had them like 3 or 4 weeks ago. We're going to have a little bit of an explosion here with our forces as we're exploring here to the east. I don't know when we're going to run into somebody, but I'm sure we're going to run into somebody sooner rather than later. This desert is going to be fairly impassable. That's going to be pretty difficult to deal with. Let's just go straight along the main road. See what we can find. Ghosts? Oh, geez. No, thank you. Not interested. I think that means that Myra is going to go into the desert or maybe just up and around. But this South Mill is probably like Algery, and it's nothing I want to deal with. Yeah, that town may never be captured by anybody. Who knows? Likewise, this gold mine might never be captured. Are we going to be able to get enough gold, actually? I just realized. Are we going to be able to get enough gold? To start trading gold for resources? That's possible. It's maybe one of the worst ideas in the world, but it's possible. And then we are still looking to kind of get this hero chain up and going. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. So we could purchase one more hero right now. We've got these heroes coming in this direction. Tyro needs to be at the front. No other purchases at the moment. But we do have like 80 ore. Let's get these statues. A little bit of gold, a little bit of ore. It's going to go a long way. I remember when we had about 50 ore, I indicated that I wish I'd purchased these statues then. That's cost us some amount. I just had other things to think about, and I said to myself, I don't have the wood. And so I thought to myself, oh, that means I don't have any purchases I can make. That was not correct, but that's where we're at this current moment. Gazebos visited, obelisks on down. Let's go, go, go. And then Falagar is rushing home. No goblins there. I don't think we've been here to this goblin hut though. I'm going to grab that in just a moment. But we have enemies are going to have to defeat neutral forces if they're going to come to the north. And then really, if I can just fight a war on one front instead of 2, I'm going to be way better off than I ever otherwise would have been. Is it going to be worth it to rush to get... No. No, at this point, knights just don't make any sense. Not the knight forces anyway. I'm going to stop in just so that way I can drop off some forces. Like who? We're not going to leave here until day 1 of this upcoming week. So for now, let's actually have Gwenneth drop everything except for the wolves. And then she's going to go up to this top castle. And she's going to be there by day 7. Maybe some other forces are going to be able to support her as she moves forward. 25 dwarves is actually kind of a nice deal. It's not enough to defeat ghosts, but it's actually pretty okay. This road is probably going to be very heavily traveled. I hope that an enemy doesn't just pop out and attack us, but the more things go, the more I think that might be happening. Because there's so many heroes out on the map. But where are they? We're just not facing anybody like I expected that we would. I'm going to keep Zom out here because he can actually do something, but we're going to need some heroes to come back for this hero chain that we're talking about doing. But Zom is going to go in. Rialdo is going to go up this road. And through the desert. And Tyro's about where he needs to be. I can actually get a little bit of a resupply. Maybe I can go north, clear this out, and I can make my way back down. We'll see about that in just a moment. Okay, so we've already traded for a little bit of wood. Hey, I got a great idea. Let's trade for more. By the way, as a reminder, we want to keep the gems. We're getting 6 ore a day. We can maybe trade a little bit of ore, but for the most part, I think we're trying to trade sulfur and crystal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still have 23. That's going to be enough to help us make some other purchases later. Because, hey, libraries aren't cheap, you know? Ivory Tower, here. Yeah, okay, we just need 5 and 5 of each. In fact, it's day 5. We might get up to giants. And maybe we even take those giants up north. Oh, no. Gwenneth needs some resources from the windmill. Okay, and we're just putting all of our eggs into one basket. Feels bad. You would always prefer to diversify your forces. You know, diversify your stock portfolio. Come on, I know that you really like the tech stocks, but you might as well also add a little bit, like buy some Coca-Cola. Why not? I don't know. Do I know anything about the stock market? The answer is no. Do I know that the stock market is pretty volatile right now and not doing tremendous? I do know that. And more than that, I can't really say. I just know that there's some weird things going on in the stock market right now. Wagon camp. Distant sounds of music and laughter draw you to a colorful wagon housing rogues. Do you want to have any rogues join your army? I just have so much gold that any forces I can get are worthwhile. 2 sulfur. That'll be worth it. And then Rialdo. But yeah, lots of weird stuff going on in the stock market. Of course, lots of things going on weird in the world in general. And yeah. I'll invite, this might be me inviting disaster, but I'll invite anybody that has any thoughts about the way of the world at this current juncture. I don't get my news in very reliable ways. It's kind of hard for me to find reliable news in the year 2025. Like, who do you trust, right? Who do you trust for news? If you've got a good, trustworthy, balanced sort of objective type of people, let me know what you like to listen to for news, because I always worry that I'm going to get hoodwinked, swindled as it were, and that I'm going to suffer because I think I know what's going on when really I don't. And the older I get, the more I realize that that's more likely than not. More likely than not. Okay. Hero chain's coming on up, but by the way, genie lamp. We've stumbled upon a dented and tarnished lamp lodged deep in the earth. Do we want to rub the lamp? We do. 2 genies it is. I think I'm going to spend the time. Hold on, is that a pyramid? That's a pyramid. Jeez. That's a pyramid. We're going to want to come back for that. If we have a hero with 5 wisdom, with expert wisdom, Falagar is close. Yeah, Falagar and Zom are my 2 closest. I might try and get Falagar a level or 2. Maybe he's going to send some giants up here. We'll have to wait and find out. But by the way, it's day 7. I was really hoping I could get the mages and then the cloud castle. It looks like that's just not going to happen. So let's trade a little bit more for wood here. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to help us get the ivory tower. And you see that putting all of our wood into those marketplaces is actually doing much more for us than it otherwise would have. I wish that we were one day faster here. I lament that we were not. In fact, if I had not spent the time on that statue, we would have made it, I think. What an error. That's going to be 3 additional titans that we're going to lose later, and a couple of giants that we're going to lose right now. Okay, I just thought about it because Tyro is so close. I don't know who's better, Gwenneth the Knight level 3 or Tyro level 4. He's got the pathfinding, the ballistics, and the expert leadership. She's got advanced leadership and the logistics. Logistics is good. I think that we're going to take the ballistics with the expert leadership. I think that the morale is going to matter more. Gold and lighthouse and more soon to follow, I'm sure. We can purchase one more hero. We're going to figure out who that is in just a day. But for now, soldiering on. Okay. Let's see. It's decent for president. Oh, H. Barak, it's for my new house. Congratulations. That's got to be an exciting thing for you. New house, wonderful. I rented big power tool Sanders, but it's awful, loud, dirty, boring, and finicky. As in, if you lose focus, you damage your floor. Also, the dust that gets everywhere is probably a carcinogenic, which is fun. I appreciate that in our modern era, our parents and our grandparents, they might have been like, oh, it's carcinogenic, be careful. We're just like, dude, everything is going to kill me. Cancer from the ocean, cancer from the sun, cancer from the asbestos in the ceilings that people never took out. Like, and no offense to people that get cancer, like it's a horrible thing, but like in the state of California, everything causes cancer. I don't know how everybody else feels about it in the world, but man, there's a lot of things that can hurt you these days. It's kind of amazing if you stop and think about it, how resilient we as humans are. Like you can get heavily damaged, like really hurt, and people find a way to, I don't want to say shrug it off, but they find a way to keep on going despite that. Despite some very heavy damage, we can heal in a very, very remarkable way. I'm always very impressed with the power of people and their ability to do that. Okay, I think we're going to do it like this. Falagar's going to go here to here. We're going to send everybody over. Whoops. Plus this. Come on. And for now, yeah, that's going to be fine. The one halfling is just kind of a nobody. We're going to go to here. Probably going to hire a hero from Lakeside. Let's make it not Charity. Let's make it Maximus. Maximus is going to bring some forces to the front. We could make the purchase for the Cloud Castle right now. Is it worth it? I don't see how it could hurt me. Let's do it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and we have picked up the Cloud Castle. So it's only going to be the one giant for now. It would have been 4, but at least we've gotten this base level completed. And we're going to be able to trade for the wood and the gems necessary in a little while. So let's just take everybody else here. Rocs, mages, boars even. Halflings are a no. The rest of these are a no. But let's just kind of let Troyan meet up with us. And let's figure out which forces are the best. Let's keep the undead behind for now. Peasants are definitely gone. Goblins, I think, are better than the boars at the moment. And then this artifact is up. And so then our dear friend Maximus is going to help Gwenneth figure out what she ought to do. I got so much gold for now, I'm just going to purchase these forces so I can make the trade as necessary. And so if we send everybody over, I think that the 162 goblins is way better than the sprites. I think that the 6 magi are better than the 11 wolves. Are the 8 Rocs better? Right now we've got 12 elves, 45 archers. I think that 6 magi are better than the 12 elves. 5 speed, 4 speed, yeah, I think so. And I do think that the Rocs are better than the elves. So I think that right now this is my primary fighting force on Gwenneth. And then does Gwenneth decide that she wants to be the main hero? I don't think so. I really think that we're going to make it be Tyro. And this hero chain didn't work out as well as I would have liked, but it's still going to be a pretty good at getting forces and troops to the front here. A couple of switches here and there. And so this is going to be the army that Tyro takes east to do battle with. 49 archers, 8 of these Rocs, 191 goblins, 14 of the pikemen, 6 of the magi. Do remember that we have genies and Medusa out there to the east as well. Tyro's going to have excellent morale despite having mixed forces. And let's just have him soldier on as quickly as he can through these ghosts. Do you think that the ghosts will leave my goblins alone? I think not. I don't think that that's likely at all. So we're just going to do it like that. Gwenneth is going to want to start to head back. It's going to be Maximus who continues on up. Somebody's going to go grab that windmill in just 1 second. And Myra will grab whoever else she can. 4 more Medusa here, a couple more there, and so on and so forth. Okay. Overall, that went pretty well. You know, I don't think that hero chaining is a particularly difficult skill, but when it comes together really nicely, I think that it makes a big difference. I think that you just feel how big of a difference that is. So that worked out pretty well. And so we got all these forces combined, and they're all the way up here. That was pretty okay. Pretty okay for now. And actually, I'm to the point where, let's see, we're for sure going to want to upgrade to Titans as soon as possible. I don't know how much more I want to trade at the moment. 2 gems per day. I think that we're just going to stay and not try and upgrade one of these other castles. The next castle I'm going to upgrade is probably going to be Fenton, because trading for Mercury is tough, especially because I never have gotten an Alchemist Lab. It's probably going to be Fenton is the next castle we're going to upgrade. It's just going to be so expensive with wood. Is there a sawmill that I just didn't see? Nope. No, there's just no wood. Maybe that is the way that the map designer purposefully tried to make things work out well in this map. Maybe they decided that if there was too much access to wood, that it would be a little too easy for the enemies, or for anyone really, to cause hate and discontent. Makes sense to me anyway. I don't know what the quickest way is. It looks like it's going to be south. I wondered with the basic pathfinding if through the desert would be good, but looks like the answer is no to that. Anyway, okay. Steeson does say, I've just played this map before, won on the 3rd attempt. I simply had to blitzkrieg against the neighbor player, or else you'll be beaten to a pulp. That makes sense to me. Yeah, you got to have that real fast attack and just hit them. And if you can work off of 10 castles, you're going to be much better than anybody else. That's for sure. Vandelf does say, in general, wizard castles are very good and balanced. It's expensive, but good balanced. 3 shooters, 1 high-level flyer, and the speedy boars. I completely agree. And I gotta tell you, I think that the iron golems, especially when they're upgraded to steel golems, they're really good. They're just really good to keep at home. And they're some of the best defenders you could ever hope for. So I'm really happy to have them. It's all around maybe the strongest 6 creatures you can get out of any faction. I want other people's opinions on that. If you're looking at all 6 creatures, knights, barbarians, or all 6 factions, knights, barbarians, sorceresses, necromancers, wizards, and warlocks, who has the 6 toughest creatures? That's interesting to me to know. I think that the wizards have to be up there. Again, they're very expensive though. And then Odds Kakov, sanded my floor as well, rented a huge machine, was an old 60s floor, not sure what they used to treat it, but it was insane. Never doing that again, sure paying someone else to do it next time. Tell you what, all of the jobs I've ever had in my life have indicated to me that having the right tools is one of the most important things. So I really love that. I really appreciate that. Bearded Man says, people say that investing in stocks is like gambling, when in reality, my stocks are guaranteed to grant you lots of profit. Hey, somebody is making a ton of money off of somebody. That was the whole deal with GameStop. Did you hear about GameStop? This would have been a couple years ago. Yeah, a couple years ago. And lots of people recognized that tons of people were shorting stocks on GameStop, and they decided to buy to pump up the stocks to make hedge funds lose tons of money. And the whole goal was to hold fast and to have diamond hands. Don't sell. Even when people are trying to buy your stocks back at a ridiculous price, don't sell. This is not about the money. This is about sending a message. So somebody is losing money on the stock market and somebody's making tons of money. But the weird thing that happened is that people were forced to sell their stocks through things like Robinhood and other trading apps and things like that. It was totally criminal here in the United States. It was a big deal. But it really highlighted the fact that no. Rich people can make money off the stock market. You peasants are not allowed to make money off the stock market. That's for us. You're just going to have to enjoy eking out a victory, scratching a living off of rocks. And it really kind of highlighted the striations between classes within the United States. A couple of years ago, there was the Occupy Wall Street movement. And I think that at some point, somebody realized that, okay, right now it's class warfare, poor against rich. And I think that that they've realized that the best way to prevent that kind of unrest from happening that might affect rich people's bottom dollar, their bottom line, I think that they realized that, tell you what, we can have class warfare, but let's just have it be racial. And around that time, that's when race tensions in the United States really turned up, like in a big, big way. So that's my philosophy and take on kind of what happened with all that. But tell you what, there's people out there that are very, I don't want to say good with money, but people that are very, they know how to make money. And I do not. I inherently, I don't really have a head for business. There's people out there that's what they do. And people can be ruthless and vicious when it comes down to you keeping them away from their money, even if that just means that you're trying to make it for yourself. I don't hate people that have money, by the way. It may sound like I have an axe to grind. I really don't. The United States in general, like the whole thing is, capitalism is so great, and everybody has to have fair and equal markets, and so on and so forth. And I don't really feel like I'm against that in any way, shape, or form. But I do recognize that sometimes I end up voting against my own best interests just because I think that it's possible that someday the capitalistic principles could serve me. And maybe I ought not to. I don't know. Not getting into politics. All of this is probably way too politically charged for what I like to do, but hey, I've already mentioned, I'm kind of having a weird day anyway. Let's just make it weirder. Let's just go weird. Go big or go weird. Right now, we're just weird. Okay. We have 18 gems. We could trade for the Titans. I don't even know if I want to. We can hero chain from here to there with the one Titan, and then Gwenneth can go north and get more stuff. Maybe she should. We're going to do that first thing tomorrow. How about that? And then we're going to head on from there. Okay. Let me get back to the game, folks. My apologies. Steeson's essay. Fun fact, the FHeroes2 open source code says that ghosts cannot surrender and join your forces, sadly. Yes, it's very true. And so there's no sense in trying to hope that they're going to diplomacy their way into your forces. It's a real shame. For example, Ghost Planet, you would really hope that the ghosts would join you. And sometimes, while it would be nice, we have to admit that that's just never going to happen. So, very sad. Steeson does say, yellow starts with wood and ore. No. Hurt and shocked. I am hurt and shocked that yellow starts with wood and ore. How dare they? They better not have, wizards or warlocks amongst their 5 castles. Otherwise, I'm just going to be distraught. You can't have a good fast start and have power and strength in the late game. That's just not fair. That's not how it works. Okay, let's trade wood for ore here. It's going to be 5. That's going to get us up to the Cloud Castle. We are going to need to trade for an additional 2 gems. We're going to do just like this, 1 and 2. And we're going to hope that we can purchase some Titans later. We are getting 2 gems per day, so it shouldn't be a problem in the future, but I just really want to be impetuous. I really want to get these forces out right now. I don't think it hurts my feelings to bring all of these forces for now. Troyan's going to stay back, and Falagar is going to head up, where Maximus is going to take these forces from here to there. Boars. Are boars better than anything here? Definitely better than the skeletons. Okay. And yet again, we're using a pretty okay hero chain. This works for me. I'm going to combine. I'm just going to make sure my morale is okay. If I keep the wolves in, that's bad. Let's have the ranged creatures. Let's have the Titan. The Titan is the fixture of this force here. The fix force, as it were. Which is totally a thing, right? Fix force? Yeah. Oh, and apparently Gwenneth thinks it's going to be much quicker to go up the road in this direction. I guess that's going to give us the opportunity to go pick up Archery. She's going to go pick up this +1. I thought I'd have to go that longer way, but that works just fine for me. And then do we go this direction towards the Tree City? I think that I'm fine to purchase sprites if possible. Several red dragons guard this pass. Interesting. 25 dwarves though with some sprites. We might have some opportunities with Rialdo. That could feel pretty good. Okay. And then Bearded Man, I think that Steeson responded that no, you cannot have the ghosts be awed by the forces. They will not run. They will always fight to the death. Maybe? I don't know. Mex says, I will take the wizard hero as main because pyramid and advanced wisdom. That's actually I mean, like, yeah, I'm just putting a really high value. Let me think about that. I'm putting a really high value on the leadership as a mixing forces. That might be more of an early game strategy, huh? Yeah, that might be more of an early game strategy. Am I shooting myself in the foot? I don't know the answer to that. I really, truly do not. You're giving me a lot to think about, and that's why I have you around, Mex. So thank you. Real Phixfox, it's awful, especially for so positive and empathetic person as you. I know what you feel because I have the same when I see even a crying kid in a shop when his or his mom do not buy him some sweets. So yeah, I appreciate the kind words, and I haven't caught up with chat, but I in advance I appreciate all the kind words. We all got stuff to go through. This is just my thing I'm going through right now. So thank you. I appreciate you all. Thank you very much. Oh, I asked about news sources. Oh, that's right, Boreas, sir. I do not trust anybody, especially myself. Gotcha. My bad. Yeah, the news sources. That's fair. Tell you what, the less I trust people, the closer I might get to the truth, question mark. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, who do you trust? And you say nobody. I'm with you 100% on that. And then H. Umbarak, mine were 70s, but yeah. Same, not again. This is the one time you're ever going to do this and never, ever again. It was weird that we had so many losses. I think I'm just going to kind of kill as many of these sprites as I can. The elves are going to get to go pretty soon. But it's only going to be 3 elves that goes down. Their 18 sprites are going to do tons of damage. Let's see about that. Oh, and they actually didn't go in the direction I thought that they would. Very interesting. And so now, at this point, the battle's over. I don't think I can fight this fight any better. You're just going to fight here. You're going to fight here. Let's just clean it up like this. 25-3, so be it. And so we did pick up the town of Archery. This could be a really unique opportunity. This might change my opinion on whether or not you go for necromancers or whether you go into the sprites or the sorceresses. 2 sorceress castles. The only problem is I don't have any mercury, so it's not really relevant. But I'm very sad to say that I wish that things were a little bit different. And then let's see, Chris is back from the shower. Welcome back. Season says, sorry to bring your bad morning up by simply saying that you look sleepy. I feel bad. I only intended to mess with you there. I feel sleepy all the time whenever I get to play. I am pretty sure that us as parents, we are sleepy all the time. Steason, please do not feel bad. No, don't feel bad at all. Don't feel bad at all. Because right now I'm avoiding stuff, and is avoiding stuff really going to help me? It's not. So even talking about it in small little amounts, that's probably actually the best thing to do. So please don't feel bad. Please don't feel bad. And then Chris says, sorry to hear about your work situation. As bad as it is, I felt some relief. I thought it was something to do with your new baby. Oh, and I'm so thank God that there's nothing wrong with my family. My kids are fine. My wife is fine. We're fine. I just feel bad when it's, I think I'm thinking about that kid's family as well, because my family is fine, their family is not. I'm glad it's not, Chris continues to say, but sad for the family of the individual. Yes, could not say it any better. That was, yeah, absolutely. We're on the exact same page there. Steeson does say, anyways, you didn't have to share your story or private life with us, except if it brings you catharsis. And I think that when I was deciding, do I show up today or not for streaming, I decided I needed to, for me, yeah, I do these streams for you guys, but I get an awful lot out of these as well. It's good for me. And so maybe it's me being a little bit selfish and asking you all for help and support right now. Because I don't want to burden my family. I don't want to burden my wife, and maybe this is me being selfish and asking for support in that way, but here we are. So anyway, please forgive me if this puts you in an awkward spot or if you don't feel comfortable talking about these kinds of things, folks. My goal and intent is never to make anybody feel awkward, although I'm very good at it. I'm very good at making people feel awkward. Just because I put on a cool, calm, collected face in Heroes of Might and Magic doesn't mean I don't stick my foot in my mouth constantly. So someday maybe I'll stop, but for now, I think that this is just kind of what I'm working with. Ozkikoff does say, yep, sounds awful. Sending tons of good karma your way. You deserve it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very, very much. Warrior says, but thank you for asking. Life is okay as it is. Wonderful. Good, good, good. 2 weeks ago, I was to the ER. Yesterday, I was to a concert. So it's going good. I live live by that life is a journey, not a destination. Sorry to hear that you were in the ER recently. Hopefully you're doing very, very well. If you're able to go to a concert, you're probably doing much better, and I'm very thrilled for that. So good on you there, and yeah, hope you continue to be well. Hope you continue to feel well and just be okay. Just want everybody to be okay. So good on you, Warrior Sir. Thank you. Vandelf says, in Poland, we have had for many years admiration for the U.S. because long years under Soviet boot. As always, we South in the U.S. only American dream and success of people. Now in the generation of 1989 and younger, we see disadvantage of the U.S. system. No offense, but U.S. can make you bankrupt only when you're broke, your leg, and you don't have insurance. Yeah, totally. When it comes down to, oh, that was kind of nice. Look at that archery for Titans. That's kind of nice. Yeah, the system is in such a way in the United States where, yeah, if you have a major illness, I've seen families that will get divorced. You know, husbands and wives will divorce after 15, 20, 30 years of marriage, not because they don't like each other and they want to get divorced, but because that way they don't want their medical debt to go on to their spouse for this illness that they're having to deal with. Like, that indicates to me that something's wrong, right? And I don't know, there was not too long ago where a healthcare CEO in the United States was basically shot in broad daylight. And when you stopped to hear about the average everyday person's response to that, like, there was a lot of, I don't want to say support online for that individual that took another person's life, but there was like a lot of people that said, I don't condone it, but I get it. Holy cow. Like, what a scary situation. If that's what the system has brought you to, what a scary type of situation. Like, not fun at all. Krista says, agreed, Vandelf. That's why I feel lucky to have the British NHS. I have bipolar disorder, and the meds I take for it would cost up to 300 pounds. Yes, 300 pounds. Due to the NHS, I don't pay a penny for my meds. Yeah. And that is like, I'm 100% with you on that. Everything is so expensive. Medication, it's a hot topic around where I live, where they talk about EpiPens. EpiPens are occasionally through the roof, and there's been legislation to try and bring down the cost of these life-saving medications, which is stupendous. Why do you need a 300% profit on this thing that somebody needs to live? If you're a diabetic and you can't get your insulin, that's a problem. That's a huge problem. 4 attack, 3 defense, 2 spell power, 1 knowledge here for Ambrose the Knight with our 2 attack, 5 defense. Tyro is doing the best he can. So yeah, I'm with you 100% on that when it comes to that. And so I think that we all agree that like there's always going to be like drawbacks to any situation. There's going to be drawbacks. If you have healthcare for everybody, then the way that I've been taught it's the iron triangle. You get to pick 2 out of 3. Do you want access to medical care? Do you want high quality medical care? Or do you want low cost? Access, quality, or cost? Pick 2 out of the 3. You can't have all 3. There's just not enough resources to make all 3 functional is the way I've been expressed to it. So there's going to be drawbacks, whatever the system is, but people got to have what they got to have, you know. You can't let people go without. And I wish that there was a better way to make these things happen. Folks, something nifty has just happened. We have found orange player's domain. Now, we here in the bottom left is green. We had mentioned when we had been to a previous Oracle that orange has at least 1 Warlock primary hero, and they had up to Hydras. There may be dragons. This way may be dragons. Rialdo may be walking into his doom. I'm hoping that this orange player, whoever they are, is somewhere up to the north, maybe northeast. But if we can come back in and steal some of their castles, we're going to be feeling excellent. So let's have Gwenneth just clear out these forces really quickly. A group of followers, sure, why not? Let's have her do that. I don't think I need any of these resources just yet. Magic Garden, that might be 5 gems. That was worthwhile. And then we're going to send her south because that one Titan is going to want to go to the front to help fight dragons very, very quickly. Whew, I feel energized. This is an opportunity. This is a chance. Let's stay here. I'm putting these heroes to sleep here and here and here. Falagar is also asleep. This is just like my ragtag group of people that can get forces to the front. Still, Zom continues on, doing the best he can. If Zom picks up Expert Wisdom, we're going to have him take this pyramid. I just don't want somebody else to have it at this point. And we're going to see if we can hero chain again. Maybe actually I should have Maximus a little bit further out. Let's see. Let's put the fastest troops on these individual creatures here. There. Oh, and there. That's going to help these hero chains go a bit better. Are we going to want archers and pikemen in the upcoming force? I don't think so. Let's actually have Troyan head up. And she's going to continue to be useful in just a moment or two. Okay. On to the next thing. But yeah, I think that orange is my next possible strategy. There is a boat here. And I know that there's some stuff in here. We've seen the lighthouse. I might want to find a hero that can get free from this upcoming hero chain to go into the boat. Yeah, because if I can scout from the ocean side, that could be very useful to see what we're about to walk into. By the way, Alchemist Lab, do you think we could have used that about 5 hours ago? I think so. I think so. Okay. And still we continue on. Zom looking for wood. Gwenneth trying to get the Titan back up to the front. Are you telling me that this is really not the faster way? I'm going to go this way because there is a gazebo over here. It doesn't say it's the faster way, but I think I'm going to do some manual pathing just to make this go a little bit better for me. There's this hero Crag hack. We should be able to defeat him. Glorious victory. 37 sprites. Okay. And 1 skeleton back. Hey, sure. Why not? Sheltenberg is open for business. We're going to grab that. And hopefully orange is not responding to us immediately. Hopefully Rialdo stays alive for at least one more day. We will see. Okay. And then Vandelf does continue on. In Poland, healthcare in theory is free, but in practice, you always go to private doctor because he can never make you wait for a visit like 2 years. Okay, so that iron triangle we were talking about where you have to pick quality, easy access, or cost, you're experiencing that. That's something that you've experienced there as well. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. And then, so yeah, Polish healthcare sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm very sorry to hear that. Steeson says, get the pyramid. Get the pyramid. Yeah, I will as soon as I possibly can, Steeson. You got it, sir. And then, ooh, this guy looks kind of tough. Let's just defeat Sheltenberg and go from there. Advanced wisdom. Sure, why not? And then let's head away from this big evil brute. Anything in here? Nothing. And then Vandelf, Steeson, when I see the pyramid in any Heroes games, I always remember Pyramid in Might and Magic 6. Man, such a good dungeon. I've never played that. Still looking forward to it at some point. I'm a little scared to do so, to be honest though, folks. Here's my worry. The game, it sounds wonderful, but I'm also worried that, like, graphically, I've never been good at kind of like top-down shooters and dungeon crawlers. I've never been good. They've never really been my cup of tea, and I'm really worried because I want to get that information. Like, I want to get the lore, but I'm worried that I'm not going to enjoy the game and it's just going to be a drag. And I feel really, really bad about saying that, but I should play it at some point. I'm planning on playing it at some point. I hope it goes better than I'm thinking, because something about it just doesn't inherently intrigue me, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to enjoy it. I'm just like the kid that refuses to try his applesauce. I'm like, no, not going to do it. And it's like, buddy, just try it. You're going to like it if you try it. Trust me. I guess you can infer from that what parenting has been like for me pretty recently with my 4-year-old. Everything's got to be literally everything has to be trading back and forth with him, being like, okay, if you do this, you'll get this. Yeah, every single time. Zam, we've already defeated Zam once, but he's not a good hero. He didn't run the first time. He's not going to run again. I don't care about him. It'll be fine. And then do I continue on in the desert where I'm probably safer, or do I go into this desert or this dirt area? There are these red dragons here. I'm going to run into purple. And maybe this is purple's town, similar to Sheltenberg, similar to Algery. Maybe this is like the edge of their domain, or maybe I have found purple's 5-castle cluster. If I have found their 5-castle cluster, Zom is about to die a very painful death. And all of his forces are going to say, really? We followed this guy? We will find out. But again, Tyro is here to do some business. It's going to have Myra go back. Pick up that ore. And pretty soon it's going to be some additional help from some additional Titans. Okay, orange doesn't want to fight us. Understandable. In this case, then, I really want to get Rialdo to the south so I can explore down there, but I also want to stay safe. Any scouting is better than a little bit of scouting that then ends in my death. So let's do it like this. Perfect. What a good choice. For a secondary hero like Gwenneth, let's take this logistics. Would have been really nice to have the logistics on Tyro, but this is going to work out just fine. This is going to work out just fine. And I do wonder how far... Where are you? Here? No. I wonder how far Tryo can get from here to here. Let's just see if we can make this work out pretty well. Let's go down, back. Okay, might as well just have Gwenneth go all the way there, and Tryo is going to meet up with her as soon as she can. Meanwhile, Falagar. I think that I want to continue kind of being in a supportive range. Let's send at least one of these heroes back up. So we're going to leave 2 heroes behind in the main castles, Myra and Maximus. And both of them are going to be slept for now. Zom is out here. He survived. So he's going to get the chance to attack Elk's Head. I don't want to get a Thieves Guild. That's going to be too expensive for gold cost. What's the likelihood that we're going to die here? Pretty high, actually. Then again, we do have genies. Yeah, but it's a castle. Let's fight this fight. Glorious victory. It is going to cost us one of the genies, it looks like. Let's see if we can do any better, though. Okay. And Chris says, yes, Vandelf, I used to live in South Africa. Oh, interesting. And I paid for my meds there. I hate it when British people complain about our NHS. They don't know how lucky they are. It's not perfect, but it usually works. Yeah. And let's be clear. Is the trade-off between accessibility and cost, like, which of those 3 do you value the most? And I think that knowing that you have access to life-saving medication and life-improving medication, I think that there's an awful lot to be said about access being to the top of your priority list, right? If, for example, you have a disease that's going to cause you major harm before you can actually get help, okay, yeah, sure, that's a problem. But in general, like, I think that we would all prefer to get seen rather than have no help at all. So just my 2 cents. And it sounds like you definitely agree with getting help is a value to you. That's one of the things that really matters to you. So that makes sense to me. Steeson does say, yeah, the pyramid for Might and Magic 6 was sick. Good, good. Anubis Warriors were so awesome. I have dreamt about them being in the tier 6 units in the Heroes 4 game back when it was still not made. Anubis Warriors, that would be super cool. That would be awesome. Oh my gosh. And it kind of makes me think about the Heroes of Might and oh no. Age of Empires? Age of Empires, Age of Mythology. Some of those creatures and the way that they mixed mythology was kind of cool. Like, in some ways it was kind of weird, but in some ways it was like really cool. So I'd like to see, I always like to see some nifty creatures. Somebody asked me a while ago, they said, Phixfox, if you could make your own faction, what faction would you make? Like, what kinds of things would you do? And I thought about it, and I kind of figured that I would want to add the Heroes Might Magic 2, a new faction that could really rely a lot on stealth, kind of like the Chaos faction from Heroes of Might and Magic 4, but maybe a third Might faction to kind of balance out the magic factions here. There's 4 magic factions in Heroes 2, and then of course there's the 2 Might factions. Maybe like a pseudo Might faction. Like, they're not really Might, they're mostly like deception and stuff like that, but maybe the hook is something like, hey, by the way, you can only get up to 4th level spells, you don't have access to 5th level spells, but in exchange your troops are a little bit stronger. Yeah, so adding Anubis Warriors into Heroes 4 or adding these new features, just sounds intriguing to me. It really does. So if you can figure out what's next and what can come next, let me know, because I'm always interested to find out. A drink at the watering hole fills your troops with strength and lifts their spirits. You can travel a bit further today. I'm going to pick up this gold mine. Going to head up here. I thought that the road would lead me to, a town or a castle. It has not. There's no road. I have roads from the east and from the north that lead to my little cluster. The roads didn't lead anywhere. The roads didn't lead anywhere. I'm sad. Just a little bit sad. But we will soldier on all the same. Because yeah, I was really hoping to do some really decisive kind of fighting there, and it looks like we're just not going to get the opportunity, which I'm a little bit sad about. I really did think that we would get something new, something difficult to work with, maybe an opportunity to take an orange castle. It's got to be up in here then, doesn't it? Look where else the road goes. It goes into here. Maybe Zom is about to walk right into a buzzsaw. He's about to get obliterated. We'll see about that. At least we did purchase, whoa, we did purchase Zam here. Cool. And Zam was a worthwhile purchase. Pack of Genies. Pack of Genies are guarding the Holy Hammer. And so really it looks like this is separating two domains, this side and this side. And you can either fight a pack of Bone Dragons or the Pack of Genies to get this +5 attack for the Holy Hammer. I think that that's a pretty good priority. If we can find our way to go over there fairly quickly, I think we're going to do that. I think we shall. Gwenneth is coming on up with these Titans. I just have to hope that my 4 Titans are enough to defeat everybody else. We're going to take Sawmill here. It's going to cost us 4 of these elves. I'm not going to fight the fight, but this is going to give us access to the road. What? It's going to give us access to the road, and it's going to allow us to pick up a new town. If for no other reason than the gold cost is feeling okay, it'll be worth it to me. We're going to kill all these forces. I just have to keep the Rocs from going and killing themselves on these dwarves. Let's just wait. We're going to stay back, stay back. I'm going to skip and I'm going to hit Q because at this point the Rocs don't have a chance. Oh no. Gwenneth has gained a skill. She now has basic wisdom. She's not too much worse of a hero than Tyro. In fact, she's the better hero right now. Especially with the basic wisdom. I think that Gwenneth has become my new primary hero again. And so thankfully we didn't actually have to end up fighting Orange just yet. So Tyro hasn't exhausted himself. Most of the experience is going to go on to Gwenneth if we can make that happen. Let's just try to make that happen. And let's finally make a decision. Okay, is this also a sorceress town? Bone Dragons or 3 sorceress castles? I think that there's no question. If you have access to 3 sorceress castles, I think that you go for the... Yeah, I think you go for the Phoenixes. It doesn't feel right though. We're going to go for the Necromancer Castle right now. We're going to build that up. And the whole reason, it's just so bad. Trading all these resources. Maybe I should just invest in Mage Guild levels. I don't know. I'll think about that. Okay. Let's see. Vandelf, the real Phixfox. Why 100% of the costs? Well, because reach people who need to pay for the 101 house in Malibu. Yeah. Yeah. So, hey, I made this life-saving drug. Pay me so much money. People should get paid for their efforts, and if you discover the cure for a disease, you should be fairly compensated for that. Although there's been several scientists throughout history who have discovered things, and then they say to themselves, look, for the good of mankind, I'm going to make this publicly available. And I forget which one it was, but it was some major disease. I want to say like smallpox or something. But the person who discovered one of those vaccines, they just made it publicly available for free, and they basically died poor. The respect I have for that individual is immense. And I think that that'll come down to your values and your goals. Let's be clear. I think that in the next 30 years, humanity is going to end up, at least in second and first world countries, you're going to see the life expectancy skyrocket because of increases in medicine. I think that all of the work that has gone into generational acceleration in computers with AI and such, that's going to lay the foundation for advancements in other fields. And I think that medicine is going to be one of those fields that gets a ton of help from computers and just, you know, brute force crunching the numbers to find vaccines and such. Yeah, I think that medicine's going to take off in the future, and I think that as a result, that will we find people that are immortal, like the jellyfish that basically doesn't die unless you eat it, or does not die of old age. It sounds like a pipe dream, but it's possible that life expectancy is going to get expanded drastically. So we will see. If you are the person that finds the elixir of life, and so finds immortality, and you provide that free to everyone, you can make a lot of money. Or you could do something really nice for a lot of people. Just saying. Not against capitalism, but I'm against corporate monopolies and crushing small and medium businesses totally. Oh my gosh, COVID-19 was the worst. The amount of small businesses that went out of business was immense, and we are never going to get those businesses back. In my part of the world, we are never going to get those businesses back. You're going to have your Walmarts, you're going to have your Costco's, you're going to have these big chain stores, Amazon, but small businesses, it's a struggle. It's a real struggle. So yeah, and I hope that someday that those businesses do return, but it's going to be pretty difficult. Pretty difficult. Okay. Rice Ruin says, we're all human, Fix, and it's okay to grieve. Good for you, and that you're getting the self-healing, and even avoidance is part of the healing journey. Try to think of all the good, help, love, and support that you bring to this world. All my love for you and the Fix fam. Rice Ruin, thank you so much. I really appreciate all your comments on YouTube. It's always positive there. Your insight and your input here is always positive. Thank you. I really appreciate you, and I hope that you feel those good vibes tenfold. The reason I like to put out good vibes is I know I get good vibes back. I hope that you feel like you're getting those good vibes back. I've never heard your voice. I've never seen your face. But Rise, I appreciate you very much. And I got a lot of love for you. And I don't think that that's me overstating it. I got a lot of love for you. Thank you for being who you are. I appreciate you. I do. Steeson does say, enough of the medicine talk, huh? I feel you all, but let's focus on Phixfox and his horsing around, shall we? Yeah, I've been off track, and I've got about 50 messages I need to get caught up on. So give me about 5 minutes of dedicated chat, and then I will get back to the game. Vandelf says, healthy state needs a healthy capitalism of medium, small companies and healthy social programs for helping those who are not in, or who are in need. Yep, I hear that. Giving a fishing rod, not just a fish. I agree with that. Steeson says, Orange has a wood mine, as I insist in calling it in Danish. It is a mine. Yeah, we're getting two a day. That's a mine. That'll work. Chris does describe himself as a centrist. What I mean by that is that you need capitalism to produce profit for a socialist system to pay for those less fortunate. That's how I think that the world should work. I definitely agree with that. The issue I have with some amounts of socialism and capitalism, or socialism and communism, is that the fear that there's going to be too many people that divert to the lowest level of human average, and there's going to be too many people that say, look, this guy doesn't have to work, I'm not going to work, and then the capitalistic portion of the system is overtaxed, overburdened, and there's not enough resources to go around. So I like the centrist idea. I worry that long term that you have to have people that want to work and are willing to do their part if they can. And maybe that's going to come down to values of the communities that people live in, and values that cultures kind of impact on themselves and others. And let's be real, some cultures are not going to be able to pull that off nearly as well as others. Some cultures, and that's not to diss other cultures or say that their cultures are inferior. It's just that they value different things, right? In Japan, for example, excellent culture. They value going to work at 7 a.m. and staying as late as you possibly can and almost working yourself to death. They value that. That's not a value that's compatible with what I have, but it works for them. Or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Pluses and minuses. But you see, like some cultures can pull that sort of system off and some can't. I'm the kind of person that I don't live so I can work. I work so I can live. I work so I can live. And I work so that way I can play Heroes with all of you when I get the chance to. You see? Which is why I should never quit my day job. Vandelf does say to Season, in Poland, we also say wood mine. Perfect. And Rise also says, wasn't Orange the one with the hydras in the beginning? Whoever said go east earlier was right. You're totally right, except we are a little bit sad because we're still waiting to see if the road will take us to Orange, or if we've maybe missed our opportunity. To me from Vandelf, no worry, combat is turn-based, and if you need help, I can help you out with Might and Magic 6. I appreciate that. Chris says this map is really big. Yeah, this is an XL map. We have explored, the bottom quarter of the map almost? Probably about 20% of the map, and we've barely seen anybody. This is a huge map. This is nuts. Otzkakov, got to start spending all dad gold. I've got a lot of gold to spend. 51,000 gold. I need to start spending gold. And then Chris does say, I've never played any of the Might and Magic games. Heroes of Might and Magic, yes, but Might and Magic, no. I think they look a little bit dated now. Yeah, that's a little bit my concern. I'm worried that they're a little bit dated. Haven't played Might and Magic either. Good. And then Vandelf to Chopper. Try Might and Magic games. They're so awesome, especially Might and Magic 6 and 8, which are connected to the Might and Magic lore. I would appreciate that very, very much. And then Umbrock. Oh, it was Insulin. I said that somebody donated the fruits of their research to mankind, and they didn't try and get rich off of it. And it was insulin for diabetics, Umbrox says. So thank you very, very much for that. I'm glad that I'm glad I said something and you knew enough to fill in the story from there. Thank you very much. Yeah, insulin. Could you imagine a world without insulin? That would be tremendously horrible. Oh my goodness. So thank goodness to the person that was willing to give of themselves and give of their research for the good of mankind. For the good of mankind. Steeson does say, go for Phoenix. For Sylvia, my daughter. She's 2, doesn't care about heroes at all. Sylvan, I see what you did there. H. Umbrock, life expectancy in the US is going down at the moment, by the way. Interesting. Do we have any additional insights on that as to like why life expectancy is going down? I'd be very interested because I have no insights into that at all. I believe you, but I don't have any insights into that. So very interesting there that life expectancy is currently going down in the US. Yeah, I wonder why that is. By the way, we have enemy here, Mandigal the Wizard, 0 attack, 1 defense, 2 spell power, 2 knowledge. With our 2 attack, 5 defense, blood morale though, we should make pretty good work of these foes. Goblins are going to attack the boars in just 1 second. I don't know if the swordsmen are going to come all the way across. I'm guessing that they will. I'm just going to go into a defensive position, and now I feel dumb. Now I feel like I probably should have attacked with the pikemen while I had the chance. These Rocs, I hope I can kill 2. Oh, I didn't kill 2, and so now I get to waste 47 archers worth of damage, who are now cursed, by the way. I think that because these veteran pikemen are the fastest creatures, we're going to have them go down next. We're going to go back and do a defensive position. The curse is really pretty bad. Pretty bad. Do we kill 5 swordsmen? Tell you what, we're going to kill 5 swordsmen now. We're going to get some additional damage off in just a moment. The Rocs, we're not going to lose a single rock. No siree. These Rocs are my babies. Actually, these Rocs are the babies of whoever their mama is, but still, I treat them like sons. You guys are like sons to me. Cursed sons, but sons all the same. My fair feathered friends. I think I can do all the damage necessary just with goblins and Rocs from here. Yeah, 16 goblins, 1 of the archers. We fought that fight way better. And, oh, ballistics are scouting. I think that Tyro's going to be... We're going to take the scouting and the ballistics because I think that that is going to be the best thing for us. I should take a navigation, I just realized, because of this boat. I thought about it just half of a second too late, but that would have been a good opportunity that we just missed out on. Folks, look. What do we see? Sawmill. We found it. It's a sawmill. It's a sawmill. We're gonna get 2 wood per day. That's 1. And 1 makes 2. That's 2 wood per day. That's kind of an important thing. I don't have a career in rapping, by the way, or music. So bear with me on that. But that is massive. I know I overuse the word massive. That is stupendous. That is gigantic. That is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. That is wonderful. That sawmill is going to save my life. Steeson does ask about Idiocracy, the movie. If you haven't seen it, I think it's one of the Wilson brothers. It's not Owen Wilson. Maybe it's Owen Wilson. No, it's Owen Wilson's brother, the other one. There's 2 actors that are brothers that have the similar same name. And he's like the smartest man in the world, if I'm remembering right. And he is trying to just survive in this world where everybody is like room temperature IQ. And so when you're just average smarts, but comparatively you're just like a genius, it leads to some hilarious interactions. If that's the movie I'm thinking of. And I think Costco owns everything, if I recall. But Steeson says for Idiocracy, there's a phrase we use when we speak of stupid, huge stuff. That's more than what it's good for, and it's from this movie. Is it extra big ass fries? I forget. I actually haven't seen the movie in a long time. I believe it. Moonbrock says, I guess it's the obesity thing. Tell you what, recently I've seen some push to get things like red dye 40 taken away from the market, which I'll tell you right now, I think is a really good idea. So I've got a family member who is autistic, pretty severely autistic, and he's a great guy. Love him to death. He's one of my favorite people in the world. I would die for him. I literally would. And I'll tell you something about Flamin' Hot Cheetos, which is a brand of the Cheetos and the chips that's kind of red and hot. Yeah, something about those chips causes him major issues. And I'm pretty sure that we've figured out that it's the red food dye, number 40, that causes the health concerns. So when you have obesity that's a thing, and you have these other like factors, and you're trying to figure out like what's going on, like what's the issue, I'm always interested to find out more, but I would not surprise me that obesity is killing Americans. Like the whole meme about fat Americans, like it's a thing. It's absolutely a thing. And it's got to come down to small things like red food dye number 40 and the use of Splenda. I saw a potential study that indicated that there was a very, very small, mind you, p-value, which is of course the effect size if we're doing any kind of statistics, in relation to Diet Coke, or not Diet Coke, aspartame, and the possibility of a link between aspartame and artificial sweeteners and autism. And who knows? I mean, is our food killing us? Is trying to get low-cost food killing us? Time will tell, but I think it's the kind of thing that I think we all wish that if we could buy organic, that we would. I assume that we would. If you're willing to pay. If you can pay, maybe you can't. Maybe you're just trying to do the best with what you have. I don't know. Let's grab this obelisk. This is our second obelisk, and it's going to be snow and then this. Tell you what, I see snow. Maybe we can sniff this obelisk out, and with all these different heroes, maybe we can find what we're trying to find sooner rather than later. I'm going to see if I can get this Barak character to come back and hurt himself. If he goes after Rialdo, it'll be a loss, but it won't be too bad of a deal. 25 of the dwarves, they were free anyway. It'll be fine. We'll see. We'll see about that. I'm going to have Zom head north. He's a coward and he runs. I get it. I would do the same. I know that the birth rate is going down, Chris says. Not sure about life expectancy in the UK. I'd be very interested to know. It seems like birth rates are going down in all first world countries, and I don't really know why. Is it simply the economy? I know that was a reason for me delaying my family, right? Family planning and having kids. Nobody wants to have kids that they don't think that they're prepared for, that they can afford. I wonder how much the economy has to do with declining birth rates, and whether or not it's also some other factor that I'm unaware of. I'm intrigued. Give me whatever information and thoughts you guys have on that. It's an extra big map, Steeson says. Yeah, casual curse is fine, Phixfox Wife says. You're right, Phixfox Wife. You are correct. The occasional curse is okay. Just not all the time. She's good about helping me be the best I can be. So thank you, dear Phixfox Wife. Love you, sweetie. And then my babies aren't sure about being compared to Rocs. Oh, no. The big birds. These are also called Rocs, my dear. Yeah, my kids are not dumb as Rocs. My kids are not. Yeah, no, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. And so then Vandalf says, treat Rocs like my kids. Treat them like my sons. I will do my best. We'll see how well that works, or how unwell that works. We did find the wood mine, Vandalf mentioned. And then Vexen TV. Vexen, welcome to the chat. Nice to have you here. I feel like since the fall of the USSR, everything's going down. Like no more rivalry to force the systems to get better. Very interesting. You know, when you're talking about the space race, for example, I know that, the USSR was the first person to put, I think, a man in space, first person to launch a rocket into space. Basically, the only thing that the US did to get there first when competing with the USSR, only thing that the US did first was put a man on the moon. And for some reason, the USA is like, oh, that's it, we did it. We won the space race because we put a man on the moon first. It's like, yeah, it's kind of lame. You lost in every other statistical category. But if you're having a space race, that's going to encourage the growth and the development of different opportunities. Like when we talk about military grade sorts of equipment or just anything, I really feel like military development has brought a lot of different inventions that we now use every single day. Velcro, for example. How much Velcro stuff do you see? That was definitely invented by the space program. One of them, I'm not sure which one. I'm not going to say that was the United States one or not. I don't know. But for example, in space, hey, they've invented pens that can write upside down. There's just lots of things. I don't know. There's lots of things that make you say to yourself, huh, maybe competition's a good thing. Maybe competition among countries. I would agree with that anyway. I sure would. Okay, I see lots of griffins here. I want to fight them. Glorious victory. I'm going to accept these losses. It seems glorious enough to me. Wood. 9 wood. Look at all this wood. Oh my goodness. And now, because I've seen this much wood, because I have a sawmill, I am going to go straight for my sorceresses. It's day 2. We got 19 wood. Let's start working up on this one rather than go in the other direction. I will go for the Mage Guild now. Some other stuff. I could, hold on. Oh geez, am I about to do this? I'm about to do this, folks. We're doing it. We're going to pick up more marketplaces. We're going to trade at the best possible rate. We've got 133 ore. We're going to trade at the best possible rate. And all that wood is just going to help us trade even better. It's an investment in the infrastructure. And my hope is that even though it's going to cost me 10, 15 wood now, it's going to pay off very, very quickly. As much as we plan on trading in this scenario, I think it's not going to take long before that decision pays off for itself. Oh, and we found the end of this road for us. Cool. And then Rise to Ruin Sawmill. Where have you been all my life? Let's see, 75, Nalafalal. Evening from Germany. Nice to have you here. Always appreciate seeing you in the YouTube chats, and it's always nice to see you here in the Twitch chat. Welcome. Welcome. Happy to have you here. And then Rise to Ruin also says, all these trees on the map and no one's got a saw. Are dragon's teeth too dull, or pikemen just stab the trees and break their spears, needing more wood? You would think you'd be able to find a way to get additional wood here. How much could that really hurt you to have that mechanic in the game? I don't think it would hurt that bad. I truly don't. So it's a good idea there. And then from what I've heard, processed food is more accessible than food ingredients in the United States. Yeah, I think that it's also a matter of it's kind of like a lost skill. I know that if you give people in the United States ingredients to make food, it's a struggle because people just have lost the skills necessary to make food for themselves. People are so used to just doing hand-to-mouth sort of stuff, as I see some enemies in the water here. People have just lost that skill, and a real shame. And they're really going to miss it if food costs continue to go up. I mean, you look at fast food. I think that that's why fast food, at least in the United States, is able to be so expensive, is because they know, hey, what, are you going to learn how to cook food? Nah, you guys are bad at this. You guys aren't going to do that at all. And they're right. For a lot of people, I know a family, and they make upwards of 6 figures a year between their 2 incomes, the wife and the husband, and they've got 11 kids. And every single day, for every single meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, they take their family out to eat. They don't purchase food themselves. It's insane. You think about the amount of money that they're spending on food to have somebody else prepare it. I mean, they're broke. They live in they basically live in a very small home, a trailer type of home, and the nicest thing that they own is a TV, which that's the biggest thing that screams poverty to me out of anything. Like for some reason, people who are living in poverty have to have the best shoes or the best phone or whatever, but no, we're gonna spend money on food rather than learning to cook it ourselves. And maybe I shouldn't judge. Maybe it's a culture thing that I shouldn't judge about, but it's so foreign to me when it's like, dude, how can you not have learned these skills when you have the internet? When the internet is a thing in the year 2025, how can you not say to yourself, it's worth it to me to learn? I don't know. There's a lot going on there. By the way, Dragon City, I think that we're gonna find a way to get up to here as quickly as possible. I think that since I don't really know how to get to this Dragon City. Is this passable terrain? We're going to pick up this artifact, but this might be passable terrain. We might be turning around a little bit too soon on Gwenneth. We're going to find out in just a moment. And I'm going to send Troyanne through the whirlpool. I want her to explore. Especially since this yellow hero landed. It's not going to hurt my feelings at all just to go through here a couple of times. Let's see. Plenty of movement points because she's got the expert navigation. She's the right hero for the right job. And I'm very excited to see what else she can show us. Okay. Lest we forget, we do have sorceresses that we need to upgrade. So Stonehenge here. And soon we're going to consider, soon we're going to consider what else we ought to do. Falagar does go down, so we are officially in the thick of things, and we're going to figure it out from here. Chris does say, yeah, Rice Rune, you think you could cut down trees Warcraft style. Did I mention, I think I mentioned that there was actually a nifty thing I saw, that in Warcraft 2, you could originally cut down the stone walls. Apparently, you used to be able to mine the stone for ore. At this point in time, it's only used for things like barriers, and you can blast through it with Dwarven Demolitionists and Goblin Sappers, but in the alpha version of Warcraft 2, you could actually use a peasant to mine ore from the mountains. Kind of nifty. A nomad trader seeks protection from a tribe of goblins. For your assistance, he gives you a finely crafted pair of boots made from the softest leather. Looking closely, you see fascinating ancient carvings engraved on the leather. These nomad boots are wonderful. And it looks like there is no easy way here. I don't know. With this other hero getting into the boat, I think I'm just going to go straight for these dragons. We're going to want to meet up anyway, and then Tyro has the opportunity. Maybe he's going to explore in this little dead spot, make sure we don't miss an artifact like we could have there. And then we're going to see, then we're going to see what it's going to take to get red dragons, at least a couple every week. There's a pack of dragons here. We're not going to land. That'd be death. Let's not do that. And Troyan might go down in just a minute if Ariel wants to fight her, if she can find her way through those liths. I don't know if she'll be able to, but another thing to just to worry about. Basic necromancy, I'm going to get rid of the skeletons, and we're going to go to this air summoning altar. White stone pillars support a roof that rises up to the sky. As you enter the structure, the dead air of the outside gives way to a whirling gust that almost pushes you back out. The air current materializes into a barely visible form. The creature asks in what can only be described as a loud whisper. Why have you come? Are you here to call upon the forces of air? Oh, buddy, you better believe I do. 20 of these elementals are quality. Look at this force. Who am I missing? Hold on. I feel like I gotta get rid of the orcs so I can have a purely neutral army. That is crazy. We are missing, of course, 3 other types of elementals. Who else are we missing? What other neutral creatures are we missing? We've got rogues, Medusa. One of the 4 elementals is represented, the genies. Oh, nomads. We need to go find some nomads. Yeah, let's go find some nomads. And in fact, okay, should we do it? Should we do it? Just for the memes? We'll consider that in just a moment. But for now, I really want this artifact here. It's not going to help the Titans, but I'd like to be able to cast Paralyze on an enemy if they cross my path. If they cause me any grief and harm, I would like to make sure that they know that they're not my favorite person. And I would like to paralyze them so that they cannot move and cannot cause me any issues. And I don't want them to be able to do that to me. So I'm a pretty simple guy. You know, I got my faults, I got my flaws, but I'm a pretty simple guy. I just want to be left alone, but I don't think that Yellow wants to leave me alone. And so therefore, it's time to go to war. Time to go to war. Okay. Oh, I completely forgot about that. We got 1 blue player on the map, 1 yellow player on the map. I really hope that they don't land there. Oh, well. I got a feeling that Ambrose, who is back, Ector, and Lord Kilburn, they are here to tell Rialdo to kick rocks and to leave. I can try and run. I don't see any reason to stay. Maybe we can survive. I doubt it. We've got 2-speed creatures. They got whoa. Titans, bone dragons, unicorns, hydras, a couple of nobodies here, and then a couple of mid-level creatures there. Orange has got to be right up in this direction, and we want to defeat Orange. We've got 4 Titans right now. It's almost a new week. We're going to get more creatures from here to there. I will hire this hero right now. Sure, why not? Let's make it Falagar, and we're going to dismiss these 2-speed peasants because nobody likes peasants. And then as soon as possible, we're going to go from here out to Maximus. Let's see how far we're going to be able to go. Maximus is going to need to sit probably right about here, I'm guessing. We're going to see tomorrow what it's going to really look like, but in just a moment or two, we are going to get more Titans to the front. We're going to try and crush Orange, and maybe we're even going to have a couple of extra dragons that'll help with that. So, good, good, good. We come across a golem wearing a glowing pendant and blocking your way, acting on a hunch. You cut the pendant from its neck. Deprived of its power source, the golem breaks down, leaving you with the magical pendant. That's going to be the kinetic pendant that will prevent us from getting paralyzed. a very good artifact, if I do say so myself. Probably like actually an S tier artifact. Like all things considered, I actually think that's like an S tier artifact. Because Troyan has ended up right here, I actually want Ariel to follow her. I'm going to land, and then I'm going to potentially run away. I hope that Ariel sees me, lands, and tries to chase me, because I don't want Ariel to land over here or here. I just don't want to have to deal with her. I know I could right now. I just don't want to have to, if that makes any sense. Looks like there's nothing exciting in there. So we're going to go back through the list. I'm going to hit spacebar twice. 1 and 2. Does the list take us anywhere else? It does not. Just through the winds and the cracks, the cracked earth, we do find this one teleporter that'll take us from here to these dragons. Folks, just as a heads up, in just a second or two, I am going to take a quick break. I play better when I don't have to use the restroom. So sue me. So in just at the end of next turn, we're going to call it for about 5 minutes. We're going to call it a 5-minute break, just so you can kind of plan out what you want to do until that break. So we're going to leave here. Going to get to the end of day 7 in just a moment. And does she land? She does. Perfect. That was everything I wanted to have her do. Oh, and we're going to barely be able to run away from the Orange Knights. Barely be able to run away from the Orange Knights. Gwenneth is, again, I think that she's the better hero. Level 7 versus level 6. It's close. Pathfinding, leadership, scouting. I think that I took the scouting because I thought that Gwenneth wasn't going to be as... because I thought Tyro wasn't going to be as good. The logistics really does it for me. I think that the logistics makes me really like Gwenneth as a hero. As far as forces over here... I don't think I mind 3 shooters. I think that the 37 archers are worse because they are 2-speed creatures. Right now, our slowest creatures, the 4-speed Rocs and the 4-speed elves. So let's keep the elves, or rather the archers, out here. And then let's have Tyro head on kind of back to try and replenish forces, get more troops to the front. He can be part of that hero chain. This can be pretty useful in just a moment or two, as will Zom. Zom's job is also to kind of be a part of that hero chain. And Troyan, the race is on 2-speed hydras, 2-speed peasants. We're going to dismiss the peasants right now. Our slowest creature is now these centaurs. Tell you what, speed matters. More than 4-speed mummies? Speed matters. Let's just go as fast as we can. Oh no! We might have made a mistake. I'm going to hope that Ariel can't catch us, but I don't know. I hoped that I could just run in a straight line, and we'll see if next turn she reaches us or not. If she has logistics, we're cooked. If she has a movement artifact, we're in trouble. But time will tell. Time will tell. Okay, moving on. I think that we are going to go down to Lord Kilburn right here, though. 4-speed creatures versus the 2-speed creatures. It's been fun, but it's time to call it a day. And then Zam is going to pick up the lighthouse. It's going to be part of that hero chain that we just talked about. And Falagar is ready to purchase Titans and move them to the front. Is there a major fight that's about to happen? No. Blue player in that position. Yellow. We've been able to dissuade yellow from attacking us. That's good. Ooh, our hero actually survived for 1 more turn. As it is War Troll growth up by 5, Rialdo is going to stay alive for 1 more turn. But I don't think it's worth it to get rid of these troops. Maybe we just lead. I don't know. Maybe we lead these forces right into me. I can't reach. So let's go through the liths. We're going to appear like we are not a major threat. And then we're going to go from there. Okay, before I fight this fight, I do need to take my break. Okay. We are back, folks. And we are back here in front of a Dragon City. I got to tell you, we're going to take a quick kind of recap after we fight this fight, but this scenario is huge and it's very interesting. I should stop playing XL maps because they end up taking a lot of time. Then again, I like that they take a lot of time. Pluses and minuses. But we'll take a recap just as soon as I get through this Dragon City. We stand before the Dragon City, a place off limits to mere humans. Do you wish to violate this rule and challenge the dragons to a fight? I sure do. It looks like it's going to be a good fight. We're going to do very, very well with it. Okay. So we are back. Rice Ruin, by the way, in reference to Warcraft 2. Work, darn lazy Warcraft orcs. I love the peasant sound. What a good sound. Steeson does remind us that we're playing FHeroes2, and he might want to check his puzzle map again. He might find that he is close to the ultimate artifact. Maybe. I think that you're right. When we have maybe enough information now, there is a mine on our puzzle map, and so if we can take a good quick look at that, we're going to be feeling pretty okay. I'm going to hit auto combat. I think that I'm fine with those losses. We're just going to watch this play out. Vandelf does say, I think that the birth rate decrease is, in my humble opinion, wise social programming, like half tax for young people who get married and want to have children. Unfortunately, having kids is depending on how much time and money you have. Unfortunately, 12 hours in work and cheap salaries is not helping. That's very true. I think that there's an awful lot to be said about doing our best to, you know, have families, but you can't really have a family if you can't support it. And so you don't have the time, you don't have the energy. And let's be clear, dating in the year 2025 is a nightmare. So not my idea of a good time. I think that we're going to take the mysticism here. I don't think that gold actually matters for the estate. So Gwenneth is going to unfortunately take the mysticism. That's a less than desirable secondary skill, but we will take it. Having defeated the dragon's champions, the city's leaders agree to supply some dragons to your army for a price. Do you wish to recruit dragons? I do. We're going to pick them up here. Thank you, elves. Your service is much appreciated. And it's going to be 2 red dragons here. There's a little corner here. Nothing can be hidden there, so we shall continue on. Unfortunately, we did not get to the Dragon City yesterday. We could have left here with 3 dragons if we'd gotten there on day 7. But alas, we did not. Okay, we must, simply must bring more Titans to the front. Here is 6. And I think I'm going to purchase, let's see. Oh, for now I'm going to dismiss the sprites just because they're kind of in my way. Should I upgrade these mages? I don't think I should. Because the mages on the front lines are not upgraded, I don't think I'm going to upgrade these ones. I think I'm going to send the rest of these forces. I can't really decide what other forces other than the wizards I ought to keep. Maybe these forces should just go north and try and slowly expand in that direction. So for now, let's just Falagar hero chain up to here. Maximus is going to make a nice swap here. Oh, that worked out pretty well. Yeah, let's just do it like that. And then Maximus shall continue on his way. I know that I sent a couple of heroes in this direction. I'm going to have to be pretty careful in order to make sure it's the best situation. One here, and then Zom. He's heading up the road. He'll get there eventually. And then Tyro. Tyro might be one of the final leaders in that hero chain. There's my Sawmill. It was right here. Look at it. Look how close we were. You're kidding me. You have to go through griffins to get... Okay, well, we've learned something new. We did have wood pretty close by. I just missed it. I just went east instead of north. I should have gone north just a little bit more. My bad. My bad. Lesson learned. These things do happen. And so let's get ourselves up to, let's see, Red Tower. Again, I would have liked to have gotten this the other day, but we were just a little bit shy on that. We do have Mercury for the first time. So we have one of each precious resource generating mine. We have one of each, so we're doing good on this. Red Tower here, and then that gives me the confidence to actually upgrade one of these other sorceress castles. Let's do... I'm less confident about the north. Let's take this one to the east. It should be more safe, more secured. The only issue with that is that there is this whirlpool here, but if enemies come from the whirlpool, I mean, there's always going to be some level of threat. We're just going to have to be careful. Just be smart. How about that? I'm glad that the blue player did not take that holy hammer. That would have been devastating. And then I think that orange pulled off. Yeah, orange decided that they did not want to pursue me to the south anymore. Maybe I fell out of their vision and they just said that Rialdo wasn't worth it anymore. Huh, I don't really know. But since they left us alone, I'm actually going to go back to the wagon and then come on back. Maybe I can entice them to come just a little bit closer. Heroes are going to be in position for the next day, for the next week. And let's see, Maximus. Maximus is the hero that I need to kind of focus on. I think that if you're doing a hero chain, you want your heroes to be chained from this way to this way. You don't want to go too far the other way. For example, right now, because we had Maximus move first, I don't feel nearly so bad about deleting some hero. Which one yet? I'm not too sure, but deleting a hero and then repositioning them at that sorceress castle that we just created. The question is who? Not here. Rialdo's really a nobody. I'm going to dismiss Rialdo. Phixfox for 1 extra day for this hero chain? Yes. Yes, for 1 extra day's worth of hero chaining, I will dismiss a pretty good hero otherwise. Wait, did I just get rid of you? Never mind. It doesn't matter. But this is going to help me go from here to here and back up here. And that means that Sabu should be able to let us know how far we can get. Probably right about there. Okay. We're going to call that good. And then Vandelf does say to Chris, because Chris had mentioned it was such a huge map, but saying, hey, maybe it was just that the AI is just so big on this big map that maybe that's causing them some issues. Maybe the AI is struggling to be effective with their movement points. And I agree with that very, very much. I really do. I think that it was first Odds that mentioned that. Actually, quite surprising no one has attacked you by now. Seems like the AI feels quite defensive today. The FHeroes2 AI, I know that they have mentioned, the team members, that they hope and they wish that the AI is going to get even better at exploring. That is one of the things that they have identified that they would like to see be increased or changed. And more than that, I can't say. It's their business, what hopes they have for the AI. But I think that the more that the AI explores this map, the more efficient they are. And so XL maps present a bit of a unique challenge in that regard. So I think that everybody's right. I think that we're all seeing the same things here. So I would definitely agree with that. That notion is, I believe, very much correct. Okay. And then, so yeah, Chris said, what's up with the AI not doing much fighting? Yeah, kind of back to that conversation we were just mentioning. And then Rise to Ruin says the AI must be fighting itself. It could be a game of coming to the big battle and discovering you're just playing cleanup. Tell you what, after you really fight these fights for so long, you don't really want to just back cleanup. You could play an absolutely perfect game and win in that regard. And sure, you're going to win. You're going to be very effective. But what's your satisfaction going to be like for that game? I got a feeling it's going to be pretty low. So I hope that while we do win, I do hope that it's a little bit more of a challenge than just that. Okay, Steeson had mentioned the puzzle map. Thing Tree. Yeah, it's right about here. We found it! Steeson, do you have the Heroes of Magic 2 map editor open on your computer and you're just like helping me be effective with my turn? I think that there's not a lot of snow on this map. Anytime we saw snow like we did on the puzzle map, it's pretty likely that, I mean, depending on how many patches of snow you have, it's pretty likely that that's going to be where we ought to go. But yeah, I think that we just saw potentially an opportunity where multiple heroes are going to be digging in this area very, very quickly. And we're going to hope that we can find something really nice. Attack skill, defense skill, I really hope for anything. Knowledge and power would probably be my two least favorite choices, but we will see. Okay. Blue, we're going to want to take that castle back. They're threatening that green castle sort of a deal. It's a little bit interesting, but however much they think that they are threatening me, they're really not, because I'm about to make 10 Titans in one single stack. And that's going to go very, very well for me. Gwenneth is going to be the primary hero. Again, Zom's going to want to head in that direction in just a moment. I guess I didn't actually need to move these troops onto Tyro here. But that's going to be a force of 10 Titans, 2 Red Dragons, 23 of the Rocs, 15 of the Magi, and we got some pretty good artifacts to go with that. My dear, have at 'em. And I think that Gwenneth is going to oblige us in that regard. Cool. Rice Twin says, fingers crossed it's not the case that we're not getting to fight, indeed. And then Steeson says, Troyan is the right hero for the right job, eh? Reminds me of the time when I suggested Phixfox wife be Troyan because of her fiery red hair, as you put it. So Phixfox wife is a private individual after all. She's a pretty private individual. Yeah, not going to be a Troyan for Halloween, how about? Missing the nomads. Orcs are too slow. Wow, how far am I behind on chat? Oh my goodness. But yeah, the orcs are too slow for that neutral army we talked about. Should have listened to Odds Kakov when he spoke about the rushing strategy. Hector and the other orange players look tough. They do. Chris does say, I've been having great fun playing a heretic game using the GZ Doom mod. Really classic retro FPS gaming. Okay, so I tell you what, you might really appreciate and really enjoy the classic gaming style of Obsessive Repulsive, who was in the chat earlier, as I mentioned. Yeah, I don't do a lot with the classic kind of pixel art type games, and you know, but first-person shooter, I like some first-person shooters. Just depends on which ones. I'm very familiar with Duke Nukem, very familiar with Doom, for example. Just got to figure out which one is the very, very best for you. And so I'm always excited to see how games have changed from genre to genre. Turn-based strategy, there's not a lot of differences you can necessarily make. Like, it is what it is, right? Like, it's a turn-based strategy game. What else were you expecting? How do you improve upon turn-based strategy? How do you adjust it and change it? And the truth is that you certainly can, but for the most part, I feel like turn-based strategy hasn't been as popular. That's not true. RTS games haven't been as popular because ever since StarCraft 2, there was no iteration. Like, how did you improve upon that? How did you improve upon the formula that they presented, right? So some games, it's really interesting to see the way that they've evolved. And some games, it's interesting to see the ways that it's like, well, this was the perfect game for the times and for the computer and the technology we had at the time, but now it's less good. Let's see. I have a question. Vandelf says, what science is behind heroes repairing? It's common knowledge that capitulation saves heroes and his or her army and backpack, but how does it work with retreat and defeat? I mean, when heroes reappear after retreat and when it's beaten, because I know that I can hire sometimes former enemy heroes, but how does that work actually? That's a great question. So for example, we mentioned a little bit ago that we had Rialdo just run, like we just dismissed him. The fact that he showed back up is not something you should ever expect or plan on. If you dismiss a hero, you're not going to expect to find him in your tavern. It does happen, as we've just seen, but the heroes essentially get cycled back into the pool of heroes that are available and remaining. And so in theory, we can dismiss all of our heroes and try and find one certain hero out there somewhere in the tavern. But the chances of that happening are low because the more heroes you dismiss, the more heroes you put into the pool. There's always issues with, other AIs wanting to purchase those heroes. It's just a big pool system and then a lottery system. And because we had purchased another hero, Rialdo showed right back up. He was at the top just because. Of course, if you run away, you can rehire your hero. They go to the very, very top, so you have the opportunity. But this is a little bit of a different case. Just if that answers your question. I'm not sure if that answers your question or not. By the way, we're digging. I don't know why we're digging. I believe that the thing that I'm looking for is pretty close to here, but I would like one or two more obelisks just to ensure my success. A little town here. We fought some enemy forces not too long ago. There's an observation tower there. I really want that. Oh. Let's get back on track. And then Maximus, I suppose he can go get some free things there before. Once again, Ariel is kind of in this boat, and I'm assuming that she's threatening this beach side. I hope she doesn't, but I don't think I can stop it at the moment. Another hero sent to the gulag. Another hero into the Siberian wasteland to dig for ultimate artifacts. Very sad. Umbrock, by the way, back to the birth rate thing. Pretty easy, in my opinion. When you're a farmer, a kid is free labor. And when you're an industrial or post-industrial service worker, they are an expense. And due to the fact that even two incomes are not always enough to support that expense nowadays, how are we expecting people to have kids? What a well-thought-out, well-constructed argument. I really like the way that you're thinking there. That's very interesting. It's very interesting because, yeah, if it's labor, then sure, that changes the way that you approach child rearing and kids and all that. But otherwise, you're saying to yourself, yeah, this is an expense, and sometimes an expense I just cannot afford. Yeah, I like that. That's a good thought process there. 2014 life expectancy at birth in the US was 77.8 years. 2021 it was 76.3 years. How do you go down by 1.5 years? And the answer is probably lifestyle. We talked about obesity and sedentary lifestyles in the United States. That's a big deal. Yeah, I'm guessing that you're totally right about that. So if you want to add an extra year and a half to your life, get active, get off the couch, and go do something fun. Sounds like a plan to me. This might be a mistake. If we lose 5 Titans to this pack of genies, it'll be funny, but it'll also be devastating. We're going to accept these losses. And we're going to pick up this holy hammer here. You come upon a battle where a paladin has been mortally wounded by a group of zombies. He asks you to take his hammer and finish what he started. Oh man, the light within this paladin burns brighter than the darkness without. As you pick it up, it begins to hum, and then everything becomes a blur. The zombies lie dead, the hammer dripping with blood. You strap it to your belt. I did not know zombies had blood. I thought that they were just undead. but here we are. There was an enemy that kind of poked their head out in a direction that was a little bit surprising to me. Over here, 2 enemies over here. Black dragons are on the map. I think I gotta get to this dragon city at some point. I can go right through these bone dragons if I want to. I think I will. Costly, sure. 2,700 experience. We're gonna take the wisdom because there's this pyramid not too far away. 5th level spells are not gonna be a problem for us pretty soon. I'm feeling good about that. Okay. Everybody's sitting, we're waiting, we're wishing. And Sabu is coming up to help dig as well. But yeah, there was somebody else. I swear that there was somebody else I saw. There he is. Ambrose. Ah. So even if we take the ultimate artifact right now, we're still going to be in a bad situation. I think that we ought to run with our big hero. And we will see about our other heroes staying alive. It's possible. It looks like there's a path through here. So we might be in a little bit of a bad situation. We're going to wait and find out. We'll find out. On to a new day. Heroes. Okay. Yellow's back in the water. Orange is hidden right in this little no man's land here. Is there... Are we sure? I think that this is it. Yeah, I'm like pretty darn sure that this is it. Trees, mountain range, swampy stuff, rocks. Big rock here. Yeah, so really we are right about on top of it, and so I would expect it to be right about here. If Zom hits dig and finds this ultimate artifact, I'm gonna pee my pants. That would have been a really cool moment though. Oh rats, maybe another day, maybe another time. But yeah, if there's an enemy right there, I'm just this is definitely what you call a bad idea. You would hate to lose an ultimate artifact. Of course, it doesn't really transfer over. That's not really what it does. But still, I would hate to be put in a position where I might be obligated to lose an ultimate artifact. After I spend all the time and I find the favorable conditions that would give it to me, I would hate to just lose it. So let's keep an eye out on that. Steeson, by the way, says, me and my pal didn't get drunk at all. We were too invested in your gaming and talk, Phixfox. I brushed my teeth and I am enjoying the rest of your stream until I eventually pass out. Sir, I'm not here to judge. I hope that you've never felt like I'm here to judge you, actually. So if at any point you feel like I'm judging you, please tell me to stop. Because that's not my goal, that's not my intention. But as always, it's a pleasure having you here. Vandelf does say, by the way, especially when the UNS or the UN president would be such a guy like Trump present for, especially when the US president would be a guy like Trump for president, you would hope he would reach out to people for F's sake. Yeah, I don't have any real thoughts on that. I don't really have any thoughts on that. And then Steeson says the editor will not help here. Ultimate Artifact was in a different place when I played. There's more snow on this map than this anyway. Well, I still think that we have found it. I still feel pretty confident that we have found that Ultimate Artifact, so we will see. Ooh, blue did take out yellow. They sniped them. Orange is in this direction. I think I'm going to clash. I'm going to send... Rather than go in this direction, I'm going to send Gwenneth right back to where I know that the ultimate artifact is. It's only going to be about 3 days journey. And then maybe we can stay alive for a little bit longer. Let's have Sabu dig now. Maybe he'll find it. Hey, we did it. We did it. After spending many hours digging here, you have discovered the ultimate wand of magic. I really didn't actually expect that, but I'm very thrilled for it because remember, our main hero is a knight who has attack and defense. And now if you add on 11 spell power on top of that, we can do some pretty cool stuff. Let's save this artifact. Zom has movement points. And so he's going to go here. We're going to steal this ultimate artifact. We're going to keep everybody but these slow archers. Speed is of the essence. And then we're going to carry on. But yeah, folks, nice pickup there. Plus 12 to your spell power. I think I would have preferred the attack or the defense, but I can't complain. Beggars cannot be choosers, and I do feel like a bit of a beggar in this scenario. Lord Kilburn's coming at us. We are going to be able to escape, though. His fastest creature is a speed 5 creature, so my boards are going to get to go. I will be able to run. I kind of had that in my mind, that unless they had a 6-speed creature, I'd be able to escape. I'm glad that it turned out to be like that. So good stuff. Good stuff. Vandalf says, sorry for the politics essays. I'll stop it now. I'm the one that opened the door, so I'm not going to fault you guys for that. It's generally good practice for me to not bring up politics because, let's be clear, the only thing it can do is harm, right? Like, the only thing it can do is harm. I don't want people to think that I think less of them because we might disagree or differ politically. I don't think I've ever really thought of somebody poorly because we have different values and we vote differently. But in general, you're right. Politics is something that I probably never should have gotten into. So don't worry about it. I opened the door. No worries. No worries. Tyro does run, by the way. And another orange hero there. And purple. Ooh, so purple is fighting orange. It is Vitania. Vitania's back. Gwenneth might run right into both of these heroes, by the way. Yeah, just about. Am I tough enough, though? That's really the question, and I do not know the answer. We're going to be obligated to go the long way. With Zom, let's go the longest and safest way back in this direction. Oh no, I forgot to upgrade my Sorceress Castle. My new one. I haven't even paid attention. Very poorly done on my part. We will do better. By the way, I was talking about games where sometimes they are changed or improved, or maybe they're not improved, it just depends. And StarCraft 2 was improved upon by Supreme Commander series, in my opinion. I have never heard of the Supreme Commander series. So the Supreme Commander series, I take it, is in the real-time strategy genre. And Chris, you're saying it's better than StarCraft 2. Interesting. I'm very interested and intrigued. What makes it better? Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Oh, by the way, when it comes to RTSs, I do have to share my my shame. Shame's maybe the wrong word. My sorrow. Let's call it my sorrow at the fact that Stormgate looks like it's going to be a big flop. Stormgate was, of course, from the original designers of some of the minds behind Blizzard's wonderful games. And it turns out that there's a whole lot of issues with the development cycle, and it's just not what we hoped it would be. And it's really sad when developers are on Steam writing fake reviews for themselves and things like that. I don't know all of it, but it seems like, unfortunately, Stormgate's going to be a bit of a flop, which is a shame because I do like the real-time strategy genre as a whole, but it does have to be done pretty well. And so if there's poor implementation in 2025, there's a lot of things that can kill a good game. A game that's otherwise good can be killed by a lot of things. Art style is one, price point is another, and of course, if the development cycle, if everything just gets out of whack, just bad. So anyway, I think I realized my mistake here. It's going to be Zom that goes actually back to Sabu. We can get all the way to right about here, it looks like. So Sabu's going to take 2 steps forward. And then in just a moment, he's going to head north so that we can hopefully get that ultimate artifact back to our main hero. Decent does say, funny how long time a text message can go out there before a Twitch streamer gets the chance to reply to it. We really got to remind Phixfox about the context with that in mind. You're probably right. I'm so sorry. No. Do I play or do I talk? Hold on. Let me do something. I don't usually do this. Let me pull this up. Twitch stats. We got 19 viewers right now. That's 19 viewers. And so I feel bad because I want to talk to all 19 of you. I really do. But it does make it tough to try and play and talk at the same time. It's worth noting I've gotten better over time, but I sincerely apologize if you feel like I'm not giving you the time that you need. When you take a time to write a very thoughtful comment, I really hope that I'm able to respond with all my energy of heart. Sometimes I do fall a little bit short on that. So my apologies when I forget things out of context, when there was something else going on, some other comment or some other, just anything else going on. I do apologize whenever I misread a situation. So please forgive me on that. We are going to catch Ambrose in just half of a second. We're going to take 12 plus spell power, even though we don't have a spell book. It'll be fine. But very, very sad that we don't even have a spell book to use any amount of these 12 spell points. We're going to kill 4 Titans here. The enemy's going to flee. I'm just going to turn on the auto combat. I'm going to use this to get myself caught back up on chat. Oddskakov, I wonder if the AI can hear the chains rattling as you can in Diablo, just before the butcher comes and smashes you. Yeah, the butcher from Diablo. I didn't know that that they could hear you. What do we think about games, by the way, where the game will access your microphone, and if you scream too loud or you talk too loud, mostly in like the horror genre, what do you think about games where you can tell on yourself and then the AI can find you just because you're a little too loud? Are those fun games? Are those not fun games? It seems like an interesting innovation to me, but I don't know how you all feel about it. Okay, back we go in this direction. And then Rise to Ruin. Wow, yeah, I'm way behind on chat because Rise to Ruin says, imagine that the ultimate artifact is the golden goose. Yeah, it was not, but plus 12 spell power is pretty good. Vandelf says, let's see, price of loyalty heroes. I meant hero. Oh, there's the specific map, X Reaper. And so after the defeat, how does the hero rotation work? I don't know if there's any specific differences there. I don't know anything about that, unfortunately. And Vandelf does say it's hammer time, because of course it's hammer time, plus 5. Does she have the magic book? Mex says no, she does not. Plus 12 spell power, but nothing else there. Zence, good evening, Zence. Nice to have you in the chat there, or day, depending on where you're at. Yes, for some people it's very late. Steeson's about to collapse on us and go to bed, and some people are here and locked and loaded, ready to go. And then so back in the UK and back and forth. And of course, Zence is from Norway, so 1 hour difference between the UK and Norway. Steeson says, don't pee your pants. Wow, am I that far behind on chat? Oh my gosh. Don't pee your pants, you'll never be allowed in the library anymore. Yeah, seriously, my wife won't let me out in public anymore if I pee my pants in public. There's a story. I'm not going to tell it. Not going to tell it. Cool. I was watching Joe Rogan podcast with Magnus Carlsen. Oh, I love Magnus Carlsen. He seems like a wonderful chess player. I don't know about his personality. There's some times where he comes off as just a little bit entitled to me. But here's the deal. When you are arguably the best chess player of all time, I think that you are allowed to have a certain amount of swagger, call it. So one of my all-time favorite humble athletes was Roger Federer playing tennis. I've always been a huge fan of Roger Federer just because, I don't know if it's because of his culture, his nationality or what, but he just always came off as the most humble guy. But when you're so good, hey man, if you can back it up, I also can't really complain about you letting people know that you're pretty darn good at what you do. We do have this guy kind of coming in this direction. I'm going to go chase down Castor. I do have 2 heroes, remember? Oh, actually I don't. Let me rehire Tyro. He's going to come up north pretty quickly. Falagar's going to step off to another town. And we're going to have Tyro bring up the next set of Titans in another couple of days, because it's almost a new week. Because Tyro's still a really good hero. He's going to be a great secondary hero. And he's probably going to start bringing up other sorceress forces from wherever he could possibly find them. And then let's see. And yeah, Zence does agree that Magnus is very popular. Very popular. Yeah, hey, when you're good, dude. Good on him. Good on him. Oh, he is quite humble, Chris says. Oh, my apologies then. My apologies. Just from what little I've seen. Although, it's always tough to tell. Are people humble? Are they braggadocious? Or are they just playing the part so that way they can be exciting on a podcast, or they can be exciting? I know that Magnus and Hikaru, there's an awful lot going on there because they are both in the online sphere. And actually, I believe that Magnus Carlsen just signed on to Team Liquid because there's like a World Chess Championship. There's chess as a part of the esports now. And so, I mean, hey, let the trash talk continue. Let the trash talk commence. I'm definitely here for that. Let's make sure that we don't forget these dragons. I keep walking these heroes. I got too many heroes going on right now. I got to figure this all out. Let's see. After finding that artifact, the pyramids are looking pretty good. That's totally true. I didn't even think about that, but the plus 12 spell power for that pyramid, I do want to put that onto Gwenneth if I possibly can. That's going to take a little bit of time because she does still need to get up to expert wisdom. She's only got the advanced for now, but heck, maybe I'm going to have her fight packs of red dragons in order to move forward from here. For now, I'm just going to head north. I'm sure that there's plenty to find in the cold north. But will I find an enemy that's just too tough for me to handle? That's the question. That's the question. As I mentioned before, trying to get these sorceress troops up to scratch. I am going to start to upgrade certain things for them. So that way, when I'm coming out with Grand Elves and the Greater Druids as opposed to just their unupgraded versions. Because those are going to be wonderful on a secondary hero. Zam is again heading back to the dragons up here. And then is it Sabu? Sabu's going through the desert, or rather the swamp. It's bad terrain one way or the other. And then one more hero, I think it's Zom, is heading back to the other dragon city. Okay, perfect, perfect. Wand of Magic is very nifty. Bearded Man says, victory may be yours, Phixfox. I sure hope so. And it's Month of the Dragonfly, 3 months in, 3 months, 1 week, 1 day. So we're actually making pretty good time. And I think that my slow start, I think that we've been able to find a way forward despite that, because I'm only seeing a few Titans and a few Black Dragons. This is fine. I can handle this. Even if it's on a barbarian hero. Next time we get the opportunity to go to an Oracle, we're going to take a look and we're going to see how tough these enemy heroes are, because I'm pretty interested to find out. I'm pretty interested to know. And I'm very interested to see if I can find orange. So that's why I'm kind of trending in this direction. I'm hoping that they're going to be in the swamp right about here. This might be a bad time just because it just turned over to a new week. They could spit out a ton of forces at me, but we got to be a little bit aggressive right now, I think. Just a tiny bit aggressive can be pretty useful. Down to only 3 wood. Let's trade. Oh, let's go back to somewhere with a marketplace and let's trade what? Let's trade for 10 wood. And then let's just make sure we have a marketplace everywhere we can now. So 1 here. And 1 here. And we're going to ignore that for now. But that was 2 of our sorceress towns that we just upgraded a little bit. I am going to take the time to trade for an additional bit of wood here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And actually, am I at the highest possible trading rate? I think I am. I'm at the highest possible trading rate. We don't actually need any more marketplaces. This will be fine. It would be nice if there was an indicator somewhere in here that said how many marketplaces you had, maybe like right next to where the lighthouse is. That'd be kind of cool, just so you can see at a glance. Oh, hey, I've got 10 marketplaces. Hey, I've got 3 marketplaces, 5, whatever. That'd be a nifty little addition maybe for the FHeroes2 team. They could add the number of marketplaces right there. Hopefully, Zent's just heard that and he's like, hey, that is a good idea. Sometimes I come up with some really bad ideas. And when I come up with a bad idea, I'll be the first to admit to you that's a bad idea, but occasionally I just might come up with a good idea. Maybe. I think that we have, how many phoenixes here? 7? Tell you what, let's just head north with phoenixes, greater druids, unicorns, and elves. And I think that this is actually going to be a nice enough army for Tyro to do some good work with. Again, Tyro being that secondary hero, his current stats are 2, 6, 3, and 1. But I think that that's enough for him to really make some nifty things happen. We're going to leave the wolves behind, but this is a good kind of balance in forces and troops. Yeah, I think that Tyro should head north. And we're going to go through these griffins. Wood is still a little bit of an issue for me, so we're going to do that soon. Is Sabu going to find orange for me before my other forces, before Gwenneth does? Time will tell. And I don't know why I have Maximus. He's being paid to sit around. But I'm sure that he's happy for that proposition. I've had easy jobs in my life and I've had hard jobs in my life. Whenever you have an easy job, sometimes you should just be grateful for your easy job. You know, just be grateful for what you have and just recognize that you could be doing back-breaking manual labor. It's been a long time since I did manual labor that was back-breaking, but still. Just worth noting. Aha! We've done it. We have found Orange's little area here. I think that there's some strategy in which castle you attack first. If we don't get attacked right now, I think we're going to go for probably wizards and warlocks first. And so that way, if we can only defeat 1 castle at a time, then we do defeat that 1 castle, and then we carry on from there. Croto's got several titans, several of the phoenixes. It is Rathmont with several of the bone dragons. We're going to leave Sabu right here. I'm going to actually hope that Crotto comes out and attacks him and puts himself out of position. I really hope that that happens. We'll see how likely or unlikely that is to happen in just a moment. We are in position to pick up more red dragons in just a little bit. Here, everybody else is waiting. Okay, on to a new day. Blue is running away. Phixfox is cracking his back. Sabu does lead this enemy out of the way. So it's going to be 7 Titans, 6 of the Phoenixes, 50 Grand Elves is actually a pretty good stack, 16 of these Unicorns. I think that my 10 Titans, backed up by the attack skill and defense skill, are still better, but Crotto is not a pushover, so we're going to have to keep an eye on him. Chris does say, Supreme Commander is best if you Google or YouTube it and look for yourself. You'll see why then. It's just more tactical in my opinion. Gotcha. Do you remember Total Annihilation from 1997? Chris asks. Supreme Commander is a major upgrade to that game. No, I'm not familiar with that at all. So it's weird, the games that I do know and the games I don't know. You would think that I would be an aficionado of all games from the 90s, but that's just not the way that I was kind of raised. I had access to some games, but not all games. And so that's just a game that's not in my repertoire, but interested to take a look at that at some point. Zinsman does say you should note that there's a delay when the streamer is on another continent. Oh, interesting. Didn't even think about that. And Zens also says, oh, I see you haven't updated to the latest update yet. I have not. I think that you're right. Yeah, I haven't updated to the latest update. Zens, if you'd be willing to let us know what some of those updates are, I would be appreciative, because the fact that you've been able to just notice, that tells me that there's some pretty nifty stuff that the FHeroes2 team has cooked up. So if you'd be willing, I'd be very interested to know. I'm always interested to know. I didn't read the patch notes just yet. And then Vandelf does say, no worries, I have the same problem on my streams. I have to sometimes take a break and take a moment for a chat, and now is the best. I also stream Heroes 2, and I make myself a goal to beat the original campaigns with Archibald and Roland. I hope that that's going very, very well for you. I really believe that Heroes of Might and Magic 2, those campaigns are some of the best original stories in all of gaming history. Truly, I believe that. So hopefully it's going very, very well for you. Again, we have to be smart about this. I could probably... I don't know if I can reach Pig's Eye from here, but I'm hoping that if I go in this direction, oh no, can I get around? No. Oh no, I thought maybe I could get around this way, but you cannot. They have better defenses than I do. I have ways on both sides. These folks do not. Very interesting. I thought I could get around to a Warlock castle first, and I cannot. That's bad. That's bad. I was trying to fight the best battle first. I might be obligated just to run away. I don't want to lose these forces. We're going to take a look and we're going to see. Remember, we have so much gold, and the cost to surrender is reduced to 40%. So we've got options here. It's just not my favorite thing. Not my favorite thing. These orcs are gone. They've done a great job for me just by slowing me down. Thanks, guys. But now their time for usefulness is at an end. I think I'm going to pick up one more dragon here and then go for this graveyard. Yeah, I'm going to wait. I need one more dragon before I do that. To the north with griffins for the wood. Staying put here, staying put here. And let's not forget to upgrade our towns, because that's still going to be very, very important. Okay, and we are trading. Let's just trade half. 43 wood. That should solve my problems for a while, shouldn't it? And really, I should probably start working on Mage Guild levels, simply because I know that I've got a hero that's going to get up to Expert Wisdom at some point. When that happens, it's going to be pretty darn good. We do need a well in both of these towns. Let's make that a priority tomorrow. And let's see what happens here. Let's see if Crotto comes after me, or if Crotto wants to run away from their towns and maybe just defend. Looks like Crotto's going to defend. And I think that Crotto decided to defend the wrong town. I think that I can safely say that Crotto decided to defend the wrong town. Who cares if you keep the night town? What you really want to do is keep the warlocks and or your friends, the wizards. Aha, we have also found purple, by the way. Ooh, could you imagine being purple and starting in the very center? That would be bad. Ugh. Because then you're being attacked by everybody at every opportunity. Yeah, that would be my least favorite starting position personally. Okay, I hope we don't get attacked. If it happens, so be it. Titans and Pig's Eye. Night Shadow is probably going to be our first bet. It's almost a new week. Let's see where we go from there. Real quick. Cottage. Finally getting dwarves. I could maybe upgrade more of my towns than I am right now. I've got enough resources for it. Should I? Which one would I upgrade next? Probably the Necromancers. Get up to Bone Dragons. Let's just work on getting up to Bone Dragons. And we'll go from there. Okay. Season says, hi, you can't keep track of stuff when our messages are both reactions to your game events and replies to your comments. It's impossible to keep track of. I'm so sad because I want to, though. So, again, forgive my mistakes. Not if, but when I make them. Rise to Run says, interesting how we haven't found a single enemy home base yet after 3 or so hours of playtime. Of course, that was a little bit of an older comment because we found 2 now. So it wasn't too much longer, Rise to Ruin, after we did find that. Zince does say, yeah, we thought about putting the marketplace counter. Putting it in the kingdom overview could be good. Steeson says 5 marketplaces is max trade benefits as far as I know. Oh, 9 marketplaces. Well, I don't know. I don't, is it 5 or is it? I'm guessing it's 5, actually. I'm not sure. And then Zenz does say about the FHeroes2 patch notes, we added a swap feature to the Heroes meeting screen. Oh, I need it. I need it now. I want to, I want to play with that right now. I could save and I could upload to the newest version of FHeroes2. I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Although it strikes me that oftentimes people don't know how to get the patch updated to their FHeroes2. Like they get FHeroes2 and then when there's a new patch, they're like, do I delete it and then re-upload it? Like, what do I do? And of course, just in case anyone's interested in that, just reinstall FHeroes2 over the top of whatever FHeroes2 save you already have, and it will give you the newest version. You don't have to remove FHeroes2 from your system and then re-upload it. That's not necessary. Just download it right on top of it and you'll be fine. But we're not going to do that. It'll take a little bit more time than I would like to spend on it. So, we'll come back. Okay, Night Shadow. There's got to be some forces in here. Glorious Victory. We're going to take the Ballistics. And there's no dragons. There's a spellbook, though. Cold Ray, Blind, Disrupting Ray, Bless. Very interesting. We could get the Green Tower. I'm going to opt to wait on that. Let's take Pig's Eye. Well, hold on. We just purchased one Thieves Guild. Let me purchase another, just so that way I can make sure that I know what these forces are. A few, a pack, lots, no problems. No problems. Let's do this. Because really, this Glorious Victory, as we pick up the Archery, which is big for the Titans. Croto, I don't want to fight him in this Night Castle. The fortifications are just a little bit more than I want to have to deal with. So if we could actually get him to leave that castle, that would be advantageous for me. We have a library here already. Tell you what, let's get up to at least 4th level Mage Guild. I'm here and I'm not leaving. So if you want to fight me, you can fight me, but you're gonna lose and you're gonna have a real bad time. We might go back and get these Phoenixes. No, I think we just want to hold on to these forces. Maybe we attack Croto tomorrow. Maybe we attack Croto tomorrow. We'll find out. We'll wait for now. Okay. Then back to my purchases. Nothing here. Cottage. Okay. Stonehenge. Stonehenge. Mansion. And slowly but surely, we're going to get tougher. We're going to get stronger. Just you wait. Just you wait. Okay. Steeson does say, I don't buy that delay thing. My chat message pop up in the window streams right away. I don't know anything about it, to be honest. I truly don't. But I'll believe you. I'll believe you. Zenst says it does, but as far as I know, Phixfox is viewing chat on his phone, so that might add to the delay. I view it So I play FHeroes2 in a windowed mode, and so I have chat on the same laptop screen. I tried using an iPad, and it works, just not as well as I would like. I like to be able to just look from here to view chat. And so having to view all the way over here, that ruins my immersion, and I feel like that makes me worse at the game. So I would prefer not to have a second full screen. I'll still play around with it. Maybe I'll find something in the future that just makes too much sense. But for now. Pax Universalis, or rather Mex Universalis. Can she have a spell book before the end of the game? Once again, I am late on chat, but we have finally gotten there. Vandelf does say, I think that case with lower morale when your army is mixed. And so we're talking about mixing our forces. It's like they cannot get along with each other. I mean, come on. Halflings and goblins use different language. And why do the undead have so much minus to their morale? It's simply undead. They don't have any native language, and they are controlled by pure magic on the battlefield. Yeah, but they stink. They stink. And it would make me feel really, really bad if I had to deal with somebody that stank all the time. I hope I'm not that person. Oh gosh. I hope I'm not the person that stinks all the time and people are just kind to me. But it's possible. These are the things I think about. These are the things I worry about, because it's possible. Anti-magic, Mass Bless, Fireball. I don't want to give Crotto access to some really nice spells. What I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to hire a hero here in Night Shadow. They're going to steal these forces, defeat Sherman on day 1, purchase these forces with another hero, send them back, and we're going to do a hero chain where we're going to control all of these forces. On day 1, I am going to purchase the Dragon Tower tomorrow, so that way I can get green dragons going. But that's just my general plan. Okay. And then phone battery's running low. It's 11 p.m. in Denmark anyway. Got to crash. Steeson, it's always a pleasure. You are an Iron Man. We are 3.5 hours here, and I appreciate your insights. Please have a wonderful time going to sleep and taking such good care of yourself. Thank you, sir. And good night. Vandelfs does say that I'm a syncicist, a pacifist, Sisyphus, the guy that rolled the boulder up and down. I am many things. Call me what you will. Roamer, wanderer, vagabond, call me what you will. Oh, I did not make my purchases in my sorceress town, did I? Oh, I'm the stinkiest? I'm the stinksiest. The guy who hates the stink person. Gotcha. Oh yeah, I'm against stinky people. I don't know. Sometimes I can't help it, right? I know there's times I can't help it. So a little bit back and forth maybe. Let's make a few extra trades here and a few extra trades here. So for our 4th level spell here, it's going to be Town Gate, Meteor Shower, Lightning Chain, Chain Lightning with 14 spell power. That's actually going to be really nice. That's going to be really, really nice. Oh, Chris did have to switch from the PC to the phone, so you're in bed now. Okay, right on. Yeah, it's probably very, very late. And so from here on out, I'm going to try and go into low power for Phixfox mode. There's a guy, I forget what his name is, but there's a gentleman, and I think that he's from the Scandinavian territories, and he plays Heroes of Might and Magic 2, and he has a very calm demeanor about him. It's the kind of guy that I think that if you watch him play, you're going to feel very, very much like you can fall asleep to the sound of his voice. There's been times when I first was playing Heroes of Might and Magic 2, I was that guy, and since then I've got a little bit more excitable. And I don't know if that's good or bad. I really miss being a bit more calm and calculated in the way that I approach the game. But I also find that I enjoy it a little bit more if I just shoot from the hip, as it were, and I don't try and curate my thoughts, or if I don't try and keep my emotions in check. I enjoy it more when I just kind of say what I want to say and do what I want to do. So maybe there's more to that I could do differently. Maybe you would think, hey, Phixfox, maybe you can make a change there. But sometimes I'm loud and sometimes I'm quiet. And I can't even apologize for it because I am what I am. It is what it is. Level 3. Can she reach? You can't even reach? Oh, look, this road doesn't actually go there to Sherman. This plan is all for naught. Unfortunately, we cannot defeat Sherman and go through Pig's Eye. Bit sad there. So for that, we're going to take these troops here. We're going to finally upgrade the Magi. And we're going to take them, Rocs, and Boars. We're going to send them into the army. Whoops. And it's time, folks. Croto, I don't want to defeat you in this castle, but I don't want you to get behind me. Marini is going to bring up a couple of these red dragons. And we're going to have a pretty big fight on our hands, folks. This is, I'm not going to say that this is for all the marbles, but a decisive victory here means that we're going to take a full cluster from another group of heroes. So very much looking forward to that. So we will see. H. Umbarak, gotta say my freshly sanded and lacquered floor is looking pretty lit. If you're on the FHeroes2 Discord or if you're on the Phixfox Discord, I'd love to see a picture because yeah, I'm always impressed with people that do a great job in working with their hands. So yeah, if you're interested, I'd love to see that there on the FHeroes2 Discord or the Phixfox Discord. Either one. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, jokes don't work when you type too fast. I understand that. I feel that. Been there, done that. Stealth Golem. Oh yeah, that's who I'm thinking about. Yeah, he's just a really kind of chill sort of guy. I really just appreciate the way that he plays because if you are excited all the time, you cannot possibly keep that energy up. It can't be done. You cannot do it. On the flip side, if you are calm, cool, collected, if you're just having a really nice time, you can do what he does and you can play for 7 hours at a time. I've mentioned before, I do not have the stamina to play for 7, 8, 9 hours. If I was to try and have that stamina, I think, and this is just my opinion, I think I could maybe manage it, but I would have to be in low power mode the entire time. I would just have to be very, very careful about the way I was expending energy. And I think I could do it. I say I don't have the stamina for it. I could probably do it, but that's not the easiest thing in the world. So glad that there's excellent Heroes Might and Magic players out there everywhere we go. And I'm so glad that they are working very, very hard to enjoy these wonderful games and allow us to enjoy what they do. I really do like watching other people play. I've mentioned before, I enjoy playing more than I like watching people, but the more I've gotten into Heroes Might and Magic 2, the more I've realized that I still have plenty that I can learn from others. And it's very, very enjoyable to see people play at a high level. I really do enjoy that very, very much. So, okay. On we go. Here and here. Still exploring. Picking up dragons wherever we can. Having glorious victories because sure, why not? Ooh, pathfinding. We'll take that. Wow, wolves killed a dragon? I'm going to have to fight that fight again. Jeez. And then Chris asks for Zence if he is an FHeroes2 developer. Zence has not responded, but I can tell you that Zence is one of the FHeroes2 team members. I believe that he came on, it would have been a couple of years ago. It's been a couple of years by now. Zence has been with the project and done a great job. I think that Zence's main role is, sure, developing, and he's learned how to do some coding and things like that. But also, I think that my understanding is that Zence is primarily focused on spreading the awareness for the game and for the project. I think that he's been very, very supportive to a variety of people that are working to enjoy the game. And that's how I first came to know Zence myself. And so Zence has got a very, very special place in my heart. He was, I say without reservation, the biggest supporter I had when I first started doing FHeroes2. And just the consistent comments and the help that he provided me was invaluable in helping me be a better Heroes Might and Magic 2 player. So Zence is a very knowledgeable individual. Again, does a lot of different things with the platform, with the project. And yeah, I'm a big fan of him. So I don't know how it works as far as how things are decided amongst the team, decisions about balance and changes. I'm not sure if there's one person that calls the shots or how it works, but I do know that the team members, I've had nothing but good experiences with them, and I'm really happy for the work that they've done on the project. It's been very, very impressive. It's always been impressive to me how good of a job they have done in working together, number one, and number two, in maintaining the spirit of the project, in that they are not trying to demolish the game and make it in their own image, but that they've been trying to restore the game lovingly. And then down the road, when it comes down to the expansions and things like that, maybe then they make some changes. But yeah, I've said too much. We're going to pick up the Expert Wisdom. That's going to be more important for Zam than, oh gosh, that's going to be more important for Zam than some of the other stuff. Specifically, I say that, and what I specifically mean is it's going to be more important now that we're into the late game. Movement is always important. It's more important in the early game. Later on, combat value and prowess is going to be very critically useful. And so having the Expert Wisdom, again, if you can Armageddon with a couple of dragons, your value is through the roof. It's tremendous. And yeah, it's everything we need it to be. Okay, we have stayed on this side of the battlefield. This is going to separate these vampires out a little bit for us. I'm going to try and kill 1 to 3 here. We do kill 2. And then here, just for wherever we can reach. By the way, it was Knoffel, 76 Knoffel. We were talking on, I'm so sorry, I totally butchered your name. We were talking on YouTube about how do the Vampire Lord's regeneration ability work, and he did indicate to me that you can only raise creatures from the dead when you do have a enemy creature killed. But for example, one giant, you can potentially raise like 7 vampires from it or something. So it was just a really good conversation, and I really appreciate that people are still working on having those good conversations with me. It helps me be better. So good conversation there, and I appreciate that very much. By the way, losing a dragon was not my idea of a good time, so we're just not going to lose it. Rice Ruin says to H. Umbrock, by the way, hope your floors are so smooth that boars would get hasted to ultra fast trotting along them. May no boars ever stomp all over your hard work. Definitely. Keep your doors closed, and do not, for the love of all that's good and green in this world, do not get yourself a little cat door or a doggy door, because I've heard some very funny stories recently about people that had raccoons coming on through their cat doors. They have a cat flap so the cats can come and go whenever they please. Yeah, apparently raccoons have learned this, and they've realized that in a people house, you have lots of fun stuff in there. Apparently. I don't know much about it. I'm just saying I'm just passing on what I've heard. Anyway, so yeah, here's hoping that no wildlife creatures get on into your pantry. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Don't want to lose a dragon here. But this morale is pretty bad. Awful morale. It's these skeletons. That's the skeletons. Just the worst. How could they? I'm definitely playing optimally here, as you can tell. Again, one of those reasons why stamina really does matter in a game like this. Because while it's really easy, it's easy sometimes to play a game and do very, very well occasionally. It's much more difficult to play a game at a high level for a long, long time. Like some of those marathon games that just takes a lot out of you. What would I consider to be a marathon game? I mean, like in the Civilization category, right? Some of those games, a game will last for days, like 12, 15, 20 hours. Yeah, you can be really good occasionally at these games, but you're best off just being very good consistently with these games, I think. Those are my 2 cents anyway. And so playing heroes at a high level, really, really good to do. Can you play heroes at a really, really high level for 3 to 12 hours? That's the question. We're going to pick up this logistics, and we got the Dragon Sword of Dominion plus 3 attack. That's really nice. It's really nice. We're going to see if we can actually turn that over to our main hero in just a moment or two. I'm not going to try and go for Graveyard here or the Graveyard there. I'm pretty sure the enemy has taken that. Worth noting that we didn't actually find any artifacts from any of the heroes that we've defeated so far. It's kind of interesting. I'm going to go back in this direction. I think that the middle of the map is being controlled by Gwenneth, and so Tyro's going to go in the other direction. Just try and make sure that we can exert our sphere of influence in multiple ways. It sounds like a good idea anyway. It sounds like a canned response, but it sounds like a good idea. Anyway. Vandal does say, same here. I also, after 2 hours, lose energy and start to make stupid moves. That's why I have to repeat some maps. Yeah, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Chris, speaking of Zents, he says, I wanted to ask him how far away we are from an online lobby. Ooh, what a good question. Tell you what, I'm just going to go into the Discord right now. I'm just going to ask the question. I'm going to post this in the media section. Media. By the way, chat was asking, how long until online lobby? Roadmap says into this year. But I know we have really focused our efforts on the editor. Let's see if we get a response. Sometimes I get an immediate response, which always surprises me because you gotta sleep sometimes, and I swear sometimes these FHeroes2 developers just never sleep. They gotta practice some better self-care. Maybe I'm the reason, I'm the problem, because I'm bothering them at all hours of the day and night. Maybe if I want them to take better care of themselves, maybe I need to stop asking questions. Oh well. That's what they're there for. Kind of. But yeah, I'd be very interested to know kind of what that time frame is as well. It's not my priority. I think that we've mentioned that, especially when it first comes out, my hope would to be more of like an ambassador rather than like a top dog at the top of the rankings. I do think that I'm pretty good at Heroes, Might, and Magic. I think I'm pretty good, but I do think that it would be better if I could get as many people involved in the project as possible. That would make me the happiest. And so that's going to be what I try and focus my efforts on when I first get there. If I just have a lot of fun playing everybody and trying to be very competitive, sure, that's fun. But I don't play Heroes of Might and Magic to be competitive. I never have, and I really hope I never will. It's more about the story, the ambiance, the adventure. I really mean it when I said that I needed some help today, and this is kind of helping me heal my heart in a way that is feeling really good. Yeah. So just my 2 cents, just throwing that out there. Okay, no more purchases here. I think I can get up to black dragons. I might as well do that before I head on out. That's gonna be a pretty big upgrade from 8 red dragons to 8 black dragons. Let's do that. Reisterwood says, oh, while you're at it, how long until peasants start paying us for making their damn huts and farms? Tell you what, Rise, you go ask that question. I'll ask the other question. Good stuff. Good stuff. End of this year, hee, we can't wait. Yeah, we'll see how it is, but I do know that they have been putting a lot of attention into the map editor, and I do think that that's where it ought to be, because if you have a really powerful and really good map editor, then you can make a really nice FHeroes2 campaign. So I think that they're doing what they ought to be doing. Just my 2 cents. I don't want to tell them how to do their business. It's not my place to tell them this is what you should be doing. And I'm sure that they feel under a tremendous amount of pressure all the time. All the time. And I hope that they know how much we appreciate the work that they do, because man, it would be really easy to say that you're feeling worried about delivery and expectations, but all you can do is all you can do. And I hope that they're spending time with the people that matter most to them as well. Anyway, Marini's kind of a little bit redundant over here. She can go in this direction though. And so we've got plenty of castles. We got plenty of space and time here. We've really made an effort to upgrade the sorceress castles. I think that I've got enough resources. I think I got enough resources. I can just upgrade everything. Oh, I made a mistake. I need to go back to Pig's Eye. But I think I'm not too far away from being able to simply go to every single castle one by one and purchase something, purchase something, purchase something. It's going to be more resources than I think it is, because it always is. But I think that we're closer to that than I might have thought otherwise. We're about to get 5 red dragons into the center here, so I don't mind taking this little detour for, I don't know, Resurrect True and Mirror Image. Mirror Image on Titans. What a good thing to have. What a nice thing. I should hire another hero, by the way. We're going to travel by road, but I should hire another hero here to go north. I need to know what's north. Who are you? Dawn? Dawn's going to go north just so we can try and figure out where the other enemies are at. But I am confident at this point, with the way that the AI is playing, I don't feel like we're going to lose this scenario. I feel like the danger is past. Oh, 2 Phoenixes? I'd rather not lose 2 Phoenixes. We will see. And then Real Phixfox, you do not take time zones to equal. Discord groups are focusing on some projects like FHeroes2. Yeah, so international. And so if there's multiple time zones, taking that into effect. And still, I've tried to send messages to them at 2 in the morning. My time, I've sent them messages at 12 and they respond. And so they've got to sleep sometime, but it feels like they never sleep. But yeah, some people are from the US, some from Europe, some from Asia. I don't know. I just want everybody to be healthy. That's my goal. Okay. This was probably a mistake. I don't know if I can save the Phoenixes. Yeah, we're just going to have to eat a ton of damage on these Phoenixes. Yeah, one's already gone down. It's 2 Phoenixes. That is what it is. I wanted to save at least one, but that just wasn't possible. Red Tower. We are short very, very much so on Mercury. But I feel better about this decision now, because now there's 4 Sorceress Castles. 5? I own 5 Sorceress Castles and 2 Wizard Castles. Yeah, I feel good about this. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the game is less exciting. It just means that we get to focus on other things. The excitement is still there. Oh, you see? See what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? All right, this is just Zom, right? Zam against Vitania. She's got 4 spell power, 9 knowledge, treasonous morale. But 1 attack, 1 defense versus my 5 attack, 1 defense, 4 spell power, 6 knowledge. I don't think I have any spells. I got slow, I got haste. That's not going to cut it. 2 red dragons against 15 hydras. Yeah, this is not the fight. I do want to save the dragons. What's the surrender cost look like? 9,800. I'm going to try and lose a lot of these other forces before we rush into them. I'm going to attack here on these Crusaders. They're just a really high DPS unit, so I'd like to take them out. Bone Dragons are still going to be able to reach me. We're going to do damage there. We might... Oh, this is not good. We're just going to kill what we can. We're probably going to run when we have 1 dragon left. 10 War Trolls, let's kill 3 to 6. We kill 5, that was pretty good. And then yeah, when we're about to lose 1 more red dragon, then we're going to leave. Their bone dragons get good luck. And we stone skin the bone dragons. Cool story, bro. Cool story. Hydras, I boxed them in because I'm a genius. Cool story, cool story. 1 dragon. One thing I like about Heroes Might Magic 5 is that the castles look so damn good. Yes or no? Absolutely yes and no. Yes, they look cool, in my opinion. Oh, Vandelf responded. I think that they look cool. I'm with you 100%. That's one of the reasons why I'm really enjoying that project, I think. It's really nifty to see what the developers did for that game. I think it's pretty stupendous. Oh my gosh. Nobody can move. Everybody is just on roller skates here. What do you get when you cross awful morale with treasonous morale? The answer, it's a real bad time. Let's keep the dragon alive. Let's lose the rest of these forces. 13 down to 10. Let's stone skin the hydras because of course we're going to do it. Because of course we're going to do it. And then let's attack in this direction. We'll continue to work on these ogres. Oh, Death Ripple. Interesting. Death Ripple's going to actually wake up the hydras. That was a good use of their spell. And one of the things I know that the FHeroes2 team is like really happy about, little things like that absolutely make a huge difference in the way that the AI plays. And so, yeah, I'm sure that they are thrilled whenever the AI uses some skills like that. I'm going to run. For 2,000 gold, Zom is going to depart in shame. And he's going to go to here. We're going to rehire him. And remember, he's got the dragon sort of dominion, so having him closer to Gwenneth not only is going to give over a dragon, but also +3 to the attack skill. Worthwhile. Actually, hold on. We don't need spell points right now, I don't think. 7 knowledge? Yeah, she'll be fine. Gwenneth will be fine. She doesn't need any amount of that. Okay. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, walking right by obelisks because they don't really matter. And Marini is just kind of here. At this point, the AI that's by that night town is probably thinking to themselves like, oh my gosh, look at this guy. There's holes everywhere in the ground. Yes, there are. Do you think the Castor knows that we have the ultimate artifact? Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. Let's see. Chris does prefer the retro art style, but it is nice. Heroes Might Magic 2 as Vexen's favorite towns view. Like this kind of a deal. It's so simple to see where everything is at. That's really one of my favorite things about Heroes Might Magic 2. Because the strategy is good, the skills necessary to play are really, really good. But it's also got this simplified view, which doesn't clutter the screen. And it makes it easier to know what the best decision to make is at the time. At least that's the thing for me. When I play Heroes 5, I don't really have a good grip yet on where everything's at and what it does. And so being able to understand what's going on at a glance, that does matter. It really does. We might be able to steal this town. We will see. And then we'll figure out from there. Creators start a strike. They don't want to work so with the multicultural army. Not getting into that. Blue has walked right by us twice. Blue does not want to fight us? Interesting. That's crazy. I thought for sure that they would want to fight us. Huh. Mini purple heroes. Oh, and they have seen us here. So Castor is doing a full defense. Vitania, we did whittle her forces down, but she's still fairly tough. I do think I want to come back and secure this area. So I'm gonna go through the Badlands here and make my way into that direction. But I'm still amazed that they didn't want to fight me. 5, 7, 3, and 1. No spellbook. Tell you what, boy, I don't know. Against 2 barbarians, the defense is going to counteract their ability to do tons of damage. I'm just going to go north. Aha. And this is even better for me. It's day 7. What are you guys doing? What's this? Necromancer Castle? Left or right? One of these has got to be a warlock town and one of those might not be. Let's just do this. Okay, wizard. And is this... That's got to be warlock there. Which would I prefer? I think I prefer warlocks. So I'm going to go defeat sorceresses. Yeah, this is the best decision because then I'm going to get phoenixes and wizards into this army. Phoenixes and titans. And so for some reason, the enemy just abandoned their little cluster here. And that just seems like a critical mistake. Yeah, especially on day 7. That just seems like the worst decision. That decision can be mitigated in how bad it is, depending on whether or not it is Month of the Plague. But unfortunately, it's not about to be a new month. So unfortunately for you, that's just not going to happen. Anyway, on to a new day. But yeah, I wonder who the toughest heroes are right now. Like, who has the toughest faction? I wonder how many forces Orange has lost there. Oh my gosh, Orange. Orange, you need to stop. It's time to stop. It's time to stop. We did not attack with Zom, by the way. The dragons are just not enough to really make me feel comfortable with that fight. We're getting tons of mileage out of Dawn here, by the way. It looks like we've probably found Red. I'm guessing that that's Red's territory up there. It's got to be, right? It's got to be. 1, Unicorn lost. Oh, but there's no phoenixes here. Very interesting. I thought that there would have been phoenixes. We are still going to pull druids, unicorns, and elves into the army. So there's still some benefit there, but I'm really hoping that there's titans right here. One unicorn goes down. We're going to take the logistics, and there we go. 3 more titans. Boom. Yeah, instantly we won that trade. No ifs, ands, or buts. We're even going to purchase a spell book, mass haste, blind, steelskin. It's fine. It's fine. No wisdom. I think I ran across a witch's hut that did have wisdom offered, but I think it's up here. Here? Yeah, there's wisdom in the far right corner, but very difficult to get all the way over there. I'm not planning on doing that anytime soon. Okay, I think that I want both of these heroes just to sit here and stay. So I'm gonna pick up this ore, but I don't want to travel too much further over here. I want Castor to stay put. I don't want him to try and leave. I'm gonna have Marini go back through these liths, pick up dragons, and I'm gonna have one more hero. It will be Zom that goes back to Dragon City. It's just gonna take him a minute or two. But yeah, if the AI is trading castles with me like that, I am always gonna come out on top. So blue has shot themselves in the foot. That's 1 additional week's worth of creatures. This is gonna be a red hero for the first time. They got Cyclopes and Bone Dragons. Yeah, I'm fine with that. 0 attack, 1 defense, 4 spell power, 1 knowledge. We're going to come off the victor there. Losing Dawn, but being able to find Red's, what I believe is Red's main primary area. So, yeah. Let's see, Chris does also like extra features like houses and whatnot. It makes more grandeur in Heroes of Might and Magic 5. You didn't say grandeur, but yeah, you said grander. My mistake. But yeah, I think that does add an awful lot to it. And I don't know, I'm really enjoying Heroes 5. I really am enjoying Heroes 5. It's different than other things I've played, and that's a good thing. I'm very much for it. Okay. By the way, Reisterin says, and this was a couple of fights ago, when I was using the Medusas to fight the Bone Dragons, he says the Medusa Stone should be a short pro player luck be like, wait, what? That Medusa Stone totally should be a short. Oh, pro player luck be like, gotcha. Yeah, I just have to be a pro in order for that to really make sense. Yeah, whenever I call it, that always feels pretty good. I tried to do that over here when I was digging for the ultimate artifact. I tried to say that, oh, I'll pee my pants if I get that ultimate artifact. And unfortunately, it was the hole to the bottom and to the left. But hey, we try and set up the jokes. We try and set up some of these fun moments. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But by the way, folks, I'll tell you right now, if I get Dimension Door, I'm going to use it. This scenario is so big, and I think that I've already got enough momentum here. I don't feel obligated to stick to my rule. We're already about 4 hours into this playthrough as well. I would prefer to finish up this playthrough. If you recall, we did take a break from Colossal Caverns. I was planning on playing Colossal Caverns, but I wasn't sure if I was going to upload this video. And the reason is, of course, because of the issues that I had with work. And so I just wasn't sure if the vibe would be right. I think I am going to upload this video, but I just want to make sure that the energy was correct for the final part in the Colossal Caverns series. And I'm confident that it will be okay. If we just do this full house here and go on from there. So yeah, energy matters. Energy matters. And I think that the energy is fine here for this full house scenario. Let's see. Let's see. Griffin Eternal, great catchphrase from Heroes of Might and Magic 5. Oh, that's the name. That's what they talk about. Griffin Eternal. I don't think I recall that specific saying yet, but I know that they do it. I know that they do it. Vandelf does say in Heroes 3, there's 2 perspectives, left castle or straight front castle. I've never thought about it in that way. Do you mean like they're different, but they're like, help me understand what you mean by that. We're going to enjoy this big, beautiful Mage Guild. We're going to go and defeat Crag Hack in just a moment. If he wants to go into these other castles, let him. I better purchase Bone Dragons though. There's so many castles I can't even effectively use the mouse arrows like left and right. Like I can't do this and find the castle I want. It's a little bit tough. How many castles do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 19 castles. We're getting 25,000 gold a day. 3 gold mines, 6 gem mines, 2 crystal, 4 sulfur. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back and let's start working on this mage guild. We're going to get another library here. Anywhere that there is a warlock, or rather a wizard castle, we're going to do our best to start upgrading it to level 5. One more here. And even if I give them Dimension Door, so long as I know where I need to go for the Dimension Door myself, that'll be fine. Okay. We defeat Castor. Expert Archery. Good. Somebody was telling me that Archery does not work the way I've always thought it does. Because whenever I read Archery, it says it's a 50% bonus damage. Increases the damage done by the hero's ranged attacking creatures by 50%. And so I always assumed that it was the same as +5 attack skill because it's 50% bonus damage, but it's not true, I guess. I guess it works differently because this attack skill is dependent on the defense skill of the creature as far as whether it's bonus damage or not. This is just going to be bonus damage regardless. So it'll act the same if you have more attack skill than the defense skill of whatever creature you're attacking. But even if they have more defense, like if a Knight faction ranger attacks a Titan, they're still going to get 50% bonus damage on top of what they would have done, despite having less attack skill than the defense skill of the defending Titans, if that makes any sense. So Archery is better for lower quality troops like Rangers, Orcs, things like that. But it's still effective. It's still useful. But that's the change that's been brought to my attention anyway. That's the way that I currently understand it. All right. Tyro's waiting. Marini's going. Picking up an additional couple of dragons every day has been really helpful. Through these 1 and 2 dragon cities, that's been very, very helpful. Oh, look at blue. Trying to cause me some grief. I wish it wouldn't. Yeah, wish it wouldn't. Zom. I don't really have much for him to do right now. Part of the reason why we're hoping for Dimension Door is just because early game logistics are not really an issue at the moment. Oh, hello. And so because they're not an issue at the moment, except I'm just trying to get places, then I would prefer to just sally forth, carry on as it were, in whatever way is easiest. And Dimension Door is that way. Oh no. So the problem with this fight is that we have many more fights to go after this. I don't want to lose this many forces. This indicated that we were going to lose all the dragons, all the phoenixes, some of the titans. That's a little too hot for me to handle. What we're going to do is we're going to haste these titans. We're going to get the very first shot off, and we're going to work on these black dragons. Phoenixes are probably going to work on probably Cyclopes, and then we're going to go from there. Crag Hack the Barbarian, 4 attack, 2 defense, 1 spell power, 1 knowledge. 7 attack, 8 defense. We are absolutely the superior fighting force. 16 defense on these dragons. It's going to be 22 attack on these titans. So we're going to do bonus damage, but still, I don't love this. This is not my favorite thing in the world. Uh-oh. Paralyze on the phoenixes. Not good, not good. We don't have archery. We do not have archery, so we're going to be doing half damage over the wall. The haste actually might have been worse for us. Whoops, my bad. Dragons do go for the titans. Understandable. Don't want to set ourselves up for this double hex attack. I think I'm fine to let the black dragons brawl with their black dragons. We bring down 2. We're going to ignore these walking units. The phoenixes are going to have a real bad time. I'm going to get them out of there as soon as I can, but we've already just lost 2 of them. 7 dragons. If I can avoid losing any titans, I'm going to be in a really good spot. Immediately I say that, and then 1 titan goes down. Titans are the fastest creature on the battlefield. Let's Steel Skin. 258 HP. We're going to kill 1 more titan there. Now let's bring the phoenixes back. They're still probably going to be in range of these unicorns as they come up and around, but not as bad as it would have been. 78 HP there. Dragons have already taken their beating. Their dragons anyway. I almost wonder if it's worth it. 51 HP left on these black dragons. I wonder if it's worth it just to sit right here to keep the unicorns in. I'm going to do that. You lose the damage from the black dragons, but you keep all these forces out and away from you. That feels useful to me. Vampires haven't taken their turn yet. We can reach these black dragons. I will. Unless I can kill like all of these vampires. We killed a bunch. Not enough. How much am I curing for? 15 HP? Huh. And also, if I bless the Titans doing full damage against these black dragons, I might prevent 56 points of damage from going down onto me. 29, 27 HP left there. All of their forces are currently in a bad spot. Let's put the Phoenixes on the Cyclopes. One Titan does go down. But they've also given us the double hex attack. We'll take that. One dragon left. I think I'm most worried about these unicorns now. 7 to 14 damage. Cyclopes are still in the mix. Tell you what, let's hope we can kill this black dragon. We do. It was a little bit closer than I would have hoped. And so because of that, I would rather kill one full stack so that way the Titans can focus on somebody else. Due to the paralyzed, we're going to try and kill vampires. We killed most of them, not all of them. And now I think that I'm actually going to, let's see. I think I'm going to hope that there's no haste that goes down onto the Hydras. We haven't seen a single spell be cast yet from Crag Hack. I'm going to assume that there is none. And now full damage onto these unicorns. We're going to kill 12. We're going to kill all of them here. And then I don't know, 2 to 3, but they're already blinded. I could reapply the blind here with these unicorns. Let's give it a shot. We don't. I'm probably going to want these creatures to scatter. Tell you what, if I actually... if I Disrupting Ray, that's good. I don't have a slow, so we better do the Disrupting Ray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 51 HP. There's no good way of doing this. I should have hasted the unicorns so they could have gotten in between the druids and the hydras, and I could have provided myself some additional space. I don't want to lose the black dragon though. Black dragons are too valuable. And there's 272 HP on these titans. Let's actually let the titans hopefully take the damage from these hydras. I hope that the hydras go up instead of down. Unicorns to their rear. Okay, that's fine for me. Yeah, you're only doing 30 points of damage. I just didn't want to take so many losses on these other creatures. And 10 Hydras is going to go down right now. Crag Hack is going to be defeated. He can't stop it. And we did fight that fight much better. The 5 Phoenixes were a pretty big loss. I tell you what, sometimes I don't do nearly as well with keeping my fastest creatures on the battlefield alive. I see that with wolves. I struggle with that sometimes. I see that with Phoenixes. I see that with champions. You know, the high speed creatures, you gotta play smart. Just because you get to go first doesn't mean that you have every advantage in the world. In fact, there are some times where being a bone dragon is the very best thing you can do. With the average speed and not being able to be blinded or paralyzed, like, bone dragons are a sneaky good unit that sometimes people just don't think about. Okay, we did pick up a bunch of stats there, mostly spell power though. Just gonna step in here. Yeah, we're just gonna step in here and we're gonna see if we can just defend this out. There's no Night Castle, so there's no better spot to defend, but we've done the best we can. Let's purchase everybody. Here. And here. Nobody purchase. Okay. And here. Oh, we've already done that. All right. So we're gonna call that a day and move on to Marini, who's still gonna go chase down dragons. And then, oh, wasn't I gonna have Zom do that thing? Yeah, I mentioned that I was like, oh, I got nothing for Zom to do. That's a lie. I had told him to go over here and then I forgot about it. Okay, let's see what happens in the western side of the map. It feels like there's an awful lot of chaos here. And I don't know if I can do this much better than I am right now. Okay, but we do need to send Falagar up north. He's going to take 6 Titans. He's going to take... not the mages. Rocs. And these forces. And he's going to go deal with that blue hero that's heading south. I don't know who it is. I don't care who it is. You're in my space. Get out of my space. Please, please. I was always taught to say please and thank you as a young person, and I see no reason why we ought not to keep a certain amount of manners here, even amongst this wartime horror. What do they say? Manners make the man? I think I believe that. I think I do. So let's do it just like this. And then, yeah, Falagar should be able to deal with whoever this hero is. Carlon, she's not even going to know what hit her. Not even going to know what hit her. In fact, I think, let's see, purchasing here. I won't purchase the red tower, but I will get the cottage. Yeah, okay. But then the question is what to do with Tyro. What to do with Tyro? That is the question. Chris does say, I'm curious how much memory does a stream take up and for you to upload it to YouTube? Heroes2, it varies on the game, Chris. That's a great question. So, for example, the 2.5, 3 hour Heroes Might Magic 5 playthrough I did just most recently that I uploaded, that was about 18 gigabytes. That was about 18 gigabytes. A standard Heroes Might Magic 2 upload, much less. I'm going to pull that up just because now I'm interested in it, but I know it's much less. So, for example, the Colossal Cavern Part 2, that one only took up 10 gigabytes. And so, even though it was longer, it's less gigabytes just because memory, it's less intensive. There's more things I'm recording, I guess. That's the way I'm reading that situation. I don't know much about it, but that's the way I'm reading it anyway. I don't want to be in this barbarian castle. I'm going to go over here to the sorceress one. Might as well pick her off anyway. She's just a free hero. And, oh, tell you what, and the reason I'm going all the way over here is because I want to hold on to these wizards. Yeah, I want to hold on to these wizards so that on day 1 I can bring Titans out and then pick up these creatures as well. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And so we're not trying to fight right now. We're trying to get 1 more week's worth of growth. And we're going to be pretty successful on that. But now I'm saying to myself, look, just hold out, buddy. Gwenneth is coming. She's going to be supportive. We're ignoring windmills. We're ignoring sawmills. We have stuff to do, and it does not involve us picking up every little item at the moment. Vandelf does say also, I mean that there are 2 ways of picturing castles and surroundings. One left castle and the straight front. Oh, that's right. Okay, now I understand what you mean. We were discussing the 2 different ways of a castle kind of placement, and those are the 2 that you're mentioning there. Okay, gotcha. I appreciate that. The knight, sorceress, barbarian, and the necromancer, and the warlock. Barbarian, necromancer, warlock, yeah. The good and the evil. Sometimes I see such strange details and I cannot explain it even in Polish. So imagine how hard it is to type in English. Sure. Yeah, I think that's, I really, oh man, I always worry that I will say something that makes perfect sense in English, but it doesn't have a direct translation, or it might be difficult for the nice, fine folks that are overseas to understand. So I'm always trying to do better with being as accessible as possible. Sometimes I do fail. Specifically when it comes down to idioms. For example, tickled pink, a couple people had never heard of that before. And if you're trying to learn English, I've been told that I have a fairly neutral accent. You're not going to learn English from me and then get mocked because it sounds like a southern country bumpkin, for example. But how many people are watching Phixfox to learn English? I'm guessing the answer is not as many as I might hope. Anyway, but yeah, so trying to translate is very difficult, and there's always an awful lot that goes into that. So I appreciate the struggle, and I'm grateful for you being here despite the struggle. So thank you, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. My hope is that even if English is not somebody's first language, that they still feel comfortable enough to know that, hey, you're amongst friends here, and we're happy to have you and share your thoughts. So no stress, no sweat on my end. H. Umbrock. Heroes2 was one of the reasons why I excelled in English at school. Wonderful. I love to hear that. I love to hear that it was a part of your education growing up and that was useful for you. That makes me very, very happy. Very, very happy indeed. And I'm always amazed at how many people have said that. I think it was, I forget who it was, and I feel bad for that, but they've mentioned to me on several occasions that they did not know as a young person how to play the game because everything was in a foreign language to them, but that they eventually found the hourglass button and they ended their turn. And ever since they ended that turn that one time, it's been their favorite game of all time. Up to that point, I feel bad because I know that they were trying to figure out how to make this work because it was intriguing. It's a wonderful game. It's worth all of your time. It's worth all of your attention, but still, it can be very, very difficult to play a game if you don't know, oh yes, I need to hit end turn in order to go on to the next day. So we're going to pick up the pathfinding here. Orange player's been vanquished. I didn't even realize that was where orange was. Very strange. Very strange. And then glorious victory here. And there's no, tell you what, in the very middle, there's no dragons. There's no titans. There's no crusaders. Purple has just been in a really bad spot this entire time. Huh, poor purple. I mean, I don't feel that bad, but in general, poor purple. Bit of a struggle. We're going to take the basic logistics and we're going to head north. I just want to make sure that Falagar gets more forces to Tyro. And I do want to make sure that the rest of the enemies don't come south. Now that they've scouted out that far, I don't want them to come any further south. Okay, Zam is in the wrong spot. Oh, Dawn is in the wrong spot? Yeah, Dawn. Get out of here, Dawn. You're in the wrong spot. We're going to dismiss Dawn. And we have the opportunity to hire a hero. It's going to be Thundax. And as a level 10 hero, he's going to do pretty okay for us, I believe. So we're going to let him shore up the defenses in this area. And then I am going to purchase whatever night troops are here on the new day. Like so. Great. And then Tyro's actually got an awful lot to do. So as you can tell, we're going to purchase who we can. We're going to send them on down into this army. This is the best army I currently have. And then that's going to give us the opportunity to pick up free sprites. At this point, I'm going to leave. Weren't there phoenixes here? Never mind. I'm going crazy. There's no phoenixes here. Oh, so maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I should have gone for the dragons. I don't know what would have been best. But at this point, I feel confident that we can defeat all these forces. This big Wilfrey character, if he does try and come back, we have 10 Titans. He's not going to have any chance against us. We are going to leave this area because there's no forces. So let's take these 5 castles and then sally forth. And sleep. And to sleep. It reminds me of a hypnotist. Did you know about Phixfox? One of my favorite things to do is to go to hypnotist shows for hypnotism. Of course, they're meant to be comedically played. It's not like the type of hypnotism that you would do to help someone overcome problematic behaviors or anything like that. The hypnotist shows that I really appreciate are the ones that are funny, the ones that are intriguing, where the hypnotist will invite the person. I don't say that they make them, but that they'll invite the person to do interesting or silly or funny things. And while it would be easy to say if you've never been hypnotized that, oh, hypnotism only works on the weak-willed, it's more about the power of suggestion. And if when I am hypnotized, I think that there's a funny suggestion, I'll go with it. But for example, if under the effects of hypnotism, the hypnotist told me to do something like hurt someone or steal or something like that, would I do it? No, because I'm not really like going against my own free will. It's closer, I would say, to what I imagine being having a few beers or having some alcohol would do to you, being intoxicated in some way, where your inhibitions are lowered. This is the way that I would conceptualize that. I don't know how true it is, but I really enjoy hypnotism shows, not just to watch, but also to kind of participate as an audience member. And maybe that gives you an insight into what I mentioned earlier when I say Phixfox likes to be something of an entertainer. Sometimes I do better at it than others, but That's what I like to do, if I can. Okay, Wilfrey's coming back. Blue hero is going to get taken out by Falagar. Blue's heading north. Blue's heading through this direction. Okay, yellow. We haven't really seen yellow's castles. Many questions there. Not a lot of answers, but many questions anyway. Looks like it's going to be 9 Rocs goes down to the barbarians. We're going to pick up the pathfinding. Anything nifty in here? No. Over to the necromancers. Anything nifty in here? No. That was 15 bone dragons that we just killed though. Did you notice? I clicked past it so fast because the losses were fine. We just killed 15 bone dragons and we barely even broke a sweat. In other words, we're pretty good. we're pretty cool. I'm not here to say that I'm the coolest guy you ever saw, but our forces are really strong with 15 attack and 10 defense. We haven't even had to use the spell power because auto combats don't really use the spell effects. So just interesting things there. Okay, should we fight this fight? Wilfrey wants a piece of me. I would rather defend. So we're going to defeat here. They picked up the black dragons here. Oh well. We picked up another level, so now we're stronger. And then whenever Falagar comes up to us, we're going to be able to combine the forces and then overwhelm this half of the map. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, back to chat. Oh yes. Vandalf says that I do not have a strong accent. Usually I cannot understand people from the US who spoke English. Yeah, I definitely do not speak the proper sort of Atlantic sort of English. I don't speak the real kind of Southern kind of guttural, and trust me, I don't really understand people from the South anyway, but I can talk like them because I used to live down there. And you got to go up to Shelbyville and you got to make sure that you're talking to the guy over at Roadkill Ranch. And then I also don't speak like the California surfer dude guy. Like, you know, like I could talk like the guy that's just a beach bum in Hawaii, but I choose not to because it's like not who I am, right? And then I don't talk like I'm like a thug or nothing. Like, man, I'm not like a thug. Man, I'm just like a dude. I'm just like a dude doing my own stuff, right? So all the different ways that you could talk, I tend to speak pretty neutrally, and I'm really glad because that does help people understand. I feel really, really bad, and please don't hate me for this, but some accents, when I can't understand that person, it's a barrier enough that even if they have really good information, sometimes I will click through it because I don't have the energy at the moment to try and decipher what they're saying. So for example, if I'm trying to get better at a game, if the game guide is difficult for me to understand, I even if they are the best game guide in the world, I do struggle to sit down and listen all the way through what they have to say, and that's really a shame. I really enjoy alternatively, on the other hand, I do really enjoy putting on subtitles and listening to the French Heroes of Might and Magic community. I really enjoy Pixo. I really enjoy his manner of speaking and who he is. I really am a big fan of Winnie Maru. Of course, everybody knows I've been collaborating with him. Mushan Kipet, I appreciate his stuff as well. So, you know, I mean, I'll throw on subtitles, but that makes it difficult to listen if I have to read. And so if I'm trying to go to sleep or I'm trying to do something else, it's not really the play. So barriers to understanding. Yeah, I hear you there. I'm glad that there's no barrier here and that you feel like you can understand what I'm talking about. Purple player's been vanquished. So we've lost orange and we've lost purple now. And that means that somebody's getting tougher. And I think that somebody is me. In fact, I truly know that it is me. There's a castle here. Gonna pick up for free. And again, we are sending all of our forces into this area. It's so strange because these heroes want to attack me, but they don't want to attack me. If they combine forces, I think that they could absolutely overwhelm Tyro, but with 7 attack, 9 defense as a secondary hero, he is a thorn in their side. He has done everything that I've asked him to do. Until support arrives, we don't need to press any kind of advantage. We don't really have any kind of advantage. We just need to let him do the best he can. Red has Agar, Pack of Titans, several black dragons, several phoenixes. This is it. Look at this, folks. This is how you build an army. Level 6 creature, level 6 creature, level 6 creature, level 6 creature, and level 6 creature. And in fact, they even built it correctly, because I think that you want the Cyclopes instead of the Crusaders? I think that there's no question you want the Bone Dragons. Do you want the Cyclopes or the Crusaders? I think I would personally prefer, I don't know, tough to say. I think that it's fine to have the Cyclopes in there. But here's the difference. You are a puny warlock. I am a beefy, strong knight. Your 6th level creatures are worse than mine. And you can't tell me I'm wrong. So anyway, on to the next thing. H. and Barak, it made me so much more interested to study vocabulary to understand what was going on. Yes, because of the gaming. And Boreas continues with that. Yes, gaming in general helped me learn English a lot. Is it required for your studies in Europe that you learn English? I know in some places it's fairly required, or at least recommended. I don't know if it was required for you all to learn English or not. And Vandelf does say, oh man, I know a guy who never plays the game if it has no Polish translation. Yeah, and I would understand. I don't speak any other language well enough to feel comfortable. It would depend on the game, I'm sure. I mean, I still listen to music that's not in a language that I understand. I really enjoy Rammstein, for example. I really enjoy, let's see. I almost said Flogging Molly. They are speaking English. They're just Irish. Anyway, moving on. But yeah, there's music that I'll listen to even though I don't know what they're saying. One of my all-time favorites is the Numa Numa song. I mean, heck, we could karaoke that all day long, and I would be really happy. Just because, hey, again, I like to do that kind of stuff. But yeah, just gotta have fun with it. And if it is in a language you understand, that's always vastly superior. Zarfal does says, LOL, was Orange just hanging out with Purple's castles? Yeah, they just had this one castle. I didn't even notice Zarfal. I did not even notice that was Orange. But they were just like, okay, we're just gonna stay here. We're gonna get big. We're gonna get strong. Someday we're gonna survive. Maybe if you were playing Heroes Might and Magic in like a tournament format, and you got more points based off of where you finished, it would be really valuable to be able to just pull up in a corner somewhere and place second. I could see that being a strategy. Not a very good one, but a strategy. Okay, we've got stuff to do. We got people to kill. And if you've noticed, wait, where's my other hero? Where's Tyro? He's right here. We're gonna make this happen. We're gonna combine the forces by our powers united. And we're going to obliterate our foes. There's going to be 23 Titans, 3 Red Dragons, 12 Black Dragons, 27 of these Greater Druids, even a couple of these Archmages. I think that positioning is not going to matter too much. Gwenneth should roll right through Atlas. The enemy has fled after they lost 5 Titans. And then Wilfrey is going to flee as well after he loses 5 Titans and 3 Black Dragons. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. Does Tyro have more movement points? He does. We're going to have him go in this direction. It's going to be Gwenneth who hands over some forces now, and even the artifacts, because these are 2 really good heroes. And we're going to be as effective with our movement points as possible as we clean this up. Remember, we do still have Falagar coming up from the south. And so we're about to get very big, very chunky, very quick. And the enemies are going to realize very soon that they have no recourse. What's going to be pretty useful for me right now is actually going to be to pay attention to enemy movement from here on out, because I don't want a hero to get behind me. So we've got red in the center to the north. This yellow hero is close to a necromancer castle here, Kalindra. She's not really much of anybody, but she's around. I'm going to hand off the bulk of these forces. I'm going to keep for Tyro. Nobody. I'm not going to keep anybody for him. And the reason is because he's going to get the resupply from Falagar. And this resupply is going to be enough to defeat these forces here. Like so. Oh, that can't be allowed to stand. And so really, Tyro as a secondary hero, he's done an amazing job in this scenario. I'm very happy with the job that he's done. It's been really a pleasure to see him work and just rock and roll. Let's see if we can get the dimension door here. Okay, folks, it's on like Donkey Kong. We're going to take the step in. We don't have a lot of spell points. We've only got 7 uses of the Dimension Door at any given point. But for example, here, that might be enough to catch Kalindra. Let's see about it. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 steps. And then we're close enough that we can just use the town gate, and that'll get us back to this town here. So we're going to stay here overnight. Kalindra should be shaking in her boots. She ought to know that the end is very, very close. And why are we using the Dimension Door? This is about 4.5 hours into the stream. It's going to just kind of help speed things up. That's my thought process. So I don't mean to cheat you out of a very logistical type of map, but I don't think it's going to be really necessary for me to do too much more than just win at this point. So let's take Gwenneth and continue north. There was a mage guild there, so she's got full spell points. Yeah, not even fair. Not even fair. And this red hero, Agar, we're about to be absolutely face to face. But the question is, of course, who's more dangerous? Am I more dangerous or is he more dangerous? Time will tell. I am going to just walk up the rest of this way until I get to here, and then I'm going to town gate in. We don't have a lot of movement points left. I don't think that there is, yeah, there's nothing here that I'm too worried about losing. And so even if he does take Rock Haven, I'm not going to be too concerned. Meanwhile, Tyro's getting big and strong. And blue player's been vanquished. So now 3 players are down. Folks, in the info section, blue player's been eliminated, orange player's been eliminated, purple player's been eliminated. We haven't even seen where yellow's at, and I believe that red is in this upper right corner, so yellow's probably in the upper left. Let's go see if we can find yellow. Let's go figure that out. Vandel says, last game which beat me in English there was so hard. It was the Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. But let's be honest, Warhammer vocabulary is very hard to translate sometimes. I believe that. Yeah, anything in the fantasy genre, that's got to be an absolute burden to try and figure out what's going on if you don't speak the language. So my brother speaks Russian. He was there for humanitarian purposes in Russia, and he spent a significant amount of time there. So he speaks English fluently, and then he speaks Russian fluently. You would have to ask him. He can hold a conversation still very, very much, but he was talking about subjects in Russian that were very niche. And so there's many times where he will play games in Russian because he likes to keep up on his language skills like that. That's how he likes to do that. And that's good. That works great. And that works fine for him. But also he will come across items in particular is what he's noted. He will come upon items and he'll say, hey, Phixfox, what does this mean in English? I know what it's directly translating to, but I can't even imagine what it really truly means. And so, yeah, some of those direct translations are kind of will escape us at times. This specific example I'm mentioning here, I think it was something like rod of, or something, silence of permanency or something. I don't know, something crazy, something where it's like, yeah, how are you going to find a direct translation? The answer is, I don't know. You know what I do know? I know that 2 attack and 6 defense is not going to be enough to deal with me, especially when you have awful morale. So let's think about this. From the very beginning, we knew that we would be mixing forces. So we went with a knight so that we would always have the expert leadership. We also have the additional attack and defense skill. And compared to Agar the Warlock, sure, you've got some real strength to you, some real good forces, but this is going to be a slaughter and you don't even have a chance. Your Titans didn't even get to go because you just missed out. That feels so bad for you. I wish I could make life better for you. I can't, I won't, I shan't. Gonna really bring down these bone dragons. Oh gosh, there's only 5 left. Do I want to attack here with the red dragons? No, I want to kill bone dragons here. We're gonna kill 2 more bone dragons. I might end up slowing these cyclopes just so they don't get in my way. There's 3 black dragons here. Yeah, I'm gonna kill all of them. Maybe I blind their one good eye. Oh, and we get the... we just lost 1 Titan, and that's probably all that we're gonna lose this entire fight. It's not even fair. It's not even fair. 12,000 experience though. That's pretty good. Ooh, Swordbreaker. So +4 attack +4 defense and -1 attack. Evercold Icicle, Gamblers, Wand of Negation. Pretty nifty stuff. I'm happy for all that. We're going to hire a new hero just so we can take some of those bad artifacts off of our primary hero's hands. I mean, we just saw the Swordbreaker come out. That is definitely what I would call a good artifact. Luck. We can actually use the luck. The Gambler's Coin and the Lucky Rabbit's Foot. We're going to get rid of the Wand of Negation. Don't care about that. Going to get rid of this pendant, the Kinetic Pendant. I don't think that's going to be necessary. If I get rid of the Morale, that'll actually lose me some morale. So we're going to keep all that. We're going to have 5 slots left over. And then Gwenneth is going to continue on her way, I believe. Yeah, not a lot of spell points though. 2 more Dimension Doors. Let's actually wait. Hold on. View towns. There's a town. There's a castle over here. Castle's up here. Let's do 2 more Dimension Doors. Let's go 1. And then actually, am I able to cast 1 more today? I am. 2. And then it looks like I'm not going to be able to get to this town. That's a little too far away. And we got close though. Yeah, somebody else is going to have to cast that. But anyway, we're making excellent use of our time. These heroes I'm not too worried about. Tyro is going to come back. Number 1, he wants the Dimension Door. And number 2, I do want to stop yellow from causing any kind of hate and discontent. Dragons to the front. Call it a day. Okay. Let's see. Boreaster does say, I know games with Polish translation so botched that button to close a menu is labeled as close and meaning not far. Yeah. You know, I don't think I ever gave translators, like people who do translation work, I don't think I ever gave them as much credit as I should have. Because being able to translate in your head from one language to another, do it effectively, do it fast, do it well, I mean, that's a real skill. One of my favorite jokes is from a show where the lady is from, I believe, like South America. And she says, think about this. I have to translate everything in my head. Do you realize how smart I am if I don't have to spend the time to translate everything? And it's like such a good point. Like you have to be really smart in order to be able to translate everything over. So yeah, I really, I can really feel in that way. And I hope it all continues to go very, very well. Hopefully you don't have to translate as many things. Hopefully as different services have become more available, hopefully there's more ways you can enjoy things in whatever language is most comfortable for you. I don't know. Maybe you appreciate the challenge. I don't know. Depends. Okay, yellow hero's going south towards the Necromancy Castle. We are on our way though. Not 1, but 2 heroes with dragons. And then Tyro. I think that we can defeat Aragon right now. Oh, we don't have Expert Wisdom, do we? No, so he's going to be obligated to go the slow way. But anyway, Boreaster says, I wasn't sure if that joke would land or not. I'm very glad that it did. But Boreaster says, I worked with the Irish, try to understand them. I mentioned flogging Molly as if they were a different language. I'm like, they're speaking English, but you know, whatever. Vandelf says he says, if you like challenges, so be my guest on streams every Friday, 6 p.m. CET time. Okay, I appreciate I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you so very much for the invitation. I will be happy to take you up on that if I possibly can. So thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you. H. Brock, how's your Midwestern? I don't know. What would you describe as Midwestern? Because there's Wisconsin. You're like, oh gee, eh? Well, that's Canadian. They say bag instead of bag, like a grocery bag. It's a grocery bag. That's kind of more in that territory. What would you describe as Midwestern? See, well, okay, so here's the thing actually. So my grandparents are from Oklahoma. Well, or they have Oklahoma influences. And so whenever I think of the Midwest and like Oklahoma, I definitely just think about my grandparents. And funny enough, that has actually become my default professionalism. Like whenever I am out and about, I'm not meaning any offense to people when I say, like, howdy. Like, I know that's not necessarily Oklahoma, but that's the way that I present myself when I'm in a professional kind of situation. Like, hi there, howdy, how you doing? Kind of a deal. Just more down to earth. I don't want to say genteel. Definitely not. I wouldn't categorize it as genteel, but whenever I think about Midwestern, I do think about my grandparents. And so it makes me happy every time. Every time. I'm happy right now just as I'm thinking about it. Does that mean I know how to do it myself? No, not really. No. I'm going to pick up this 5th Level Mage Guild just so I can maybe pick up a Armageddon. Sure, why not? And as you can tell, we are just sniping castles left and right. It's not a new week. All of our heroes have gone. On to a new day. But yeah, I would need to hear an example to see if I could mimic it or not, because I just don't know if I could or could not. And then in Poland, Boryusur says, in Poland, English classes are mandatory, though basically through basically all education. And I wonder why that is. I've mentioned before that I hope to avoid any kind of centrist or elitist ideas about America's place in the world. But it's very much noted to me, or it's been noted to me, that English is essentially the language of international business. For whatever reason, it's the language that has turned into international business. And so the best way of getting along with people, enough people speak English that it's the middle ground, even if we don't speak another similar type of language together. And I just find that pretty interesting. And I'm not really sure how that happened. You would think that some other language, perhaps from early trading post type deals like Spanish, Dutch, you would think that Dutch would actually be the primary language of business just because of historically like Dutch trading and such like that. I don't know enough about it. Maybe I'm showing some level of ignorance here, but I would wonder if that is would make any sense, or maybe I'm just being foolish in the matter. The enemy has fled. It looks like we're going to defeat 12 Titans and 15 Black Dragons without too much issue. But this is Jezebel the Barbarian, 6 attack, 4 defense. This fight's going to go pretty darn well. I think if I just do the Mass Bless, actually, I think that if I hit Q now, I think that the fight goes way better than otherwise would have. Somehow we did worse. Whatever. We did worse. It is what it is. Okay. H. Imbrock, I believe it's required to learn English in school in every European country, but in some of them it's taught and learned similarly to how French is learned in I don't know that word, Francophone Canada, talking about the parts of Canada that are not like French speaking. Until the 90s, Eastern Europe had mandatory Russian instead of English, though. Very interesting. Very interesting. French was the second language taught in schools in the UK. Chris says sometimes German. And so maybe you had a choice. In the United States, you have a choice between learning Spanish, German, or French. If it's taught there, they don't want somebody who doesn't speak the language as a native speaker trying to teach it. And I agree with that. If you have somebody that can teach it, that's probably a good idea. But Spanish is highly used in the United States. It's not like the Spain Spanish, it's like the Mexican Spanish, because of course we share a border with Mexico to the south. You know, the people that we stole the Gulf of America from. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. It's just so absurd to me. I understand why it was done, but it's absurd to me. Anyway, moving on. But yeah, just if you can pick, that does give you some other opportunities to figure out what makes the most sense. Let's see. There was a couple of heroes. Here we go. Croto. Oh, Croto's back. Ugh. Do we have view heroes? We don't. View towns. We're about to come up to this big hit and caboodle, this big patch of castles here. Just gonna go along the road. Where am I? Oh, here? There we go. And we're going to take 1 castle. We are going to take 2 castles. Going to take 3 castles. And we're going to take 4 castles. I guess that the barbarians are going to be spared for another day. Oh, although I can park myself right outside of their castle and take that tomorrow. Very good. Okay. Maybe that's already something that's a thing. I don't know. I think the 5 dragons still wins this fight. What if I split them up? Is it better to keep them together or split them up? Let's just fight. Glorious victory. 1 goes down. Very good. Red player's been vanquished, by the way, folks. That means we just have yellow that remains. That means we're going to go through this desert. Okay, but we are almost there. Legendary Scepter, +2 to all attributes. That's a great artifact. Thrilled for that, my word. And then, am I able to reach? I've got 2 dimension doors. Am I going to be able to reach all the way there? No. Let's just stay here overnight. We're going to pick up all the spell points we need. Falagar is supposed to, no, Agar is supposed to pick up this hero. Maybe we win, maybe we don't. It's a glorious victory. It cost us 5 out of our 6 titans, but we did win. And that's just 1 less enemy we have to worry about in the back line. Tyro is making his way up north. He found a glorious victory here. Oh, he found yellow. We found yellow's little cluster of castles. And we're just rolling right through them. We will show up to their area in just a moment. 1 dimension door here. And Rialdo's dead. 1 more here. And as you can tell, folks, this scenario is very quickly coming to a close. And it's been a really good scenario. Again, I needed this day with all of you, and so we are still going to pick up on Colossal Caverns in the future. I may play that off camera, or not off camera. I may play that on camera but off stream, just so that way we can have a resolution to it. It seems a little odd to play 2 Heroes of Might and Magic maps at the same time from the same entry into the series. So I'll think about that, but right now it seems to me like I should probably get back to that Colossal Cavern playthrough as soon as possible. So I shall. But all the same, Full House, this turned into a pretty wonderful scenario, and I am happy that our strategy ultimately turned out to be fairly effective, because it really came down to using the knights and their special abilities with the leadership, taking knight or might-based heroes. That was critical as far as I'm concerned, and it helped us, even though we had a very late start on getting our forces in these castles. It did help us very, very much when it comes down to actually fighting toe-to-toe with some of these enemies. There's a big area in the middle that we have no idea what's there. There's 1 castle remaining. and that's where we shall head. And as I head down there and as I fight this final fight, I will get caught up on chat, and then we will most likely call it a day and have very, very much fun until the next time. So, let's see. Game of Thrones. Yes, that's why they all sounded English in Game of Thrones. The dwarf in Game of Thrones, actor Peter Dinklage, did an excellent English accent, and he's from the Bronx in New York. I actually thought he was British. I had no idea. I thought that Peter Dinklage was just British. Very interesting. Very interesting. Huh, cool. And then Vandelf, you shared the Mexico beautiful wall. Yeah, I suppose so. Also, between the Polish and Germans, relations are getting warmer. Of course, Sunday election can change that. What I would like to say is that I more trust Germany than Russia. Gotcha. Manny M says, you know what? I'm watching all your YouTube content, really everything, many hours, and my girlfriend always says, ooh, no, you're watching Phixfox again. But sometimes she is so lovely when she knows it's time for me to relax and calm down, and she says, why don't you watch some Phixfox and Heroes of Might and Magic? It's so cute. I love her so much for these things. Wow. I don't know your girlfriend, but I think that she's a keeper. That might be the nicest thing anybody said to me all week, all month. No, my wife did tell me that she loved me. And so I got to tell you that is pretty high up on my list, but that is a wonderful thing to share. Thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate that. And it's that exact comment that makes me hope that as we discuss, turmoil in the world and all these things, that we continue to discuss them in like a very respectful manner for each other's sakes, because the goal for Heroes Might and Magic is not to be divisive and be antagonistic towards each other. We're here to have fun and have such a great time. And so I hope that these streams, and I hope that my YouTube videos, I hope that it's all positive and uplifting. I hope that you walk away from it and you have a really nice time, because I sure have such a fun and wonderful time in playing these games myself. So I'm grateful that you shared that. Thank you so much. And oh man, yeah, I hope I can continue to do good stuff like that. I hope I can get back on my groove and I can have a better day next time that we're playing this game. Thank you. I appreciate you. Truce, yes. The story was in World War I, Christmas 1915. Borisur remembers the story about, I erroneously said that it was World War II. It was World War I, and that was where the story for the Christmas truce came into effect. So thank you for that. I really appreciate that. And then talking about the citizens and whenever people come together, it's always a beautiful thing. Yes, Vendelf, absolutely. When people come together, it's a wonderful thing. Chris does say that he needs to sleep, so wanting for you to wrap up, either that or I'll fall asleep and see you next time. I think that we are there, sir. I think that this is going to be the final fight. We will hit auto combat, and we're going to let our final hero of Gwenneth actually roll through these forces. Finally. So we're going to end up with Gwenneth the Knight, 18 attack, 21 defense, 19 spell power, 10 knowledge, 12 of that spell power, courtesy of this ultimate wand of magic. We have used tons of Dimension Doors to get kind of to this point, but the game was well in hand by the time I did. I think the Dimension Door probably saved us about 45 minutes to an hour of unnecessary playtime, so I appreciated that. Otherwise, we are winning behind the power of these Titans and these Dragons. We made it our goal to be very quick in the manner that we got into Titans. We decided to go for Titans instead of the Bone Dragons. We never really did use the Necromancer forces, but we have eventually gotten to the point where we are now able to take each of the clusters from this full house, and starting in the bottom left position as the green player, we've been able to defeat our foes and claim total victory. And with that, I'm excited to see where our final score may reside. As a reminder, please do remember that there is FHeroes2, a new patch as of a couple of days ago. If you haven't updated that, like I haven't, do as I am going to do and update that quickly. It's a great game, and I love spending the time here with so many wonderful people playing this fantastic game. 98 days with the impossible difficulty. That's going to give us the rating of a paladin. I'm sure that there's people out there that could have done a much better job than me. I think that when we were discussing the different strategies, I think you can complete this map much quicker if you do a hero chaining strategy and rush towards your nearest opponent. I think that we took the more long-standing sort of build-up approach, and I think that it's pretty clear that that works, but we have an awful lot of room for growth and a lot of days that we can knock off of this scenario. So happy for the rating of the Paladin, but I think that there's a lot of opportunity for you to improve. If you would like, I am always happy to hear whenever people tell me about how their exploits are going in Heroes of Might and Magic. Recently, it was Vammy was telling me about some of their playthroughs, and I always appreciate whenever somebody can say, Phixfox did this scenario in 98 days on impossible difficulty, and I did it in 87, and I'm very grateful to hear from that. I am the first person that will congratulate you, and I'm always going to be very excited and happy to hear from you. So feel free to reach out to me on the Phixfox Discord. Feel free to reach out to me on YouTube, reach out to me on Twitch, wherever. I do it because I like the relationships I get to build here with the great Heroes of Might and Magic community. So thank you all. I appreciate you very much.